you ready?
Yes, I am.
Great. Well, good morning, everybody. And just to start off, this is our annual 2022 annual summit for the Covington City Council. This City Council special meeting is being held telephonically and virtually in compliance with state executive and legislative actions responding to the COVID-19 emergency. And I want to thank each of you for joining us today, taking time out of your day off, your hard-earned weekend time off. So it's important that everybody's here, and I really appreciate, because I personally get a lot out of this learning, and what I really appreciate is the fact that I get to sit back and let our esteemed facilitator Jim Reed run the meeting, so I can help participate as well. And I just look forward to hearing everybody's ideas, because this is an annual summit. This is where everybody can bring their ideas to the table. We have a set agenda, and I'm looking forward to hearing everybody's discussion on each of these topics today. And I know we have a couple of people in the audience that are joining us today too, and thank you very much for joining us. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Regan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to, like you mentioned, just turn it over to Jim and let him review the agenda and ground rules with us.
Okay. Good morning. Since this is the first time I've seen all of you this year, Happy New Year. Hope it's starting off well for you. And I just want to reiterate what the mayor said. We have an agenda here that I hope reflects all of the things that you want to talk about. And to me, it looks like it's going to be a series of interesting, important discussions. So we have a couple goals at the start of the agenda. One of them is for you to bring to fruition a process that you have embarked on a year ago when you come to an agreement today on your new vision, mission, and goals. And then we want to talk about two very important topics, both public safety and transportation, and looking at what do you need in terms of resources to be able to continue to provide the level of services that meet current challenges as well as citizen expectations. And then there are a range of other issues too, that all are important components of your ability to deliver services that your constituents are relying upon and need, and that also help the city to operate more effectively and efficiently. So I don't know if I'll go through the whole agenda, but you see it here. We're going to start by a look back, as we always have in the 16 years that I've had the privilege of working with you. We're going to look back at 2021 and what were the important achievements. And then we'll also talk a little bit about any lessons learned. And then after that, we will talk about the vision, mission, and goals, and proceed from there to public safety and then transportation. Then after lunch today, we'll talk about the other issues that are on the agenda, ranging from housing and homelessness all the way to your own council policies and procedures. And Mark is offering some changes to strengthen those as well, particularly in the arena of public comment and involvement. So we've got a pretty full agenda today. I just wanted to ask though, is there anything that wasn't clear about the agenda? Anything that you really think at this point is missing that we need to maybe add toward the end of the day? Okay, not seeing anything. Good. I hope this does reflect everything that you expected and wanted to talk about. You all work so well together, and it's a privilege to work with the Covington City Council through the years, because one of the things that is deeply ingrained into your culture is respect for one another. And you respect not just yourselves, but the staff. And I have heard in the past disagreements, but they're done very beautifully, very, very respectfully. So I don't have very many ground rules to offer, but just a couple that I always think are important to reiterate. One of them is that it's my responsibility as the facilitator, but I think you also take some responsibility for this, to make sure that everybody is equally engaged and equally responsible for the success of today's meeting. A second one is that we are striving for unity and consensus in those places where you are being asked to give direction to the staff or even make a tentative decision. So the idea that we're going to try to get you all on the same page and give a kind of a singular voice when you're giving direction to the staff is really important. This is your retreat. And as you can see right now, I think the staff is keeping their cameras off when they're not speaking so that the focus is on all of you on the council. But I also will just say that you have also got a history of really respecting the staff's input and wanting to hear from them. So we have a number of presentations today. Usually they will kick off a discussion and the staff will be efficient and brief, but give you really important information to set the stage for your conversations. But I also think that the staff can jump into at times when they have some important information to provide. So I've always loved that you guys work so well together and you really pull the staff in as your teammates in these summits. So let's keep that going. And then finally, this is a little bit harder for you to do. I understand when we're in Zoom as opposed to in person, but if there's anything that gets in the way of the day's progress and success, let me know, even if it's during a break, or if you want to even raise your hand and say, I don't think this is quite working. This isn't the right question. Or, if it's something that I'm inadvertently doing, please let me know too, because we want to keep everybody involved and engaged and feeling like this is a worthwhile use of their time. So that's all I had in terms of ground rules, because again, I commend you for being such a terrific group of people to work with, and the respect that you show each other is really marvelous, especially in this polarized time in our American politics. With that, let's start off with the review of 2021. And I want to do it this way as it reflects on the agenda so that everybody has an equal opportunity to participate and nobody dominates. I'm going to ask the council members to cite one major accomplishment of 2021. And then after all 7 of you have spoken, we'll go back and ask you to do anything that you think was left out. And then I will turn to the leadership team and ask all of you on the LT to add anything that you think is an important accomplishment. And then we'll look at where we are after everyone has spoken. And if anybody wants to chime in with something that was forgotten, please go ahead. And then we'll just look at, were there any important lessons from 2021 because of all of these accomplishments, or anything that didn't quite go the way you hoped? So with that, it doesn't matter to me who goes first. We don't have to go in any order, but I want to make sure each of the 7 council members goes first and then gets to go one other time. So what is one major accomplishment of the city or of the council in 2021 that you believe was impressive and noteworthy?
I'll go. I would like to say that we were able to bring our city manager's contract up to date, and with a full council agreement, bringing him up to date to match other cities, to keep him in pace with everybody else.
Our financial situation, I think that's something to be really, really proud of. And I think it reflects very well on our staff and management of the team, and really reflects their investment to public service. It's not just us that are serving the public, it's the entire city staff, and they are just doing a commendable job. I know the ARPA funds made Casey's day and made all of our day, but again, even with that, just huge kudos.
Good, thank you.
I want to say the purchasing of the 2 properties that are going to be used for parks that we did. We were finally going to have I'm going to call it the storefront for Jenkins Creek Park. We're going to find it's going to be very visible now, soon, not just yet, but soon. And then the East Covington Park, I don't remember what we're actually calling that one, but the one out there at the end of 272nd. So I'm very grateful that we're getting those properties and creating more parkland.
Christina and then Sean.
Sean, would you like to go first? I know you were.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I see one thing raised. Well, you're just taking things off my list, and I love that. But I love the fact that we finally, after such a long time, did the rezoning of the downtown. It's so important, and it gives us just a window, became a door into a future for our downtown.
Sean?
So, yeah, I agree with that. It's funny. This year seems somewhat of a blur, but I checked off and kept going down. So I am left with like the construction on 204th Street, the Covington connector has begun and well on its way. And I really appreciate the kind of the drone videos that are being sent so we can see what's actually going on. So I'd say the beginning of the Covington connector.
Okay, and Beth and Jared. Jared, I see your hand up first.
I would say keeping the community engaged through our commissions, making sure that we're still meeting with them and getting input from them and just keeping that going through COVID. And yeah, because that's hard. It's hard to show up pre-COVID to a commission, and it's probably even harder, I could imagine, during COVID. So that's impressive.
Okay, Beth, you're up.
Thank you. Well, going last, everybody's hit the main highlights, but I think one of the things that I would like to add to this list is looking at our tree ordinance. I think it's mission critical when we're talking about all of the development that's coming down, that we balance that out with preservation and keeping some natural spaces for our residents. That's such a healthy part of growing up in the Northwest. So, and probably the Covington connector is the next one, because you can just, it's great to be able to see that progress from start to finish. And while we've done a lot this year, that one, it's nice to see something complete as the vision has been laid out.
So now I'm going to circle back. Jeff, did you want to add anything that you haven't?
Yeah, I appreciate that each year we are able to maintain great relations with not only our 47th district representatives in getting negotiations and asks for them in Olympia, but also through CLTC. Several of us, including Regan, have met with other representatives and senators across the state to help get the word across about transportation funding, especially for Highway 18.
Jennifer, do you have another one?
A couple of them were definitely on my list, but to add on to Beth's, the tree one, that was also an example of a disagreement in council. That was probably, I think, our closest vote of the year. I think it was a 3-4 to approve the changes to the tree code, and it's just a really great example of our ability to agree to disagree, and in order to be effective at our jobs, but also to set an example to everyone out there in the world that it is possible.
Good, thank you. Joe, how about you? Do you have another one you want to add?
I just want to say that I think one of our biggest accomplishments this year was the ability for us to work so closely yet so far away on everything. Because in 2 years, I've seen a handful of you in person, but we've been able to accomplish so much with just either a simple the Zoom meetings or a simple phone call asking qualifying questions, saying, hey, what's going on? I don't understand this. Can you help explain it to me? So I just want to, I want to comment, thank staff for making this so easy for us. I want to thank my council members for making this a lot easier for us too, even though we would all rather be in person. So I think our biggest accomplishment is how well we've been able to gel as a team while not being physically in the same room.
Good, thank you. Christina, do you have another one you'd like to suggest or offer?
Sure. I love that Beth said the tree ordinance. Thank you for that as well. It was definitely on my list. We didn't raise property taxes again. Like, what city did that? That was actually really high on my list, but I didn't want to head with that one. But truly, and to stay effective still, even before ARPA. Just echoing what everybody said. You guys are awesome.
So, and then Jared, do you have another one? Sean, did I pass you by? I'm sorry if I did.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
Jared can go.
No, let Sean go because I'm still thinking.
Yeah, that's good. Go ahead,
Okay.
Jared. No,
Sorry, Sean.
you know, it's funny as you go down and everyone's like, "Oh, that's incredible." I didn't know. I was just thinking of, well, I was thinking a couple things. The continuation of our maintenance of our staff and just keeping them, our team, kind of consistent. Although, did we hire Selena this last year? Rehired her. So okay, so made a change there. But I also was thinking about our sales tax revenue just continued to go up when you mentioned not raising property taxes, but because of our diverse or more diverse economy, we were able to weather this COVID situation, and you know, our people are coming to Covington to shop. So that's great.
Thank you. And then Jared and Beth, I'll give you an opportunity to offer one more if you like.
Yeah, I would, along kind of with everything else, I would just say maintaining our human services within our community and making sure that a lot of these programs maintain funding, or if they need help, that we've helped them out. And same with our small businesses, with all these grants that we were fortunately able to give them, or at least offer. So yeah, I think that would be one that I'm also impressed with.
And Beth, do you have one more
Oh,
accomplishment?
I have plenty, but we'll narrow it down. So I think this kind of falls a little bit in line with what Jeff had said, and I think it's the building the relationships higher up with state representatives and trying to get grant funding. While we have a larger city status, we are still a smaller city, and this is a unique time to be growing because there's so many other challenges in our region that perhaps a growing city 10 or 20 or 30 years ago didn't have to deal with. And so small but mighty, being able to get those grants so that we can buy the parks and help preserve property, or create these spaces for community gathering. I think that's probably one of our strong suits in an opportunity to continue to help grow and support our residents.
Thank you. At this time, let's welcome the leadership team to comment and add their perspectives on what were some major accomplishments of 2021. And then when we're done, anybody can jump in and add something that has not been articulated. And Regan, maybe I'll just call upon you first. I'm not going to call on people. I just want anyone to speak out. But as city manager, we could hear from you
Thank
first.
you, Jim. Everything mentioned's been wonderful, and Sean touched on it as well. But the hiring of Chief Roberts and Selena as our community development director, and as members of our leadership team, were just exceptional hires. It speaks to the quality of organization we have, that we're able to have people of their caliber wanting to be here and work here. And I just couldn't be happier with their exceptional leadership.
Okay, thank you. So any of you from the leadership team, feel free to jump in. Noreen, go ahead, please. Thanks.
Okay, well, let's see.
Thing just happened to me.
There.
I'm sitting next to, I'm sitting
I'm
on
a
the
little-
bar, and I see this guy.
There's a little bit of interference here.
Yeah, what was that? Okay.
Yeah.
The thing that I feel from an HR perspective was very, very impressive was the resiliency of staff. It was an extraordinary year, possibly even more so than the previous year with the effects of COVID. There was a return to work, but yet some departments were still affected by layoffs and shared work program. And all departments were affected by a continuous ongoing quarantine that ramped up toward the end of the year due to the Omicron variant. And then adapting so extremely well to remote working and continuing to carry out the different missions of the departments with a lot of vacant positions and a stall on filling them. So the fact that the year went so smoothly as it did with all these things in place, I think is amazing and speaks to the resiliency of our staff.
Well said, thank you. Anybody else from the team? Don, did you just put your hand up? Oh, Casey, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead, please?
So several of the council members have already stole my ARPA thunder, but I'm really excited about the ARPA funds that we received last year. But just for my department in general, we hired our senior accountant that had been vacant for almost two years. We were just getting ready to hire or to advertise when COVID hit in 2020. And so we pushed that off until 2021. So that was a big fill in our department. And just year to date, she's actively managing 25 grants. So it was great to get her on board. So that's mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Ethan, go ahead, please.
Morning, everybody. Yeah, I think there was a number of comments already just about how there are some great acquisitions for parks in 2021. But 2020, going back 2 years ago, was pretty devastating for operations for our athletic programs and events and the aquatic center. And so 2021 was nice to kind of see things starting to return to, I wouldn't say normal yet, but certainly on that trajectory. And I think that will just continue in 2022. So that's just very encouraging.
John, why don't you go next and then Megan?
Thanks. I just wanted to mention the deferred maintenance that we were able to do last year. I know it was a little over 200,000 to do some pavement repair, some sidewalk and grinding, but it was such a big help for maintenance, and a lot of it was there obviously because of the fact that it was deferred and with everything with COVID, as we've mentioned, but it was such a big boost to be able to do that and for them as well. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thanks, Don. Chief Roberts, and then Selena has her hand up after that.
Good morning. I have a couple of things. The first thing I wanted to say is that we were able to arrange for CPTED training this year. And that may not seem like that big of a deal, but I have actually been involved in attending CPTED training since about 2006. And I've worked for several different contracts of the King County Sheriff's Office. And it's fallen flat on its face every time I've brought it up. And I think it's really cool that the city of Covington has gone, this is a cool thing. This is something that we can do and we should be doing. So I really appreciate the way that the city has embraced a different approach to making the city more livable and combating crime. The other thing that we managed was moving into our new building, which was no small feat, and is going to, I'm sure, present some challenges in the future, but is also giving us a lot more space. So that's another cool accomplishment. And then the change and transition of course, losing Chief McCurdy and then the awesome add of Sergeant Easterbrook. So he's been a welcome addition, and I'm really appreciative of him being here.
He's here with us this morning, which is very nice. So I'm looking across my screen. Selena, your hand went up first, then Mark's, and then Carla's. So let's go in that order.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's so great to be here with you this Saturday. There's a couple things I just wanted to say. I came in the last 60 days of this year of 2021. And, the thing that I really recognized within those first 60 days that I appreciated coming in was one that you had all looked at your downtown code and you had really realigned yourself with the vision that you had for the downtown. And I just think from a planning perspective, that's a really healthy task, right? To kind of check ourselves, to align ourselves and adjust ourselves to where we want to go and make sure that we're in alignment. As the staff that implements that, that's really helpful to have cohesive alignment from your council on that. So I appreciate that. It's going to be exciting to see how that code unfolds as we start to use it. So I'm sure we'll be having more conversations in the future. The other thing too that I think is really great to come back and see is just the relationship with Lake Point. And just the desire to continue to support that project in the industries that will be building that project, right? Partnerships are a big deal. And I think you have all done a really good job to identify that. Just a little side is that in my past life, before I boomeranged back here, I was working in an agency that worked with 52 different cities, and partnerships were the hardest thing for them to navigate. And so it's really refreshing to come back here and just see the value that's added that this council has on our partnerships, our industries, our businesses, our staff, each other. It's really refreshing. And then the last thing that I just want to say is just that it's really good to be back, and I'm excited to see where our next strategies and visions and missions and goals take us. And so thank you for providing this space today. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. So Mark and Carla.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's nice to see you this Saturday morning. I'll keep my comments pretty brief here, but I'm incredibly proud of and happy for a couple of reasons, but one of which I've been with the city now for 2 years, starting on January 27th of this year, which is great. And through the course of those 2 years, I've noticed one thing that's really stood out is both staff, council, everyone in Covington, and this coming from the attorney, not only is everyone committed to doing it the legal way, but they're committed to doing it the right way with ethically doing it correct and doing it in ways that make sense. And I'm so impressed with the leadership from this city and from staff. And it makes my job as the lawyer very easy. And I really appreciate every single one of you. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Carla.
Hello. I was just going to say, I've been pretty impressed with what we've been able to accomplish as far as our public education and outreach in such a difficult time. We were able to implement a new e-newsletter. We actually implemented the mayor's meetups before the newspaper went away, although it was 2 years ago. We implemented the mayor's articles. We've increased our social media like crazy, and it's off the charts. So I think that the communication with the community, being able to maintain that and actually improve it during this time has been significant. And then Mark might appreciate that we finally able to come up with the social media policy for council and then launch council Facebook pages. So that's what I have.
Good. Krista, did you want to add anything before I call upon Regan, who now has his hand up? Okay, you don't? Okay.
Nothing from me.
Okay. Where'd you go, Regan? There you are.
I'm here. Did I move on you?
Yeah.
I just want to recognize too from the work of everybody, this last year, we became a much more nimble and efficient organization. We can move a lot quicker and get things done faster now through the use of some technology and different policies that we implemented within the organization. And I think that just speaks to our desire to progress and provide better services.
Good, thank you. Okay, so I just want to open it up to council members and leadership team members. Is there anything that has not been stated that you think is accomplishment of last year that has got to be put into our record? Okay, let's see. Beth, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think the forming of a new commission is an important step, and I think for lots of different reasons. Obviously, putting forward that we understand the diversity, equity, and inclusion, equity, cultural and social justice is the name of ours, right? So that could be something, either it's currently present or could be a topic that we'll need to continue to address and incorporate into our the way our city operates, the way we all engage with residents. And there's both the humanitarian side of that, but there could also be economic, I won't say benefits, but for our community to be able to move in that direction when it comes to grants or making our community more inclusive in general. It's a good first step.
Good, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, let me just ask you then, are there any lessons that you think are important to discuss briefly? Anything that, kind of like, what were the factors behind the successes? And there were quite a few of them you've identified. So I'm just kind of looking like lessons learned. And those lessons learned could even be in terms of any challenges that, let's say, are still not resolved. But what are you taking away from the year 2021 in terms of just not the list of accomplishments, but kind of any lessons?
Go ahead and go. I think a great lesson learned is that there's always a different approach. There's always a new way to do something, and there's always opportunity. And that, I don't want to sound all corny and full of hope and optimism, but essentially that's what it is. That even in challenging times, people can get creative and work together and figure it out. And a lot of times it's actually better than it was before, which is really exciting. And we are doing things better, and we continue to do things better given the challenges. And I'm excited about when we get to meet in person, and we'll still have people able to access meetings via Zoom. And I feel like we're just using the obstacles as just a way to get better.
Thank you. And Sean, I see your hand up.
Yeah, very similar to Jennifer, I think, and then kind of touching on what Joe said earlier, that our ability to adapt to this situation and use the new technology that we have to continue to operate the city. I think there's a incredible lesson that we have a very nimble staff and a very willing council to prioritize making sure the city continues to work and use the technology we have. So I think that was a great lesson this last year, that we can do these things and continue. Hopefully we don't have something even crazier this year, but yeah, we are a very talented group. So
good. Anybody else want to build on those two outstanding comments?
Build on them, because that is what we do. And one thing that I really appreciate is our ability to keep calm and continue governing. I think 2020 was probably the boot camp for that, but just having things thrown at us out of left field in many different areas, I really appreciate that everybody's autopilot goes on and it's not panic or become offensive or get offended. And we remain cool. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Christina. Anybody else? Okay, looks like we might be ready to move on to the next topic.
Did you want to hear from staff as well, Jim, on that one?
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah, I'm sorry if yes, I did. Everybody was welcome to join in.
Well, I just wanted to mention, I think it goes along with what I think it was Joe that mentioned about being virtual, not seeing each other in person. We had to be really intentional about connecting with each other, and almost I wouldn't I'm using over communicate, but I think because we did communicate so often and frequently and we're available, it feels like when we do see each other that we actually have been involved with each other in person, when in actuality we haven't. I just think that being intentional about connecting with each other in whatever way we could served us really well last year through getting through a lot.
Thank you. Good point. And anybody else? Council or leadership team? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so we should move on now. And one of the other things I so admire about the Covington City Council and staff in the years I've had the privilege of working for you is you actually finish things that you start and that you say you're going to do. So if you recall, 1 year ago today, approximately, the last Saturday of January 2021, you all took a look at the vision, mission, and goals and agreed that they needed to be refreshed or updated. And you spoke positively about what existed at the time, but you said times have changed and we need to move on. So I have heard from Regan and the leadership team and all of you on the council that went through a very systematic and strategic process this year, where you involved the commission members and the public and yourselves and set up different committees. And here you are today with having done a very good job and updating the vision, mission, and goals. And so today we're going to do a quick presentation to recap how far you've come. And then the question on the table is, can you reach agreement now on the work that you've done throughout 2021? And can this be kind of to a new vision, mission, and goals? So with that, I think I'm turning it over to you, Regan, to present
Yes,
that. I think we're going to post something up
share
on the
my
screen.
screen here, and we'll go through this. So yeah, Jim teed this up really well. As everybody knows, we held our workshop in October, which I think from everyone I heard from went really well, and they enjoyed being involved in that. And then out of the workshop, we developed 3 subcommittees. The one to develop the vision there. And so each subcommittee, we met as a whole, all of us, and kind of broke things up. And then each subcommittee met, and then we came together, I believe, twice after that to kind of finalize what I'll be presenting here today to you. So first is the vision. There in the orange writing, you can see the vision that was to engage community with economic strength, a healthy and safe environment, and exceptional services for all. And if you remember in the workshop, we talked about the vision being that thing that we're striving for, that when we've accomplished this, this is what we get in the end. And so I wanted to put a couple of notes on here from Lawrence, who is our facilitator at our workshop. He said, in essence, the colon, as I presented these to him, the colon serves as a kind of equal sign, almost like 2 sides of an equation, and really like that kind of formulation of Covington equals this vibrant, engaged, economic, health, and safe community for all. And then he also said, I really like each flow, especially with Covington set off by itself with the colon. So that for you is I can go through each one. Do have a couple of suggested edits that the council can consider. And so maybe if we talk about each one at the end, as opposed to as we go through it, if that works for everybody, we've got it set up that way. So next is the mission statement. And what we came up with as a subcommittee was forging up. One thing I wanted to note is just a kind of stylistic matter is something the council could consider is placing an and between strong and growing. So it would read forging opportunities for a strong and growing community. I talked with Lawrence about that. Of course, it's stylistic. He did say I do believe that's the best and appropriate reading for the mission statement, having that, including the and there. So that's something council can consider as well as anything else you want to edit or change in these. And then this is what the goals came up with and submitted to the subcommittee. A robust and resilient economy, socially vibrant destination, exceptional city services, and committed to health and safety. So you'll notice, and one thing I wanted to bring up here is committed to health and safety is grammatically somewhat different from the other three. It's not a real big deal, but if we wanted things to flow maybe a little better, we could add an article to it. So something like a commitment to health and safety. Though if we did that, it'd probably look better and flow better to add an A to the first and second goals as well. So those are a couple of suggested edits that council could consider. So as submitted by the subcommittee, this is what those goals are. Vision, mission, and goals. And then here they are with the minor changes in them. So that's it. I can, if council wants me to leave these up here, it might be good so you can read through these while we deliberate, or if you want me to take them down, I can do that as well.
I think, Regan, I'll just say, I think in this case, you should leave them up.
Yeah.
And kind of going back and forth. Of course, all the council members are not in the same order when I'm trying to look for you all, but I think that it's important to have this here. So maybe just to break this up, there aren't any changes at all to the vision statement. So I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that. You want to kind of accept that or agree to it separately or just the whole package, but that's not changed in any way from the way it was developed by, I think, the subcommittee and the way Regan has just presented it. Whereas you have options for the other two. Any comments then on the vision statement, Jeff?
I've been involved with the vision, mission, and goals since before I even got on council in 2004. And there's been some changes, there's been some major changes, but they've kind of stayed close to what we've always had. But I stepped back from this process because I wanted to see what everybody else's input was. And I have to tell you, looking at our new suggested vision and mission and goals, I'm excited. I really, really love what is being brought forward. As far as the vision, I love it. I personally don't have any changes, but I'm open to listening to what other comments might be. As far as the mission, I like adding the word and the same with the goals, adding the suggested changes that are on there.
Yeah, maybe we should just let Regan go to that other option. So Jeff, you're kind of endorsing this, all of this package.
I'm endorsing the minor revisions with the feedback. Yeah. I love what the team, that the three subcommittees did, the whole team. I really enjoyed the 2-day session that we had, and I love this going into it's like growing up in Covington. We've gone from the teenage years, now we're going into our 20s, and we're past our 20s. We're in our 20s and heading towards our 30s. So this is, I just love this.
Thank you. So, and I don't know if I saw everybody's hands in the right order, but I saw Jennifer and Christina first. So Jennifer, why don't you go, and Christina, and I think one or two of the other council members have their hands raised as well. So Jennifer.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I just a couple of comments. I like the word strength in the vision. I think what, we tend to see a lot when we're talking about economics is stability. And so I feel like strength is elevated from that economic stability standpoint. We're not just stable, we're strong. And I actually kind of see like the arms up when I'm reading it. I also like to see that strong down there in the mission, tying into what Jeff was saying. We're growing up, and strength is really important. We're not that we're not still fostering and nurturing, but we're actually becoming strong. And I don't remember that word forging from our workshop. I love that word in the mission. Forging is such, I don't know. It's just it's a great word, and it has so much visual meaning there. I love what the subcommittees came up with. I love the suggested changes. So I would be in full support of moving forward with that.
Great, thank you.
If I could just add something to Jennifer's comment, that forging word was one we debated quite a bit. We had talked quite a bit about cultivating, but it just felt like forging brought more strength to the table, and the emotions that it brings to the person as they read it. So thanks for noticing that.
I have validated your guys.
Oh, Jennifer, if you just knew how many times we went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But you know what? Thank you, Regan. As you were speaking, I was going, in order of reading what we came up to. And I loved our last meeting where we got together with everybody and came to what you previously showed us. And when you're in it for so long, sometimes you just have to step back and look at it one more time with a fresh head. And it immediately occurred to me that these changes need to happen. And then you just went in and made them. So thank you. I wholeheartedly love this. It was so difficult to get that mission statement into like 7 or 8 words. But I love this. There's nothing extra. There's nothing it's lacking. And there's a very clear vision, mission, and goals for the city of Covington.
Good, thank you, Christina. And so Joe, I see your hands up.
Yes, thank you. I have to say that when we talk about vision, mission, and goals, this might not win me any fans right now, but this is always my least favorite thing to do during the summit. I saw that, Jennifer. But it's because the changes we had always made were just simple stylistic, maybe change a word, add a comma, something. This though was fun because the meeting we had in October, the 2-day mini summit that I'll call it, that we had for this was really a lot of brain power to go through and see where we are, where we came from, and where we're going. And as the changes, the stylistic changes that we have here, I think this is perfect for where we're at now and for the next 5 to 10 years of where we want to be. And it might even be good for the next 20. But I know we'll make some minor changes annually, but I think this is perfect for us. So I want to commend the subcommittees for all their hard work on this, especially spending the hours upon hours figuring out the word foraging or forging, not foraging. Maybe both. I don't know. Who knows? There could have been some misspellings at one point. But I just say thank you for all the hard work, and I think this is wonderful.
What a nice endorsement. Thank you, Joe. So 3 of you have still to speak if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say I agree with the current or the revised version. So I think those changes are appropriate and acceptable. So, and I think what others have said about just laying out a clear kind of purpose for Covington over the next 5 to 10 years, I think it definitely helps to channel where our energy is going to go in all of our services. So, yeah, and I'll just say I appreciated the workshop as well. It was kind of an interesting exercise to try and go through this and figure out how everyone fits into these boxes. So I appreciate Regan organizing that for us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Beth, I see your hand up now.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, it was a fantastic process because I think one thing that I think did come out of this is that every single person regardless of what their role was within the city, we all had very similar goals. And this was, while the wordsmithing did take some time, what we've come up with is something that's extremely intentional. Everything has intent in this, every single word. There's a lot of energy behind it. You can actually, I can see the energy moving forward in everything that we've put on this. So one suggestion I might make, and it really isn't a deal breaker, I'm fine with this. I actually like the idea of removing the A on the first and second bullet, because I think that those first three bullets are an adjective with a noun, but that commitment, I think if we want to say a commitment to health and safety, that's the action, that's something that stands out from the other three. The poor exceptional city services look like in my mind, visually a kind of a stepchild, because it was the only one that didn't have an A in front of it. And it seems like it fits in with the other two. But that's just something that, again, it's grammatics. It's not, I like the idea of having a commitment. It seems like that's more of an action, an internal value that might be better standing out on its own with the letter A in front of it.
But you would actually just go back to the other version, just where the first two would start with robust and social, and you'd leave out the A.
Yeah, but then the fourth bullet, a commitment to health and safety, I think that change would be, and again, this is just.
Yeah, I think that's an easy change if that's something council wants to do as well. I really think either way, they're great. They speak to what we're wanting to do. So it's really just, I think, council's kind of stylistic approach on how they want it to look, and both ways are great.
Let's let Jared jump in first, since we haven't heard from him, and then we could try to whittle this down to an agreement.
I was trying to look at that as well. I don't mind. It's not a huge eyesore for me or anything. I like the way that it's presented with the minor revisions. And kind of what Beth was saying, you can feel the energy reading it. And I mean, that's everything on it is exactly what we've, been kind of striving for. So I would say with the minor revisions from the facilitator, but I'm not opposed to anything either.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just love that, Joe, for example, you said you think this is now fun, and that you're all so excited about the workshop you had and talking about energy and interest. And I also think it's very interesting that a couple of you commented on some of these words seem to indicate where the city is today, not just starting out, but growing and maturing, and therefore forging opportunities and all that. So I think there's so many interesting comments you've all made. I'm not hearing anybody say that, or maybe let's say, how do I say this positive? I think you're all saying that under the mission, you would say forging opportunities for a strong and growing community, which reflects the facilitator's suggestion. So I think we're okay with the vision and mission, but Beth offered the idea that you would take out the word A under those first two goals and then leave 3 and 4 as they are. And I'm just wondering, does anybody want to argue for keeping those words A in both of the first two, or are you all okay with her suggestion and we could move toward agreement? Jared, go ahead. Or maybe Jeff, do you want to go ahead? Sorry, Jared, did you mean to, were you trying to raise your hand again?
No.
Okay, then Jeff.
I can go either way, but I like having the word A for the first, second, and fourth goals, just because it kind of flows. To me, it flows going from the vision and mission, flows into the goals, having the A in there. But I definitely agree that the A, commitment to health and safety, definitely has to be in there.
Okay. Christina, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think I will agree with that as well. Visually, if we take the A's away from the first two, the first three will be incredibly short, and then this long A commitment to health and safety. The word exceptional is so exceptional that I feel like it doesn't need an A in front of it. When it may not at first glance be aesthetically as pleasing, but the moment you read it, you understand why. I would be happy with this. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anybody else? So Jeff and Christine are arguing for just keeping the A in the first two goals. Beth, you said you could live with either way, but you just made the suggestion to take those out. But anybody else want to just comment?
I just, not to throw a wrench into it, but I can see Beth's point about taking the A off the first two. If we were to leave the A's in there, I mean, what if you listed it as a robust and resilient economy, a socially vibrant destination, a commitment to health and safety, and then exceptional city services? Would that flow better? I don't want to redo all the work of what everybody has done up to this point. I'm not sure the reasoning behind listing the goals as they are in that order.
I like that.
Yeah, they can go in whatever order you want.
I think that would make more sense. I like that suggestion.
So three of you are saying you like that. It would just be a matter of, oh, thank you. I like that Regan's doing this for us right now. Moving exceptional city services to the fourth. I don't think you're intending to rank them. It's just this now would be a matter of a little bit more of a grammatical or stylistic flow, with the first three starting with A robust, A socially, and A commitment, and then you'd have exceptional city services. And I liked what Christina said about exceptional is an exceptional word, so it's strong and powerful. Joe, is that you? Do you want to add anything here?
I just wanted to agree. I think it's a good idea that if we just rearrange it that way, it looks aesthetically better.
Okay. And anybody else?
Looks like Carla's wanting to comment.
Thank you. I was going to actually open up to the staff, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of now scrolling through. So Carla, go ahead.
I was just going to say, at times we may not be looking at it visually on a poster or a sheet, and it may be something written. Like if I were to write a press release about this, I think it would read better with the A's in front of each. So if I were to say, on Saturday, City Council created their new goals, which were, and then I listed them, I think saying with the letter A first, it just makes more sense when you're reading it.
Thank you. I'm not trying to put myself in the role of arbitrator, but I don't think I see anybody from the council wanting to make any more comments. So it seems like this would be acceptable. I think you're all agreeing to this, the way it's now rewritten in front of us. A robust and resilient economy, a socially vibrant destination, a commitment to health and safety, exceptional city services. I hear not seeing any objections.
I was trying to find the little thumbs up in I don't see it as an emotion. So yeah, thumbs up.
I was just looking for the same thing back. I'm like, we don't have that option here. Darn it.
It was definitely an option in my skip meeting yesterday, and it was used a lot.
I just want to say again how much I really appreciate the hard work and commitment to everybody doing recreating our vision, mission, and goals. I just, like I said before, I'm excited. I love these what's being brought forward. I I commend everybody that was involved with this and appreciate everybody's input to bring this back.
Good. Let's end with that comment then. So I think you have agreement. And so congratulations. It's 9 o'clock, and this is the time that we were supposed to launch into this discussion. So we are running ahead, and we are scheduled for a break at around 9:30. And then at 9:40, we are scheduled to start talking about public safety, a conversation that's going to last nearly 2 hours. So I guess I would just say, do you want to take a break right now for 10 minutes, or should we just launch into public safety and then take our break as we were talking about, saying about a half hour?
I move that we take a break for 10 minutes because I don't want to take a break in the middle of a public safety discussion.
I agree.
Okay, so it's 9:02. Okay, it's 9:02. Let's come back at 9:12, and then we will launch into the public safety discussion. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Krista. So let me just start off by saying that one of the things I really appreciate about working with the council every year is the opportunity in December before the summit to talk with each of you individually. It's really a privilege to take some of your time and to learn more about you. And another interesting benefit is that I get to hear that you do have common interests when you're talking about a variety of different public policy challenges and issues. And as the agenda indicates here, I believe I heard that all of you do have an interest in providing a level of public safety services that is needed for this unique time where crime is rising and there are changes in policing. So all of you are united in trying to do what is right for the community in this public safety arena. So you are starting with that common interest. When you look at the agenda, there are quite a few questions here, and Regan and I talked about that a little bit. I think it reflects, though, what I heard from each and every council member. Because you are considering putting a measure before the public, you really want to do this correctly. You want to start by talking about, well, what are the problems and what are we currently doing about them? And what are the resources that we have available to us? And then are they adequate to address the future challenges and the trends, the problems as they may be 2 or 3 or 4 years from now? And then what would be the benefits of any additional funding? And what are the different options? So I really appreciated how all of you wanted to have a very systematic conversation today about this important topic, so that anybody who is following us from the public today or might listen to the tape would see that you had approached this very thoughtfully and strategically. So that's all I really want to say, but I commend you for giving me the direction that you see reflected in these questions. And I also want to say, having looked at the materials for 2 hours, this particular item for 2 hours on Thursday afternoon, I really commend the staff, because their presentation that you're about to hear addresses those questions in the order that you all asked them to be addressed. So I think that we're going to have a really good conversation over the next couple hours and on this topic. And the staff is setting an excellent stage for you then to have the conversation. So with that, I want to hand it over to Regan. And I just wanted to also ask, from a technical standpoint, Regan and Megan, do you want to be able to get through all the PowerPoint slides first, and then we'll open up the conversation, or do you want to take questions as each slide comes up and as we go along?
Good question. I'm going to turn over to Megan. She's going to start off, and I suspect, Megan, you're probably okay with just questions as they come up.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
And Megan, do you want me to run the PowerPoint for you and you can just tell me when to move it along?
Yes, please. That would work much better.
Okay, sounds good.
There we go.
Maybe. Okay, is that showing?
I can see it.
Okay. Casey, all right, go ahead and just tell me. Yes.
It could be a little bit bigger unless I'm just, it's my
Casey, put it in presenter mode.
Yeah, this is your screen you're sharing.
Should be up at the top under display settings, I believe.
Like that?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect.
That looks perfect. Thank you, Casey.
Yep.
So obviously this is our presentation on public safety. You can go ahead and move along to the next slide, please. I'm going to start with an overview of how things are. I turned off my cam. I put my camera screen down, didn't I? I'm sorry. Hang on. There we go. Is everything okay now? You can
Yes,
see
it
me
is.
on the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. All right. So here's a quick overview of the third quarter crime stats for the city of Covington. Overall, crime in the city is on the rise. There was a substantial increase in crimes against persons in July. This does correlate with the legislative changes that have been really challenging for us. Commercial burglaries have also increased substantially. This spike has continued and probably worsened into early 2022. Vandalism is up in the city, and I would say graffiti is a good portion of that. Auto theft has increased. Property crimes have increased overall, but do not seem to have had the same substantial spike that the crimes against persons did. Auto parts and accessories has doubled, and I would say that that is in large part thanks to the catalytic converter thefts that are plaguing the region and probably a majority of the country. Next slide. Property crimes, especially retail theft in the city, are grossly underreported. That's one of the things that's really important to understand. A lot of our retailers, the larger they are, the less likely they are to even call us if they have a shoplift. And a lot of them actually have policies that either limit substantially or prevent them from reporting any of their retail theft to the police. This picture that is below may be familiar to you guys. It's from a recent shoplift emphasis that Deputy Job and Deputy Tarp did. And the unfortunate part of this is it does bring a lot of attention to the issue, but this is probably a realistic look at a day in the life of one of the retailers in the city. This is a normal day for Fred Meyer. And that's, to me, kind of a staggering statistic. And I think it's important for us to understand that we as police aren't even seeing a fraction of what's being stolen from our city on a regular basis. Next slide, please. And with that, I did have to say, is there any good news? Because my first few slides weren't overly positive. So despite a record-setting year for homicides in King County, Covington we do not have a lot of violent crime, and that's awesome. We do have a fair amount of property crime, but it's still quite a bit lower than our neighbors. And we did some comparison studies, and it was actually nice to see that even though sometimes we may feel like we're a little bit more like some of our neighboring cities, we really aren't even holding a candle to them with crime statistics. And the other good news about a property crime is that they are usually crimes of opportunity and convenience. And crimes of opportunity and convenience are the most likely to be positively impacted by crime prevention strategies, because if you make it less opportune and less convenient, people are less likely to commit those crimes. Next slide, please. So moving on to some of the things that are challenging for us as police officers, I'm going to start off by talking about our courts a little bit. So our misdemeanor cases go to our Covington court and are handled by our own prosecutor, Ivor Gunderson. But anything that is deemed to be a felony has to be sent to the King County Prosecutor's Office. All of those cases are subject to their filing standards, and it is really hard to get them to take any property crime seriously at all. So while they are the biggest thing plaguing our city, it is to them as soon as we go to the prosecutor's office, we are little fish in a big pond with our little kind of small potatoes property crimes. For example, theft is based on a monetary value. There's no other consideration for how impactful the crime was or wasn't. The Revised Code of Washington says that anything over $750 is a felony theft. the King County Prosecutor's Office will not file a felony theft charge unless it's over $2,000. Even with that in mind, our detective, we only have one detective, is getting a substantial number of declines that say things like COVID. I'm not really sure what COVID actually has to do with not being able to file a case, but
Megan, let me jump in there. What she means by a decline, she touched on it a little bit up there, is when we submit these cases to the King County Prosecutor's Office, they'll decline them. And Megan, can you share what percentage they're roughly declining to prosecute of what we submit?
yes, thank you for jumping in and correcting me. I have a bad habit of using cop jargon that doesn't make sense to anybody that's not a cop. I apologize. Our detective says that he's getting about a 70% decline rate. And for it to be assigned to our one detective, it has to be a felony level. We don't have the resources to do follow-ups on misdemeanors. I do have and Adam and I have a pretty high bar with our deputies, and we do require our patrol officers to do quite a bit of follow-up on the misdemeanors just so we can charge them whenever possible. But the felonies, I'll go to our one detective. And it's really hard with cameras. It's really hard with people not wanting to assist in prosecution. It's really super hard with face masks to identify people. So in the rare case that we are actually able to jump through all of those hoops and find a case that we are able to send to the prosecutor's office, more likely than not, we're getting declines on a lot of them, which is really frustrating because they're just saying, for whatever reason, a lot of times they are traditionally used to say that they're legally insufficient. But like I said, now there's a lot of times it just says due to COVID, we're not filing the case.
So to kind of sum that up, about 70% of our felony charges that we're submitting to the county are not being prosecuted.
Correct. And a substantial number of the felony cases that occur in the city don't actually ever get to the point where they're a chargeable case.
Question. So is that the felony cases we're putting forward, that's the $750 or above, or is that the $2,000 or above?
That's only $2,000 and above. Thanks.
So
for
we're
the
putting the
question.
$2,000 and above, and we're getting 70% of those rejected.
Correct.
What of the what differentiated the 30% that they did go forward with?
That's a great question.
Okay.
I don't really have the answer to that. I'm not sure which ones get the COVID stamp and which ones. It's kind of case by case basis. And
Right.
I'll let Sergeant Easterbrook jump in. He's got far more recent detective experience than I do and can probably fill some of this in.
Yeah, so the 70 and 30, that's all felonies. So it's not just theft. So another example of the filing standards would be for stolen cars. If we catch somebody inside of a stolen car, they have to essentially admit that they knew it was stolen, or we cannot get the prosecutor's office to charge it. So you can find evidence such as a damaged ignition, the fact they tried to flee from us, and the prosecutor's office still will not accept that as knowledge. Knowledge is not written into the RCW, it's merely possession. And so the prosecutor's office, since I've been here, has declined almost all of the stolen car cases that we've put forward, where we've caught people inside the car. So that's the type of thing the prosecutor's office does. So that they just say, well, we've written a higher standard than is in the law, and it doesn't meet that standard. And then no charges can be filed at all, so that the whole case gets dumped on for that type of thing.
Thank you.
It looks like Joe has a question too, or comment. Joe?
Okay, this is more of comment / question. A, what's wrong with our prosecutor's office? And B, what can we do to get them to actually start prosecuting these crimes that you guys have done the work on and have followed every obstacle and climbed over every hurdle that they've put in front of you to actually prosecute these cases? Because I'm not going to lie to you, if someone steals my car, I want to see them arrested and tried. If someone steals from my house, I want to see them arrested and tried. The only thing stopping them seems to be our prosecutor's office. What can we do? And have they started? I know we technically legalized drugs last year. Are they the ones using them all? I'm sorry, this is kind of irritating and frustrating.
I'll jump in because I don't think we should answer some of those questions. But
You know what? You can call me and answer them if that's what you want to do.
I will say that to effectively change countywide policies, it's going to take more than it's going to take a concerted effort from a lot of cities and a lot of elected officials that come together on an issue and are able to affect change at the county level. These aren't issues. Covington is not alone in dealing with these. Every city is dealing with these same issues in King County. Some are okay with it. Some don't have a problem with it. Some do. And so I think to answer your question is how do we affect that change? It's got to be through a coalition of like-minded elected officials that want to see change.
Do we know why they're not doing it? I mean, when I don't necessarily just point blame to the last person holding the buck, there's likely some underlying issues, either with the laws that's currently written, staffing, places to put these people. I mean, there's so many layers. I'm curious if we have an idea of what some of those layers look like, rather than just putting blame in a certain spot, because that's ultimately not going to fix anything.
All those, I'll let Megan jump in here, but you're right on, Jennifer. All of those issues are issues that have been produced and mentioned as part of it. But Megan, you might have some more on that.
Yeah, I was going to completely agree. It is all of those things. It's not wanting to put people in facilities. It's applying different laws and the law changes, and they have severe limitations. I know that starting prosecutors, at least several years ago, last time I was aware of it, they made a lot less than a police officer starting out, and they had just the astronomical caseload. So they are also underfunded and don't have a lot of resources. There are a lot of layers to the problem. And while they are definitely a piece of the puzzle, there's a lot to unwrap there as well.
Regan and Megan, I think Beth has a question for you too.
Well, I guess it's less the question and more of a comment. I think I agree exactly with what Jennifer had said, and we all realize it's a multi-pronged approach to any problem that we're trying to solve, and what we can do within the confines of our city, or how we have to collaborate. But I also, I think there's also the piece to figuring out how we can encourage. There seems to be a couple of camps, and some of them are of the camp of, if somebody's committing these crimes, that the only thing we can do is to punish, right? And there needs to be some restitution, but coming at it from a human services standpoint as well, I know that there's been times when we had caught shoplifters in our store, and a year later they come back to our loss prevention officer and say, thank you, that's the best thing you could have done for me, because it really made me look at my life, right? So I think there has to be multiple ways that we look at what's causing the problem, and looking at multiple benefits for making sure that we're making changes that need to happen, so that everybody can feel safe and supported in our communities.
I would agree. And I think there's a big push to move towards using social services for rehabilitation and to reduce recidivism. The problem that I'm seeing in King County is that everybody says, let's not put them in the criminal justice system. Let's give them all these social resources, except for that most of those resources don't exist in this county or this state. And so then we're just left with mentally ill people, unfortunately, living under bridges in Seattle, and people not getting addiction help that they need or held accountable, and just nothing happens. So we're just in this vacuum where nothing happens. All right, any
Yeah,
more?
looks
Moving
like
on.
you could proceed. Yeah, I think you can.
Okay. All right. And I kind of got down onto the bottom of the slide already without meaning to, but mental health and other considerations, we are required by law to take that into account when we decide whether or not we're going to charge or arrest somebody. And then again, what I was just talking about with social services not existing with the Blake decision, drugs of all kinds are essentially legal in this state right now. We are required by law to refer somebody to social services twice before we can charge them with possession. The entity that we are required by law to refer them to twice does not exist. So we can't do anything. We also had another relatively substantial possession case that Detective Wilson filed as possession with intent to deliver. I can't remember, maybe Adam remembers how much it was, but it was a substantial amount of meth. It was a lot more than personal use. And he sent the case in asking the King County Prosecutor's Office to file it for possession with intent. And they again declined. And he said, okay, so how much methamphetamine would a person have to have for a felony case to be filed for possession with intent to distribute? And the chair's answer was, and I quote, maybe I'd think about it if it was a kilo. So
Megan, let me, if you don't mind, kind of talking a little bit more about the mental health evaluations officers have to do when confronting someone.
okay, so we had some, obviously all of the law changes this with the last legislative session. And when we can't use force if we don't have probable cause, we can't put our hands on anybody right now, or at least there's a lot of controversy about what these laws exactly mean, but that is our direction and our understanding of it. So if we go to somebody's house and that person is in a mental health crisis, we are no longer even allowed to put our hands on them to get them onto a gurney to get them to the hospital if they need to go to the hospital. And that has created a lot of challenges. Even if we do have probable cause for a crime, we are required per the statute to take into consideration the special circumstances that that person might be under. And that includes all kinds of stuff like drug addicted or in a mental health crisis, et cetera, et cetera. And the legislature was really unclear about what they meant by special considerations and that we needed to take that into consideration. And the way that I'm understanding it is essentially to mean we really don't want you to arrest people for really low level crimes, which on the surface I understand, but it can also create a lot of really challenging situations. One of the ways it comes up is that multi-care, when you've got somebody there that refuses to leave and they're in a mental health crisis and they're causing a huge disturbance in the middle of the hospital. At this point, we're not able to help. We can go and we can talk to them, we can attempt to de-escalate, but as far as actually taking any legal action, that's essentially not happening at this point.
Thank you, Megan.
Yep. All right, moving on, next slide, please. So then on to King County, Covington Police Department staffing issues. I think we're all rather aware right now that King County Sheriff's Office is struggling to hire and retain any deputies. This appears to be getting worse, not getting better. Obviously, we're feeling the vaccine mandate impact, and it's my understanding, I don't know exactly where the final number is going to be, but there's estimated to be probably close to another 50 losses with the sheriff's office. So that is going to put the sheriff's office at absolute crisis staffing levels. There is still a lot of debate on the sheriff's office about how those losses are going to be absorbed and how much that impact the contract cities will be expected to absorb. The new sheriff also announced, and has actually changed it a little bit since I wrote this, but she has ended mandatory backfill. So in the 22 years I've been on the sheriff's office, we've always had staffing minimums for districts. About close to 2 years ago, the city of Covington went to a 2-officer minimum. So that creates that expectation that at all times we would have at least 2 officers on duty in our city. If somebody takes a vacation day, we post it, we obviously try to get a volunteer to work the backfill overtime. But if we don't get one, because our minimum is 2, we've been able to force somebody to work a shift extension or come in early to fill that spot so that we always have a minimum number of officers in our city. The sheriff initially said that she was going to disallow us to mandate to backfill, which would just force us to run empty. But she has since actually changed that a little bit and has said that it is at the sergeant's discretion to figure out whether or not to force a hired officer to stay at work or run any of the work sites understaffed.
Megan, at this point, can you take a comment or question
Sure.
from Joe?
Yep.
Thank you, Chief. My question really is, with the loss of another 50 deputies, what does that impact in our area, like also the Covington, Maple Valley, and we'll include SeaTac into this as well, as they're kind of close, SeaTac Burien, since they're 2 of the other close contract cities. What does that do for service levels there? How many deputies from each of those areas are we going to be losing?
Well, the sheriff's office has held the numbers of who's losing who where really close to the cuff. So I don't actually have that information.
Okay.
But I will say that last Sunday, so I will say this precinct area that serves us, we have unincorporated areas. We have the city of Covington, we have the city of Maple Valley. We have actually the Muckleshoot is on our air. And then we have Newcastle on this particular radio channel and that is served out of our collective precinct area. Okay. And so the way it normally looks is we've got 2 officers at least in the city of Covington. We've got 2 in Maple Valley, and then we've got 8 that are working in the unincorporated surrounding areas, and then 1 in the Muckleshoot contract and 1 up in Newcastle. Last Sunday, we had, I want to say Sergeant Easterbrook came in and actually worked patrol because we were short in the city, but he's been doing that a lot lately. And they were down 2 bodies in unincorporated. So instead of having 8 bodies, there were 6. And then weren't able to get anybody in the city of Newcastle because they actually they have a police department of 11 and they lost 3 officers over the vaccine mandate. So the city, we tend to, when something big happens, that group of officers works together. If we have a big incident in the city of Covington, you'll get our 1 or 2 Covington officers, but you also get a Fairwood car, maybe a Maple Valley car or 2, and we come in and we work together. But when we're taking in, we are collectively reducing the numbers. It's going to maybe not impact necessarily response times to paper calls, but it's really going to impact the number and the way that we can respond to larger in progress incidents, because we're just going to have less cops on the road.
And if I could just add to that, like Megan said, Joe, we don't know what percentage each contract city is losing, but department wide throughout the county, I believe, Megan, isn't it between 20 and 25% vacancies that we'll have come end of February?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yeah. So that's, a quarter of the department.
Well, thanks for making my morning that much better. But no, Chief, thank you for that information. That's good to know. It's good to know. I appreciate that. And yeah.
And now Christina and then Beth have their hands up too. So Christina, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. I'm almost speechless because this is it's piling on and it's piling on, and it's not piling on in 1 month. It's been piling on over years, this bad news and this lack of return on our investment with the King County Sheriff's Department. And I just want to throw this out there. It's far-fetched. It's not very well thought out, but I don't understand why we're still under their umbrella. I mean, I do, but if we got really creative and just chose a different umbrella, maybe one that doesn't exist anymore, but with the appropriate conversations one that potentially could exist. Not everybody contracts under King, not every city does. And joining forces with someone who is more in line with our view, with our policy on public safety. If it's totally impossible, then I'm shooting for the stars, but I would much rather shoot for the stars and somewhere really high in the sky. But just food for thought. If there's a different umbrella under which we can contract, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
I'm taking a note of this too, so that when we get back and we're talking about options, maybe that could come back up again. So Beth and Sean, you now have your hands up as well. So Beth, you've had yours up a little bit longer.
Great, thank you. Yeah, exactly what Christina said. And I know that there's been talk and you know, it sounds like we might be in that moving towards figuring out what other options might be. I also have to wonder if there's an opportunity to incorporate some of the folks that have or will soon lose their positions, incorporate them into the city in some form or fashion so that they are still gainfully employed and can still continue to make those connections with our community. Exactly what Christina said, but in the meantime, what can we do? Is there anything we can do?
Sean, why don't you go ahead and then maybe we'll let Megan and Regan respond.
Yeah, I'll just let her continue. I think what this is pointing out is that we do, I think we should spend a fair amount of time talking about what our options are and what we should do. I mean, I'll just put it out there and second what Christina and Beth said. I think we do. By this time next year, we should have a plan for creating Covington's own police department. So I think we should look at that. It's becoming obvious that the current model is creating some difficulties, and at a minimum we need to continue to ensure we have a safe community and in one that is not open or attractive for these kind of petty crimes. So if there are things that we control, we should look at that. But also, as Jennifer said, these are multi-pronged, multi-cause problems. So I think it's going to be, at the end of this year, I would like to see the staff look at a public health or public safety strategy that includes, different levels of things that the city can't control, but also what can our citizens do? What can our businesses do? What can we encourage the prosecutor to do? And then if we need to start pushing with AWC and others to start addressing these things too, I think we have to do that.
I'm taking a note of this so when we start talking about options, we can come back to these ideas. Anything else before Jeff? I see your hand up too.
Politics aside, I am definitely leaning towards what everyone's been saying about looking at the options of forming our own police department, whether that's a Covington centric or if we join forces with some of our other contract cities to get them to to join forces. But besides that, we should also look at prosecution if we need to change that as well, and how we can move forward with that. I'm not sure how much that entails with the King County Prosecutor's Office, if we can take some of that and prosecute more of it on our own. But we've got to start looking at our options, because having somebody else control what we can and cannot do in our own city to help our own cities and businesses is getting way out of hand.
Okay, well, it sounds like 4 of you are looking at a couple different types of options. And so again, we will be coming back to that in just a little while. But Megan, why don't you proceed and we can get through your presentation.
Okay. Let's see, where was I? Staffing issues, of course. Repeat offenders. We have a trespasser at Fred Meyer who just gets out of jail and trespasses constantly, and that is cool. And it's important to understand, again, I'm going to back up. I want to state that we do have a new prosecutor for the city, Ivor Gunderson, and so far he's doing a great job. Our bigger issues with prosecution tend to be on the higher dollar value crimes that have to go to the King County Prosecutor's Office. We do have more control with the cases that we can send to our prosecutor, and there is certainly some stuff that we could potentially do, and potentially some codes that we could pass that could be passed that would potentially allow other options for prosecution. Back to the petty crimes, and it's one of those things that when you look in the big sea of all of the crime happening in King County, a trespass case is really hard to get somebody to take seriously, because it's just like, I'll use one specific example. We've got a transient that's got a severe addiction issue that just keeps going into Fred Meyer, and he gets out of jail and he goes into Fred Meyer, and it's blatant, it's obvious. He shoplifts all the time. He steals receipts, he picks them up, and then he goes and finds the items and then goes and returns them to get the cash. And it just, in the grand scheme of things, is this a big deal? No, it's not. But it's really, for Fred Meyer, it's become a big deal. And it was even with our prosecutor, and this was our former prosecutor who recently retired. She really struggled even in our Auburn District Court to get him held any of the times that we arrested him repeatedly. And then when she was finally able to get him held in Score Jail after several arrests, there was a confusing day at court and the guy got arrested. So that's just kind of some of the frustrations that we deal with. The little things that sometimes can be a big deal to one of our retailers or a resident or something like that can be really difficult to get attention, because they're a really low level crime, and trespass can be very, very tricky. And then I do want to say that it's really important to differentiate between crime and criminalizing a person's circumstance. I think that's super important to recognize. And I know that we do get some frustration from community members who call and say, there's a homeless person, or there's a crazy person, or there's a whatever. We're not going to go hassle somebody just because they don't have a roof over their head or have some mental health issues. Next slide, please. So in Washington State, the only crime that can potentially be prosecuted without a living victim willing to assist in prosecution is domestic violence, and that happens very rarely. So most cases require somebody to assist in prosecution. That means that somebody has to agree in writing to go to court and testify if the case goes to trial. Cases actually rarely go to trial these days, but if we don't have somebody willing to sign that statement and give us a statement and stay and participate in the process, we're not allowed to proceed. We had in fact, we had an interesting circumstance this summer right after the new laws. I think it was this summer when the new laws took effect. That was kind of a perfect storm with nobody assisting in prosecution and the new laws. We had a nude male running up and down Seuss Creek Trail on a sunny Saturday. Obviously, you can imagine the disturbance that was causing. He was clearly in a mental health crisis, but he was freaking out and running anytime any of the officers got anywhere near him, and we couldn't touch him. So he kept running off, and we had to just let him run off and continue to run up and down the trail. So we got several calls, and he was jumping in and out of people's cars, but he wasn't stealing anything. He wasn't damaging anything. None of the people would stay. There is a crime of indecent liberties, but somebody has to legally be offended, and somebody has to be willing to assist in prosecution and give us a statement. Nobody was willing to. So we let the guy continue to run up and down the trail because we had legally no alternative. So the guy actually turned up at the cemetery about a half hour later. He'd crawled into somebody else's vehicle. And of course, that person still didn't want to assist in prosecution. So again, we had no crime. We couldn't put our hands on the guy to get him onto the gurney. So I'm gonna throw MPO Dave Sisna out here because he did a phenomenal job. The guy actually armed himself with a screwdriver at one point, but Dave caught on to the fact that the guy kept jumping into people's vehicles. So what Dave did was he opened the back door of his police car, locked all the other doors, and the guy crawled right in it. So Dave then closed the door, called the fire department. The guy, it was when it was really hot. The guy and Dave had a bunch of water bottles in the back seat of his car, and the guy actually doused himself with about 20 bottles of water. We called the fire department. We explained the new laws to him and said, we can't touch him. And they said, okay. So they got together, they got the gurney ready, waited till AMR was there. They got the guy on the gurney, and the fire department was able to get the guy to the hospital for the medical care that he needed. Anyway, so that's my really good example of how the new laws and people's reluctance to assist in prosecution can be really problematic for us. Councilmember Porter.
Yeah, thank you. So that brings up a question to me then. Is it okay if somebody's going through when somebody's going through a crisis in that scenario, other first responders that aren't wearing a police badge, are they allowed to facilitate that person getting help in that way, getting them onto a gurney, taking them where they need to go, where they might be able to get some assistance?
I don't think they're allowed to put their hands on anybody either.
Okay.
So the fire department can.
The fire department can.
Yes.
Okay.
But they're not necessarily going to go chase somebody down, or they usually call us whenever they think that anything's going to be squirrely at all. And there's been some growing pains with us, with the fire department, with the adjustment and the new laws with what we can and can't do, because it really shifted the expectation and the dynamic between both of us. And so yes, they absolutely can put their hands on people and assist them getting them on the gurney. But with this guy, it's a great example because, you know, he saw a uniform and he was running off. And it was, I'm really thankful that we have the experience of people like Dave Sisna in our city who were able to think, who's able to think on his feet and think through that and bring that to a great resolution.
Great. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity there to help with some of those types of scenarios in the future, so that it gets maybe it gets nipped in the bud sooner than later, so it doesn't carry on all day with all of these, resources.
Yeah, and that's where, I'm sorry I cut you off, but that's where we are kind of lacking in the social services to support us on that end, to kind of help prevent things from becoming as volatile as they can be at times. And again, I mentioned this earlier, some corporate policies prohibit assisting in prosecution, and if somebody's not going to call us and tell us or assist once we get there, then there's nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. Next slide, please, Casey. So what can we do? We could hire more officers to address shortages and identify a stable, sustainable funding source. That's obviously got some challenges. And another thing that we can do that I think that will be an awesome way to address a little bit of it is design out crime and apply the CPTED principles, which I'm sure you guys have all heard about plenty from me at this point. CPTED principles are most effective at combating the crimes of opportunity. And if we get those crimes of opportunity under control and address them, then we won't have to worry as much about progressing into having a rise in violent crime. And the city is hosting CPTED training from February 21st through 24th in conjunction with St. John the Baptist. We partnered with them because the church has a very large space and we'll be able to get as many people in there as possible, but social distance and be respectful of all the COVID protocols, because we really want to be able to have as many people there as we can. We are going to have several city staff members in attendance and have also extended invitations to a lot of members of the community. Another thing we can do is set the example for the community. We need to be applying CPTED principles and maintenance standards to our city property to the extent that we can. And that's going to solve problems for us as well. And encouraging grassroots efforts, because we have to partner with the community on this. A lot of things that I've seen go really well in other cities, and that work really well in this city, is when we partner with with the community and our businesses to do things together. Like we've got the Clean Safe Welcome program. I think that has a lot of potential, and I'm really excited to see that grow and see where it goes. Next slide, please. We have also just released, and I think you guys have heard about alternate call handling. This is one of the proposed solutions from the King County Sheriff's Office to address our staffing shortage. So online reporting will only be available, will be the only option for the crimes and incidents listed below on the slide. We went along with this, but I added the caveat. The King County Sheriff's Office stance is that if one of these things happened, you will file an online report, period. No option to get an officer or get a phone call from an officer. I added the caveat that if the person is disabled or there's some other substantial reason that they can't do an online report, I think we really need to be making sure that they get serviced, because well, for obvious reasons. Next slide, please. So another thing that we can do is addressing recidivism and finding ways to address those, the little ones, especially, that we can control. We don't have as much control over the larger cases unless we find ways to file them in our misdemeanor court, which is an option that could be potentially explored. We could create a repeat offender program with our prosecutor. That would be something that we'd have to talk to Ivor about and bring him on. We could establish a community court, which is something that's been done in Burien, to bring social services in to the courtroom and make them more readily available to people. And another thing that could be considered that I have talked to Black Diamond about a little bit is Black Diamond actually has their own court that they run in their city council chambers. And Ivor Gunderson, our prosecutor, is actually the same prosecutor that works for the city of Black Diamond. So those are some options that I have thought of that could potentially address some of where we're at. And another thing that I wanted to talk about is distinguishing our city from our neighbors and letting people know that they're in Covington and they're not in Maple Valley or Kent or Auburn. And I think that one of the most blatant examples that I've seen in my life, and it has spanned my lifetime, is Seattle versus Bellevue. I know a lot of you, I'm not the only one here that grew up in the city. When I was a child, every Christmas, you went to Seattle, especially when Fredericks was still open. Downtown Seattle was a beautiful place, and there wasn't a Santa that wasn't the Frederick Santa. And Seattle started to change, and Fredericks closed, and crime started to rise, and people didn't feel as comfortable taking their families to Seattle anymore. Well, the city of Bellevue Downtown Business Association saw a golden opportunity, and they struck gold. They started with Snowflake Lane, and now where does everybody go for Christmas? Nobody goes to Seattle any longer. Bellevue really grabbed a lot of money. That was a huge money grab. And they've done a lot, they've grown a lot, and they've done that through keeping their city safe and attractive to everybody. I think that's about it for me. Next slide. Do I have any more? Oh, that's it for me.
Maybe I can suggest, before we go on to funding with Casey, is there anything that council has about the policing issues that Megan's gone through? Jennifer?
I just want to say thank you to Chief Roberts. My brain is, I'm just sitting here absorbing and thinking through all of this and taking notes, and have lots of things rolling around. So I want to say thank you for this very detailed presentation. I've been hearing a lot about the law changes from my husband, because he runs a store in Tukwila. That is a giant store. And so I'm hearing a lot of this from him. And so to hear you talk about how it's really relating to Covington and these specific examples of dealing with people is not great news. But just thank you for all of this. It's very enlightening.
You're welcome.
And Beth has a question or comment too.
Yeah, just quickly, for the CEPTED training, can you remind me, I know that I've heard you mentioned it in other conversations. Is there a sign up list for that for people that want to do the week-long one at St. John's, or is there, if somebody's interested in attending, what's the process?
Contact either myself or Sergeant Easterbrook or Krista or the chamber. The chamber has actually advertised it for us as well, but just get in touch with us. We've got plenty of room in the class, and it's a big commitment, but it's a wonderful course. And I've been to it before, and I've actually been to several trainings by this agency, and I think they're phenomenal.
We've also opened it up to some other cities to see if they want to send some staff over as well. We can have up to 50 people in the training.
Great, thank you.
Christina, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I have a physical hand up. So when Andy was still around, I think we had this training and then COVID happened. And so I definitely did sign up. I just wanted to go on the record, Krista, if you are definitely one of the people to contact on this, I'm very interested. It just got pulled, the plug got pulled last minute because of COVID. So thank you.
I'll make a note of that. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have one more question actually related to the thing.
Okay, Jennifer, thanks.
Sorry, I put my hand back up, but wasn't sure if it was obvious. Have we considered inviting maybe our arts chair to this training? When I hear about it, especially with the ideas about using, statues that, kind of represent human forms, and I just think it would be helpful to have someone there from the arts to see, especially as they're working with CDISC, some ideas where they could pull in these ideas and governing principles into arts as we move forward.
I don't think they've been invited, but I think that would be a great idea. I love bringing arts into, and that's one of my favorite parts, frankly, of CEPTED is how well it works with art and tying crime prevention and beautifying a city in with local public art. I think is just really cool.
It is a really good idea, Jennifer, and just kind of our philosophy with this is we wanted to get as many people into this training that can help one, either make some changes on their own property or business, but also that can help train other people. So this training is, like Megan mentioned, a 40-hour certification type training, right? It's the entire week. But what we're going to do from that is we're going to have many of our planners in community development, a lot of our police officers, all certified now in CEPTED. And what we can do from that is condense that 40-hour training down to a 1 or 2 hour thing that we've already been working through CDISC. They're going to provide open houses to help people catch the basics of it and make simple changes around their properties to prevent crime.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think that arts needs to be in there for all 40 hours, but I definitely think that they could benefit from some specifics. Thank you.
And Beth, you have your hand up now too.
Yeah, and then just to tag on to that too, I think there are several other commissions that would really benefit from this, the Planning Commission, possibly Parks, where they're actually, they might be making considerations for elements in moving forward. So I think it would be great to be able to include everybody that might want to come. More the better. Later, after, not the 40-hour, but the ones down the road.
Cool. Okay, so should we move on to Regan and Casey for the funding piece of this discussion?
Casey will take it from here.
All right, so funding. So just a quick recap of kind of how we got here. During our last summit, we kind of narrowed down the different options for public safety funding. And we had kind of wrapped our arms around this public safety sales tax that we were planning on potentially moving forward with a ballot measure. So I'll kind of go over how this one works, just to refresh your memory, and then I'll still go over the alternative funding sources that are available to you. So for the public safety sales tax, just kind of a quick summary, that this is a sales tax that's up to 0.1%. The revenues are partially restricted, and what that means is at least 1/3 of the revenues must be used for criminal justice and or fire protection. The remainder can be used for any city purpose. The revenue is shared with the counties. So right off the top, the county gets 15% of those revenues, and the remaining 85% goes to the city. There's a couple exemptions, just I thought I'd mention the motor vehicle sales and the first 36 months of motor vehicle leases are exempt, so we wouldn't receive any sales taxes on those. It does require a voter approval. This one can only go during a primary or a general election, and it's approved by a simple majority vote. The net revenue that we would anticipate to receive is about $440,000 annually, and that's after the 15% for the county has already been removed. And just an increase, if we did the full 1% would equate to about 10 cents on a $100 purchase. So I just will mention though, if we're looking at potentially hiring police officers with these funding, a police officer right now is about $216,000 for a patrol officer. So just to put it in some perspective of what we could purchase with those dollars. Any questions on that? Okay. And so these are alternate funding sources that we have, and this slide might look familiar. We used this during the last summit. So first I'll just go over some revenue sources that are completely unrestricted and can be used for any governmental purpose. So first we have an admissions tax. Ethan might be trying to get to me by just mentioning this one. We're currently looking at this one and anticipating using it for arts, but I'm just throwing it out there because we have not earmarked those funds quite yet. So this is just a source that we can have. We can do up to 5% of admissions. Then the next one we have is a business and occupational tax, which is not a popular tax with our businesses, but I'm just putting it out here. We can go up to 0.2% of gross receipts. We do estimate that this one bring in an estimate of $2 million annually at that full 0.2%, but would probably require some additional staff time in the finance department to manage it. There's also some things like business license head taxes. These are normally business licenses that some cities generate through variable license fees based on criteria such as number of employees, hours worked, type of businesses, or square footage. This is above and beyond our normal business license fee that the city currently has in place. Again, just a couple other unrestricted revenue sources, levy lid lifts, which we've talked about in the past. This allows cities to exceed the 1% annual levy lid lift. There's a couple different options. We've got some single year lid lifts and some multi-year lid lifts, and these do require voter approval, but they are unrestricted. And then we also have some water and sewer utility taxes. Those are two of our utilities that we don't currently charge utility taxes on. We do have some estimates here, 16,880 for water and 13,620 for sewer, and that's per 1% increase. So since there's no cap, if we wanted to go up, 2%, 3%, you would just have to multiply those out depending on what we're looking for. I'd say most of our utilities are between 6 and 8%. Most of our utility taxes are. Then we also have our surface water management utility taxes. Again, this is just another utility tax that we currently charge on our surface water management fund. There's technically no cap on the rate. We basically are charging ourselves and then transferring it to the general fund. So we do have that option. Again, with a 1% increase, be a little over $27,000 per year. So those are my alternate funding sources that are available. If we choose to move forward with the public safety sales tax ballot measure, these are just some of our key deadlines and kind of how they would work and how they would take effect. Again, I mentioned it can only be done during the August primary and the November general. And there's the filing deadlines. If we wanted to do the August, we would have to implement that and send it in by May. And for the November, it would need to be done by August 2nd this year. And then because there is Department of Revenue only allows you to increase a sales tax 3 times a year. So depending on what the timing is for the August primary, we would be able to take effect January 1st of let's say 2023. And for the November general, we wouldn't be able to take effect until April 1st of 2023. And then we also have to take into mind that there's a 2-month lag in sales tax. So we wouldn't get any funds start coming in until March 1st or June 1st of next year, just for cash flow purposes, something to think about. And then there is a cost to do the ballot proposition. We expect to incur about $40,000 during a general election and $33,000 during a primary. And it would just, we would have to do a budget amendment in order to allocate those funds. But for public outreach, I'm gonna pass this over to Carla so she can kind of talk about some of the things, or we can also stop and talk about any of the funding options that I've discussed if you guys have questions now. Or
I think it might be good to just take, are there any questions of clarification regarding these options? We'll have a bigger discussion of them in a few minutes, but Jennifer.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify on your, I think it was your first slide, the net revenue from a 0.1% sales tax increase of the $440,000 annually.
Yep.
Sorry, my earring just fell out. The 85, that's 440 represents the 85%. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And anybody else with a clarifying question? Okay, Beth, yes.
Yeah, and then just I believe I know the answer, but I just want to make sure that it's clear. If this went into effect, we aren't under any time constraints. Once the money's collected, it goes into the specific funding, and we aren't under any time constraint.
No, we wouldn't be under. It can be used for, like we said, criminal justice or any city purpose. So we can just continue to like reserve it until we get additional officers on board.
Great, thanks.
Okay. So let's go to public outreach, and that'll get us through the presentations, and then we can open it up for a discussion.
Okay, so for public outreach, I think a lot is obviously going to depend on what council chooses to do going forward. And we have our typical methods of outreach. So I would rather focus, those are listed there, but focusing more on the strategy of that public outreach, I think is what's going to be important. As you know, gosh, I've been here 12 years and we've done this a couple times going to ballot. And they just, each of those measures has failed. So I think we have to look closely at those strategies and doing the research of other ballot measures, even around the country that have passed and been successful. The things that I've noticed is that in their public outreach, one, they have a lot of lead time. So they spend a lot of time leading up to whatever ballot measure proposal or tax increase or whatever they decide to do to really spend educating the public and getting them on board. They also are very specific about how that money is going to be used. So being general and just saying, this is for public safety or this is for transportation doesn't seem to cut it anymore. They want to know where that money is going, specifically, what they're going to get from that. And then also being very transparent in what we've done to address this problem over the past several years up to this point, because, this is raising taxes obviously is the last resort for the public. They don't want to do it, but they will if they know it's going to be worth it. So I think educating the public about things not even necessarily related to the ballot measure leading up to it, like the city budget, where our taxes go, that type of thing. We've talked about it before. We just haven't had the resources to really, spend time on that preemptive education. So that's kind of where I suggest that we look. And then it just really depends on what direction you all decide to go.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Christina, you have a question.
I don't have a question. I would like to start the discussion about this, but if that's okay.
Okay, can I do one thing for a moment? I think this will help in our conversation. I want to acknowledge that 4 of you on the council earlier talked about a different organizational structure. And Sean went so far as to say exploring the possible development of a city police department. And Jeff amended that a bit by saying maybe it would be more regional. So that's an organizational structure option. And my question, I guess I'm asking all of you, is does that get intertwined with this discussion about funding options, or is that separate? So should we proceed with talking about funding options, and then we would come back to talk a little bit about this organizational option that was, put on the table when Megan was working with you a few minutes ago?
Can I address that one, Jim?
Yeah.
I think these can happen simultaneously. The process of working on creating our own police department is an extensive process and will take some time. And I think generating revenue to hire additional police officers is something that we're going to need, whether we're contracting or have our own department.
Okay, I think, yeah. I think in a way I didn't make myself clear enough. I just wanted to make sure that one doesn't take the other off the table. And I think you're saying, no, they kind of proceed, but they're a little bit separate too. So, okay, good. Well, then I'm going to open it up and let Christina, you had your hand up first. Why don't you go, please?
Thank you. And Regan, you actually put a few of the things I was going to say out of my mouth, but in my mind, I'm already strategizing. That slide that shows when we put on the ballot, when it goes into effect. And immediately I thought, if we're planning for a police, whatever it is that we plan to do with our police and public safety, it will take time. So if we chose to do the later date on the measure ballot, or on the ballot measure, it would probably be wise of us to do so. I would also like to say that it's not in our favor, but if crime has ever been in our favor of showing the public why this sales tax needs to be passed, it is now. I know we've tried it in the past, but we've never seen a Covington like we do today, as of in the last several years, and we have not tried it again in the last several years. With that said, I had one more thing in mind. Oh yes. As far as educating the public, that also will take time, like Carla said. So what really stands out to me is if, like police statistics, like Chief Roberts was giving us today, if we had some of that just randomly on our Facebook page or any public page that our residents can see, it's information and it's planting seeds. And it's not that I want to pull people's money out of their wallets. No. But we need the public to understand this need. And moving forward, there's nothing we can do if we don't have the money speaks for everything. And if we don't have the funding, we can't do our own police department and we can't do X, Y, Z. So I think the later ballot measure would be smarter, but in that time, use that time wisely and educate both the public, like Carla said, and yeah, it's a good time to pass it or put it on the ballot.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Can I just provide a little clarity there, because there are some options like a B&O tax that don't require a ballot measure. It's councilmatic. And so, Christina, are you suggesting not one of those options, but just a ballot measure?
Yeah, I am, because again, Covington has not seen the amount of crime that it has in the last couple of years. It has not been in such a state of need specifically for crime prevention. And I think that people see that, if ever now, there's more hope for it anyway.
Thank you, Christina. I was gonna call on you, Joe, but I see Megan's hand's gone up. And Megan, do you want to say anything to help embellish or extend what Christina is saying, or should I just let you jump in right now?
I just wanted to throw something in there for a part of the conversation because it's a question that we're asked frequently. And I think it's something that I think that's important for you, the council, to consider, is that if you're considering an additional funding source, I think it's important to consider being able to answer the question, why would we pay for more cops when they can't do anything? And I just wanted to throw that out there as something that we're being asked. I think people are more aware than ever about what we can and can't do. And I think that I will compliment the Covington community about how gracious and understanding they've been about our limitations. But I think there's also going to be some questions, and understandably so, about what they're going to get as a benefit from having more officers when there's a lot of stuff that we used to be able to do that we can no longer do.
Thank you very much. So Joe, go ahead, please. Thanks for being patient.
Oh, no problem. So I am in favor of talking about having leaving our contract with King County and forming our own police department. If for any other reason than we have more control and aren't dictated to by the King County Council. And anyone can mute me at any time if I start going overboard on my iterations towards dislike towards the King County Council. However, I think that needs to be discussed before we need to talk about funding, but we need to know which route we're going. Are we maintaining our contract with King County? Are we going to form our own police force? Which way are we going to go? How much is it going to cost? What do we need to do that way? And in all honesty, from everything we've been hearing for the last year and a half, we can't hire any more officers. So even proposing a tax increase right now until King County can even hire more, because if I read the article right a week or so ago, they hired like less than 10 officers last year. So if they're hiring less than 10, all 10 of them are going to be in unincorporated King County for 6 months at least before they could even come to us. So I think until King County can hire officers, we can't even talk about a tax increase for hiring new officers unless it's because we're forming our own force. So that's where I'm saying on there. I'm sure there'll be more later.
Can I just address something that Joe mentioned? I believe it was 39 officers the county hired last year, which was their lowest number in about 20 something years. That being said, they've presented a lot of information to the oversight committee about new recruiting strategies, bonuses that they're offering. So it's anticipated that they'll hire a lot more this year.
Okay, thank you. So Jennifer, I saw your hand up first. Why don't you go next?
This is adding more to the discussion here, but I was thinking exactly what Chief Roberts said. You know, I'm not necessarily comfortable asking residents for money or mandating businesses give us money when we're not even sure it would make a difference. And if we had reassurance that yes, more officers would make a difference, but then I was also thinking what Joe brought up, can we even get more officers from King County or, from a future different state of what police management would look like in Covington? Is this even a reasonable first step? Or I feel like we're addressing it as maybe an only step versus attacking the layers of the situation, creating the problem to begin with. A lot of it appears to be going back to recent law changes. Not that's the catch-all here. Nothing is nothing is a one solution. There's many things we need to be doing. But I think before we can go to the public or to businesses and request money, we need to have a plan for these other items that need attention. Just putting more officers is not going to fix what's going on, from what I've heard, correct? So I'm definitely down for discussing options, but I'm not necessarily comfortable with, hey, give us some money and then we'll figure out how to fix everything.
Casey, are you raising your hand because do you have something that would help maybe expand on what Jennifer just said, or?
Yeah, I was just going to mention, so this tax, it can be used for any, I'm not sure if this will be helpful, but I just want to throw it out there. It can be used for any criminal justice purpose. So that's anything that will assist with the criminal justice system. So it's not just officers, you know, if there may be another use that we could use this for, but I just wanted to throw that out there, that it didn't just have to be for officers. It can be for any criminal justice purpose. So if that's helpful or adds more vagueness to it.
Okay, good, thank you. I think Christina, your hand was up first, and Jared and Beth, you came in at about the same time. So Christina, do you wanna, you're muted or?
Hi guys. Yeah, so thank you, Casey. That was one of my first question that I had. I know that what we don't have is mental health resources, right? But that doesn't mean that we won't have them. And that doesn't mean we can't plan on having them. And I actually have faith that we will find, when we're pushed into a corner as we are being, we are coming to, coming up with ideas that we haven't had before. And that's the whole idea. I don't want to ask our residents for money that we are clueless about how we're going to spend, but if we can at least provide ideas as far as what we want to do. Mental health is huge. You know that, Jennifer, and you've been such a header for that. And just because we don't have an answer today, that's why I'm saying push the ballot out a little bit further so that we can have an idea, maybe grasp it, but we can discuss it. And then our other cities, Regan, maybe you can answer this. Are other cities who are not under contract with King County struggling getting officers who aren't falling behind with the vaccine mandate?
So I have spoken to a couple of non-contract cities, and it's kind of a two-pronged thing that's happening with us. One, the environment for police officers in this area the last couple of years has not been conducive for police officers wanting to work here. So we started seeing police officers leaving the last year or two. And then with the King County vaccine mandate, that really just kind of amplified it without allowing for a testing option. So other cities don't have to, they can create their own vaccine issues, whatever policy they're going to have in place. They don't have to adhere to the King County one like we do. So there is a shortage in other cities. I have spoken to other cities that have their own police departments and brought up the idea about contracting with them. And their response, even a couple years ago, was, yeah, that might be a really great idea. As I spoke to them in the last few months, it was, we wouldn't be able to do that right now because of their staffing shortage.
Okay, thank you. I just know that there are officers that wouldn't leave if they were not forced to leave. And you're right. There's a lot of officers that are willingly leaving due to everything that's going on. But I also am confident that there are officers that would have stuck behind and stuck around and fought, and they were just pushed out. So, you know, that's all going to be discussed in the future. We can't decide all that today, but there's a lot to discuss, and that money would help with. Thank you.
Jared, I'm going to call on you, and then Beth. Let's allow the two of you to come into the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just kind of looking for clarification. If this does go to vote and it does pass, the 440,000, would we be able to bank that and hold on to it until we're ready to start a new or our own police force? So I know, like, other things we got to think about is hiring not just police officers, but, you know, clerks, records people. I mean, there's other administrative roles that we need to consider too, that, you know, might not be as expensive ongoing as police officers, but, you know, that would be able to cover, you know, quite a bit of full-time employee staffs that will be required if we're gonna have our own force. So is that an option? I mean, because that could be one of our messages for the reason for this. You know, this is a step in the process of developing our own police force, and this is what we would use it on.
Yes, that is an option to do that. And it will, just so the council's aware, undoubtedly cost more to create our own police department than our contracting model we currently have.
And then Regan, you might know the answer to this or maybe not. So obviously we would lose resources if we started our own police force. We'd lose the immediate resources, you know, like SWAT or special crimes and stuff like that. But would we still be able to use those services and they would charge us?
Megan, do you want to address that?
Here we are. I think that we would be able to use them under mutual aid, but I would say that it wouldn't be something that we would contractually be able to use any longer. I think it would be something more like the Valley agencies have a group where they share and combine resources for major investigations.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Jared, that answered your questions? Okay, so I'm going to go on to Beth, who's been pretty patient.
Fine, it's all good. We're all here together. So I guess when I'm thinking about funding and funding options and the state of what our city might need now or in the future, even before COVID happened, we were talking about wanting to add officers. Having an officer presence can often be a deterrent. So the idea is that we want to prevent things from happening to begin with. We'd really rather not have things escalate. We know that some of that is going to happen. And so the fact that we're going in the opposite direction with coverage in our community, you know, in my head, we need to figure out how to add more police presence without being a police state, obviously, as a resource. And there could also be a component to that of hiring like a mental health consultants and things like that. It doesn't just have to be officers. It can just be additional resources that help support that mission. I'm not a fan at this juncture of any kind of a B&O tax or anything that's mandated. I know our businesses are probably one of the most hardest hit right now, and to ask them to have to pay more for something that we aren't until we have a plan in place that we know will be effective or have a high likelihood of succeeding. I don't feel like mandating anything would be the way to go. I think the more we can bring residents into this conversation as a collaboration, the more people will get behind it, right? And I don't mean that because we have a goal that we're trying to push. I mean literally residents, businesses, the city, council. The more stakeholders that we can get buy-in from, the more successful it will be in the long run. And so I like Christina's idea of maybe pushing it out a bit, because quite frankly, Carla hit right on the head. We can't just say that money is going to go towards public safety. It has to be a plan. People have to know what their money's going to get them. And looking at the budget as a whole, deciding is there opportunities. I think I keep going back to this with the roads thing. You know, there needs to be a very transparent, very simple way for everybody to be looking, for residents to be looking at our budget, find out what they want to continue funding, what might need to take a back seat for a bit, and find out where those priorities are before we ask them to pass this. And I think working collaboratively, we can all probably get to that agreement so that we can have this money available to make our cities better. So I would be a fan of the general election, but at the same time, we need to know what would that look like, and it would probably require a huge lift on all of us to do those analyses now, so that we can come forward on the ballot measure with a plan in place, a plan A, a plan B, in case the first option doesn't go through and we do change directions.
Beth, I just want to ask you, when you said you might be in favor of pushing it out, I'm sitting here thinking you might have meant until 2023, but are you just saying until the November general election of this
Until the
year?
November, yeah, like with what Christina had said, so that it will buy us some more time. I mean, it isn't much. It's only a couple of months. That may or may not make much difference, but knowing if we can run some scenarios of, if we do this, it's going to cost us this. If we do this, it's going to cost us this. If we start collecting now, we'll have some money we can start banking to pay for however we want that to look. And maybe in the meantime, we use the money for, like I said, for some kind of a support person to help with the mental health crises situations and things like that. It doesn't always have to be a uniformed officer, although that's part of it, at least for now, until our cultures change down the road, so where we can hopefully have a healthier community and prevent things from happening.
Okay. And I just think it's important to reiterate your points that you were favoring the sales tax option because it's not mandating, it's giving the public a choice. Then you're saying you really have to, the city needs to do a good job of educating the public, and then coming even before the election, let's say with a plan A and a plan B. So
exactly.
Okay.
And relying on council to help with that, because I know it's a huge burden for staff too, but if we have a plan, council will have to make it a priority ourselves to help with that.
Okay, good. With the Zoom, this gets a little stilted. I'd like to have kind of a free-flowing conversation, but I have to keep track of who had their hands up when. And so I think it's Joe would be next, followed by Jeff, Sean, and Jared. But I kind of want people to still be able to respond to what each other is saying. So
Jeff and Sean haven't gone yet, so I'll gladly wait for them to speak first before I speak a second time.
Okay, thank you. That's gracious of you. Jeff, why don't you jump in?
I have a couple questions. Well, first off, for the question, the $440,000, if it was approved on the vote, that would only give us approximately 2 officers. That's it, each, because you're not going to get 2 officers extra each year. That's just an ongoing expense. So it's only going to give you 2 officers. I agree that we should put it off to the November election and start educating people, because we need to start, whether we can get it through, we're going through King County or through our own department. I have a question for Regan, if you happen to know, or even Chief Roberts. If we were going to go with our own force, I know Federal Way went through that process, I think 10 years ago. How much notice do we have to give King County that we're leaving the contract?
Is it 6 months?
I don't remember what the requirement is. It's my understanding the process usually takes a year to carry out.
Okay.
Because I know that.
Well, to
sorry.
start your own department, it might take that long, but I don't think the notice requirement's that long.
That
Mark,
could be.
do you
I
have
know.
that?
Yes, I do. So what the contract states is the city has to provide 45 days notice that we're even interested in terminating the contract. Then it's an 18-month window to actually terminate the agreement. And within that, the first 120 days of the 18-month period, the city and the county have to work together to come up with a mutually agreed upon transition plan. So it's just getting a department, if we just on that timeline, it's at least a year and a half, but realistically starting our own department is a multi-year process, because as Councilmember Kokel pointed out, there are significant back end things. It's not just having police officers, it's all the support, multiple FTEs and everything else that goes into that, and a lot of infrastructure costs and otherwise. So it'd be quite the undertaking, but it wouldn't be quick.
Yeah, so for just us to do it on our own, it's going to be extremely expensive. And I'm in favor of partnering, but I'm also right now in favor of starting the education process, because we've got to start somewhere. And even though King County at this point doesn't have officers available, things can change. And we've got to have some hope to start moving in a positive manner to take care of our businesses and residents. The other question I have is, while I'm not a fan of a B&O tax, our businesses are getting extremely hit hard. I would ask the smaller businesses, I don't know if CEDIS would be interested in taking asking the businesses or the chamber what their thoughts are on a B&O tax that strictly goes to public safety only and earmarking that. I've always been against the B&O tax, but I know B&O taxes, the business absorbs it and then they just pass it right on to the customer through the raising of cost of goods. So then essentially the customer is going to be paying for it. But it is an undertaking for the business because then they have to start going through more accounting processes. So I don't know if that's something the chamber and CEDAS would be interested in even asking. Regan, I don't know what path, because I'm not on the board anymore, so I can reach out to Dana and ask her, but just
Yeah, I think if it's a council directive from this meeting, then I'll work with CEDAS to do that and can reach out to the chamber as well.
Okay. Thank you.
For those of you on the council, I respect you very much, you know that, but when I see somebody's hand like Casey's go up, I think maybe she wants to add an important piece of information here about financial stuff. So how about, Casey, do you want to jump in the conversation quickly, and then I'll go to Sean, Joe, and Jared.
Sure. I just wanted to just remind folks that we did have a decision card that was approved for this year for the Community Care Navigator. So that was however form that takes, whether a contract or a staff member through the Sheriff's Department. But we do have a full FTE that we've got for assisting with mental health and homelessness and getting folks to resources. But I just wanted to throw that out there just as a reminder that we did have that in the budget this year.
Good, thank you. So Sean, you're up next.
Thank you. So I appreciate this conversation. I know it's a difficult one and challenging for our community and our region. Just start by saying I appreciate Jeff's willingness and put out there the idea of a broad spectrum of funding options for us. I like the idea of going out to the business community and seeing what their willingness to step up and help fund some of this public safety need. I do also support the idea of putting a ballot measure on the November election, so it gives us time to look at it. And I am hearing whatever everyone else is saying, that we have to have a plan. And so, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a multi-pronged approach to public safety. And there's different levels of responsibility. So from the city all the way down to our individual residents. So there's things all of us can do. And so maybe we can't become an independent police force or a partnered police force with other cities immediately, but there are things we can start doing in the interim if that's the way we want to move. And I think we need to find ways over this next year to better communicate our concerns and I don't know what the right word is, but to King County and our lawmakers about the current state of things. So, we have to do the obvious things like protect public safety, but we also have to find more resources for mental health, that sort of thing. And so we've got to get, basically what it's boiling down to me is it seems that there's a system in place, and I'll just use Chief Roberts' example that even the individual person that's being wronged doesn't want to file a complaint, and so and then the county or the prosecutor doesn't want to file, so it just, at some point someone has to stand up and go, we got to do something here. So I'm seeing an opportunity for the city to stand up and say, things have got to change, and we need to figure out a way to move forward this. And so we have to take a risk here and voice our displeasure and the way things are going, but also come up with the vision of how we think we can get there. So I'm hearing all the other council members say it's going to take a heavy lift for us, but you know, we're going to hear from the voters one way or another. So that's what we're going to have to do it. So thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. So Jared. Well, now Regan, you've got your hand up. Did you want to add anything that'll help the conversation? Or
Well,
should I go to Jared?
just because several council members have brought up, including Sean just did. So several of the contract cities and I have met, about 4 or 5 of us, and talked about creating a south area kind of police department. And so the council knows, I don't know if you recall, earlier last year, CTAC submitted their notice as well to King County that they intend to pull out of the contract. That's a major part of the contract, which will increase all other contracts costs as well if CTAC pulls out.
Did they say when they intend to?
Well, I know the time is the timer has started, like Mark mentioned, but they haven't made, they've submitted their intent to leave, but haven't done anything past that.
Okay, thank you. So Jared, you go next, and then Joe will be able to jump in.
Regan, do we have an estimate on how much it would cost? Or is that something that we would need to figure out?
So the last time we did a police services study was a couple of years before I came here. So it's probably been about 10 years. And at that point, I don't recall the exact numbers. Do you recall, Casey, what those are off the top of your head?
I don't.
Yeah,
I can poke around and see if I can find it.
I know it was, you know, quite a bit more than what our contract was, but that would be the next step if council wanted to do that, to do a police services study. I know, I believe Sammamish did one recently, and so did Burien or CTAC, one of them within the last couple of years as well.
Okay, and I would assume that whatever that number was 10 years ago, that it's probably doubled.
It's different now, yeah.
And so my other question, and I think it was already answered really, was if we were going to go full steam ahead with that, it would take about 12 to 18 months to actually be able to implement after we give notice.
At least, yeah.
Assuming that we had the funding to get started. Okay. And then my other question was kind of going back to what I mentioned before, that we would need some more clerical and administrative full times. Do we know how many or what exactly is required? I mean, what's the bare minimum?
Sorry, minimum for what?
Like full-time employees other than officers to establish our own police department.
Like administrative staff?
Right.
You mean? Yeah, I mean, we could wrap some of that up into what we have now, but we definitely would have to add a couple of FTEs for that on top of all the officers that we hire.
Okay, do you know what those roles are? What positions?
Well, it'd be handling everything you handle in a police department, you know, any administrative functions like we do in the city. We do their reception, finance, HR, legal, executive, all that.
Okay.
Well, can I just ask, Regan, when you hear some of the council members talk about developing a plan, are these questions that you would put into a plan, or at least these would be questions you would say within a plan that you're bringing forward? You'd say these are questions to address in the future.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. I just want to point out, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but I'm looking at the clock and we have about 40 more minutes for this discussion. And there are 4 people on the council, Jeff, Beth, Christina, and Sean, who have said that they would favor a November 2022 vote by the people of the sales tax measure. Now, you have all also said that you want a plan and you want deeper thinking and heavy lift and all that on other elements. But I just also want to kind of maybe prod you, Joe, Jared, and Jennifer to address that too. How are you feeling about that, about the November 22, along with all these other things? So I think we kind of got to get that kind of wrapped up before 11:30, let's say that. So Jared, or for the moment, are you finished or do you want to add anything now?
Yeah, I would just go ahead and answer your question. I would be in favor of that as well. As long as we can get that plan, some of these questions answered, at least to the fact that, you know, we know what the requirements are to establish that, we know about how much it's going to cost, or at least that we're going to be doing this survey. I like what Jeff said. I'm also not usually in favor of a B&O tax, but to at least ask and offer the question is something that, you know, it never hurts, right? If we could be totally wrong, and this is what business owners in our community do want to pay. So I mean, if we could just ask the questions and have it until then.
Okay. And I do want you all to know, I have in my notes Jeff and Sean's idea about asking the business community to support the B&O tax for public safety. I think that's how it was said. And talking to CETUS and the chamber about conducting that survey. So, okay, where are we now, Joe?
Well, there's a few, but the main one is until we have a plan of what we're going to do, whether leave our contract, maintain our contract, and make a huge stink with the sheriff's office about needing deputies, then I don't think, I think that has to be plan number one. What are we doing? What are we doing? Because I'm not going to go out to the public and ask them for more money if we don't know what we're doing 100%. Now, if we're going to be going out there and saying we're starting our own, we're leaving our contract and starting our own force, put it on the November ballot. But if that's not what we're doing, if we're not going to be, if the county is still having issues hiring officers, then I don't understand why we would be putting out their money. I understand we have mental health crises and we need extra help with counseling, with finding ways to ensure that those with mental health crises are helped. Maybe that's an option too, but that's, you know, until we get a full plan of how this money is going to be spent properly. Our little conversation here hasn't convinced me to put it on the November ballot. Now, we have months. You still have time to convince me. Other than that, I think, in all honesty, I put my hand up because everyone else was to begin with, but then everyone kept talking and I started thinking of things. So we need to understand where we're going as a community. I understand that the community itself has lots of things. And I think the knowledge of 15% of crimes in King County right now are domestic violence. So we need an officer, we need an advocate, we need someone who can work with them. And I know we've been working with Dawn, but I think we need to get that advocate out there, be talking about that more, as well as having the Dawn advocates in the city who can help those survivors of domestic violence. But I also think that when it comes to all of the issues that we're trying to discuss and fix with our public safety, we need to understand that 20 to 25% of the King County Sheriff's Office will not be here at the end of February unless something happens. And so I'm saying that we need to first figure out what's going on with the sheriff's office before we talk about a tax raise, before we talk about adding officers, before we even can understand getting an extra advocate for our domestic violence survivors. Because without knowing these details from the county, without hopefully a change from Executive Constantine, we are still going to be out of the loop for a little bit. And I think that's a conversation that we need to put off until March.
I just want to ask, maybe Regan, I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot, or maybe any council member can answer this, but so Joe, you're saying no to November 2022, but what if there is a plan that is developed by, let's say, April or May or something? I don't know if that's possible. That's why I'm kind of looking.
Like I said, as of right now, I think our 2-hour conversation has been throwing a lot of darts at the board to find out where we really want to be. And once we can finalize that, you can convince me then, but until we have a
Okay.
full-fledged plan, I'm a no and to putting anything on the November ballot.
I can address that a little bit, Jim, since you asked. For me, it's this agenda item isn't necessarily about whether we have our own department or we stay contracting. It's about if we need additional revenue for additional officers, regardless of which system we're in, our own department or not. The plan, I think, Joe, as you're talking about the plan, you're talking about whether we contract or get out of the contract. And that's something that if the council want us to pursue that, the first thing we'd probably want to do is contract to get a police service cost analysis done and then bring that back to council so you can make an informed decision. We'd want to have conversations with some other cities that we could partner with to do that. And so, like I said at the beginning of this, I think these two things can be done simultaneously if that's something council wanted to happen.
So I'll answer Regan's question here a little bit. Yes, are we sticking with our contract? Are we making our own department? Yes, I agree that the option of adding officers or within our current contract or doing this, these can all be done simultaneously. But I think if we determine sometime in the next 6 months that we want to make our own police department and leave our contract, then we need to make sure that the ballot, whatever ballot measure we put out there, if we put one out there, is saying that this is for the funding of a future Covington Police Department outside of the King County Sheriff's Office, because we will be leaving our contract and this is how this is going to help us fund that department or something to that extent. Or we're asking the public to help fund advocates for domestic violence or some other form of mental health, something along those lines. And I think that's something we need to be looking at. And that again can also be done simultaneously while we're all working through this. I know I'm throwing out a lot of things here, and staff's just looking at their time clock thinking, okay, how do I manage all of this time? But in reality, I have no problem working with you guys to figure out these issues and what we can do. I can spend a few hours every day trying to work these problems out myself, work these out with staff and at the same time. But my question is what's our big plan for this? If we're just talking about putting a ballot measure out there to put a ballot measure out there because it's going to bring us $440,000 a year, that we're not sure how we're using it yet. I'm not even comfortable talking about putting anything on the ballot if we don't have a clear point of view from the start of this. 440 is going for public safety, but which part of public safety? Mental health, officers, advocates. Where are we putting that? Going to the businesses and asking for a B&O? I am completely fine if we talk with CEDAS and talk with the chamber and ask them if this is what they want, or if this is how they want to help us with that. That's completely fine with me too. But until we have a full-fledged, a fully firmed plan, a fully firmed idea of how this is going to work, I want us to be looking at every option before we put anything on a ballot.
Okay, Sean, let's just let you jump in here.
Yeah, so I was going to recommend that a committee of the council be formed to basically do kind of what Joe said and come up with this plan, and we could set a deadline of, March, and basically come up with what those prongs would be and how the 440,000, if that's what we decide to do, and say add another one on B&O, how that money would be spent, so that the ballot measure has to, we have till May to put that on. Is that what it was? I think that's what it said. So
For the November,
yeah,
it's August 2nd.
oh, so we got a lot of time. But we'd have to be educating over that time too. So I would just say I would propose we have a small committee formed and they work on coming up with that plan by end of March. And then if we agree to it, we start educating after that through March through November. So that's what I propose.
Beth, go ahead. Kind of
Yeah,
wondering
I
how the
like,
rest of you feel about that.
yeah, I would just say I like that idea because I think, you know, we are talking about a couple of different things. We don't want to just put it on the ballot if we don't have options or plans. It might be challenging to have something set in stone because quite frankly, if we're going to make the decision at some point to leave King County, we have to give them 45 days notice. That means we can't put it on anything on the, we should not put anything on the ballot until we get that figured out. And then what is it going to look like from a cost perspective? So, you know, the fact that we've got what, just under about 7 months to figure out what we want to do before we put something on the ballot, having these conversations now is important. And maybe even pulling the public and finding out, you know, what we can certainly do that before it is on an official ballot measure. But I like Sean's idea. I agree with Joe, but I also know that it's going to be extremely challenging in the next 7 months to have everything nailed down. And I think the other question I was thinking of as well is that if we are losing our officers and there's no way to get them back onto our team, we'll be saving money because we're not going to be paying for these officers. So what does that look like? I almost would like to see a reserve fund where we can start building that up and know that once we hit a certain benchmark, we can do certain things with it. But again, it has to be very specific to public safety. I don't like the fact that we even talk about it possibly going into, I know that's the law that we can put some of it into any city purpose, but it has to be, they have to know what they're getting for their money if we put it through that. And actually, I like the idea of engaging with the businesses about B&O. If they're fine with it, it would affect them. So.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. And Christina, why don't you go ahead, please?
I have a question, Regan. How long do you think it would take, or maybe you covered this already, to gather the information on creating our own force?
So police services, I would give that a couple of months to do that. That will give you an idea of what the cost will be to run our own department. But as far as if we want to partner with another jurisdiction, who knows? I mean, it could take a while just to figure out the structure, create the partnerships, draft the ILAs, and then you have to start hiring officers. I mean, it's a lengthy, 18 months, 2-year process.
Maybe just some foundational information that we could potentially work with. If we're going to poll the people, which by the way, I love, there's something, we have to give them something. And, just throwing everything up in the cloud, it doesn't help anybody. But if there's something we can say, this will at least it'll cost this much, or this will take this much time. And for a good faith measure, and I don't know if anybody would agree with me, but I would bargain to say that, like the law says, 1/3 here, 2/3 there. I would suggest that we commit to putting 50%, or not 440,000. I'm sorry, not 1/3, not 33%, but maybe say 45, maybe even 50, and be brave. I mean, this is ultimately why we want this tax. And I think it's a good faith measure to our residents to prove that we're committed. We're committed. This is why. So just an idea, but thank you for that information, Regan.
Is there a reason not to put all of it into public safety?
Well, exactly.
Yeah,
I just don't see why it's
yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Yeah.
It just seems like if I saw that from a resident's perspective, I would be a little confused and slightly doubtful. Oh my gosh, I had one more thing. Oh, and Sean, I think the end of March is cutting it way too close, especially if August is the ballot. So if there is a committee, which I completely agree with, even maybe end of May, to have something that maybe we can come back with just a little bit of information, just something we can work with, and get that to the public.
Maybe that begs the question of what kind of public education could you even launch now as you're doing this other ground or foundational work? So Jeff, why don't you go next? Because you have your hand up.
Several questions. One, if we give notice to King County that we are leaving, if we decide we don't want to, is that going to create a problem?
That's perfectly acceptable to do if a city decides to give notice that they intend to leave and are starting that process, and then eventually want to stay in the contract before you've terminated it, you can do that. Those are
Okay.
conversations CTAC has had as well.
Okay. I think that we need to definitely consider doing more discussions on this. I would like to see what it would cost to set up our own police force, the study that you mentioned, Regan. I think that if council decides to move forward with whatever decision we make, whether we go for the tax in November or not, if the council votes as a majority to do that, we all have to, no matter what decision we as a council make, we have to all agree to it as a council. That's what we're going to move forward with it. I like Sean's idea about studying, and we need to come up with ideas because, I mean, Beth knows she was out there helping promote the transportation tax at one time. We had a city attorney who told council that we could not do anything, and we found out different that yes, we could be out there helping promote it, because we as council are asking our residents to support, you know, we vote for moving forward with this. We as council need to be out there showing our support to our residents and our businesses that we are behind this, and we need to get out there and help educate and help promote whichever direction we're going. But getting public safety and adding officers, whether we're staying with King County or going to our own force, we need to do something now, and we need to get more officers, and hopefully King County can get it changed around. But even if we go for the sales tax measure for November to hire more officers now, that doesn't mean that even though we're hiring officers through King County now, doesn't mean that we are going to, we can still go with our own police force in a year or two down the road and hopefully ask those officers to maybe join us from King County that have been working in our city. And I believe that when we start our own, if we were to start our own police department, we get to choose our rules and not being mandated down from another organization, because I believe Kent doesn't have the same rules in their police department that King County sheriffs do. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So Jennifer, why don't you go next? And then I was going to do a little summarizing of what I think I'm hearing, but go ahead, please.
I have a question for Chief Roberts, because it's not clear to me, I guess, that putting more, we've had vacancies the whole time, so putting more money in, I'm not convinced that that's it, we're going to get a change in the current situation in Covington. So Chief Roberts, if you had $440,000 annually at your disposal right now, what would our residents and our businesses see differently?
Well, the thing that we really need is more officers. In fact, I'd say the thing that we need more than anything else is another detective. In the absence of being able to do that, we have already funded a community care navigator. I think there's potentially, or you guys have funded a community care navigator. I think that would have been the next place that I would have gone for a need. I don't know what else they would do with that money.
And what does an increased detective look like? You know, because we're hearing from our residents and, you know, businesses about crime. Mm-hmm. But, you know, does hiring more bodies fix it? And do we have access to those bodies? I mean, haven't we had a vacancy this for however long? Years,
well, that's
right.
Yeah, and that is one of the tough things about the vacancies is that you know, I think I would have liked to have asked for an officer last year, But King County said, well, don't ask for one because all you'll do is pay for it for 6 months and then you'll hold another vacancy. But their inability to give us bodies doesn't change the fact that we need them. I haven't checked in a while, but last time I checked, we had about double the calls for service that Maple Valley has, and they've got 3 detectives. So what you would get with another detective would be a much shorter turnaround and an ability to investigate the cases quicker and get them sent to the prosecutor quicker, and a higher ability to do follow-ups and go a little bit deeper with them a little bit more quickly.
And I'd like to add to it, because I think, Jennifer, you asked a really poignant, great question. And Megan and I have talked about this, and Megan hit on the one, an investigator, so we'd be able to investigate crimes more expeditiously, but we'd also be able to do something that we've really pulled back from, and that's emphasis patrols. Emphasis patrols are super critical, especially in our downtown core. And Megan talked about that one at Fred Meyer that we just haven't been able to do very much of. And then we'd be able also to have more officers on patrol at the same time, where right now we've had to pull back.
Another potential option would be a community service officer. That would be a non-commissioned person that would wear something that resembled a uniform, but wouldn't be carrying a gun, and they would do community engagement. They would follow up on domestic violence cases if needed, or go out, check on victims possibly, maybe engage a little bit more with the retailers and go help. Like one of the things that our detective spends an astronomical amount of time doing that I'm always trying to farm off on our officers is chase around video from the stores. Because tracking it down and tracking down the person who can get the video and getting it before it gets deleted, and that can always be kind of challenging. So that there could be a potential to utilize a person in that way as well.
Okay, that's helpful. And also this is an assumption, but people would have a much more likelihood of having a human contact versus an online form. Correct.
Yes, that would. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of having stuff stolen from my car and just having to go online and fill out a form.
I don't disagree with you. That's not exactly, that is not winning in the customer service department. I completely agree with you.
Not exceptional customer service at all.
No.
Okay, that's really helpful. I'm just thinking about basically when I'm standing in front of someone, if counsel is going to go out and potentially explain why this is important, it's really critical that it A, is important, and B, that we know exactly how it would change their daily life. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And just to reiterate, I mean, about 45 minutes ago, Carla told you that from her research, she found that a reason why previous measures have failed was because the city didn't do a good enough job really identifying what are the specific things that would be funded. And so you're all saying now something, I think it's an important point about if you went to a sales tax measure, you would have to be able to tell the public exactly how you plan to spend this money. And Chief Roberts just gave you a couple ideas, and a couple of others of you have articulated other ideas that we could put into the hopper. Beth, why don't you go ahead and, because it is 11:14, I just want to summarize what I think I'm hearing all of you say. So Beth, do you want to go first?
Thank you. Yeah. So I guess the other question too, to follow up to Jennifer's, is that if we stay with King County and we end up having this we'll have some extra money regardless, because we are probably losing some full-time officers, right? We know this. But are we able to hire as a city a community service officer? We can't obviously hire a detective because it sounds like we would be in violation of our contract. We can't hire officers to perform these duties outside of King County Sheriff's Office contract. Is that correct, Regan?
So Beth and I talked about this the other night, and that's something we're looking into. Mark and I have reviewed the contract about this. It appears that there's some difficult issues to it, but we could, the contract is not necessarily an exclusive right contract, so we could hire police, public safety officers. The issue is that King County has exclusive rights over the chain of command and control of the officers. And so it would become almost like we'd have to have two different departments operating within the city if we were still in the contract and hiring our own officers. Mark and I have a meeting set up next week to kind of review this in a little more detail.
Okay, I mean, I think that would be another option. That would be a great option to explore as a transitionary thing, but thanks.
Okay, Megan, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah, I just wanted to pop on that with the community service officer. I think that would be a different animal, and that potentially could be a City of Covington employee, and that would give the city a lot more control and the ability to hire and dictate, because it wouldn't be a fully commissioned officer. I haven't reviewed the contract, not the lawyer, but I believe that there are cities that have hired their own community service officers.
Okay, good, thank you. So it's 11:16. We're scheduled to quit this conversation in 14 minutes, although we certainly can extend it, but I wanted to just take this opportunity to summarize where I think you are right now. So these are the different ideas that have been expressed. And for example, the first one, I've heard no one talk against it. The idea that you would talk with CEDAS and the Chamber of Commerce to conduct a survey of community businesses to ask them, would you be willing to have the B&O tax if it were for public safety? So that's one thing. The other strategy is the sales tax being put on the ballot in November of 2022 to generate $440,000 per year. I think you are all in agreement that in order to have that be successful, you've got to be able to say how the money would be spent. And Megan said one idea is to get another detective to investigate crimes more quickly and efficiently. Regan put the idea about the emphasis patrol, and a couple of the others of you have suggested other ideas, even like mental health and domestic violence, people who could address those things. Then you've got the idea of exploring setting up a city police department, and it looks like you've got an organization that could help you with that. There's also the idea of beginning to explore the a South area police department, and Regan reported to you that he has already engaged with his peers in some of the Southeast King County cities on that topic. I also think this is further back in your conversation, but you made some comments about really engaging with the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office in particular, also with the Sheriff's Office. And as Regan said, if you really wanted to make changes in the policies, especially of the Prosecuting Attorney's Office, you'd have to get a coalition of like-minded elected officials throughout at least South King County, but maybe throughout much of King County to do that. So you've got all these different strategies, some of which are near term and some of which are longer term. I also thought I would just mention, I'm sure you're all aware of this, but Dan Sederberg is not running for re-election. So you're about to have we are all about to have a new prosecuting attorney, and then Dow Constantine has more control of this, but he's apparently going to be appointing a new sheriff. Patty's just there temporarily. So you got some changes coming, but those are all the different strategies that you have identified today. And again, a couple of them are, well, at least one is short term, or two are surveying for the B&O tax and then the sales tax, and others are longer term. But it seems like there's also just a general consensus among all 7 of you to start to develop some kind of plan so that you can have more answers, at least some of this big picture answers as you go to the public. And then you've all talked about public education being so vital. So that's what I'm hearing you say so far. And you've talked about a committee, maybe being done by March, maybe being done by May. I don't know if you need to decide that today, but there's where I think you are.
If I can add to that great summary, Jim, I think it would be really helpful to have at least a couple of clear directives from council on what you'd like us to start working on with this. And I think 2 kind of low-hanging fruit that we could is get a subcommittee organized to start developing a plan. And if the council wanted us to start working with CEDAS and the chamber to get a B&O survey out to our businesses, those would be 2 things. If there's council consensus on that, or at least majority support, we could start working on.
I'd say thumbs up from council for working with the chamber and CETUS on questioning B&O. So I see a majority on that.
Yep.
And the other, I'm sorry, Regan, the
The other one was the subcommittee that Sean brought up to develop a plan moving forward for police services in Covington.
we'd have to make sure that that subcommittee is no more than 3 council members.
Yeah, so if there were 3 that were willing to do that right now, we could, if council wanted to, select those now, or if you want to select it later, could do that.
Well, Joe
Sean,
has his
you-
hand up right away.
Sean, you brought that up. Is that something that you'd like to desire to be on that committee?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Okay. And then
I'd like to be on it.
Okay. And then Beth or Christina, you both have your hands up.
I think Beth got her hand up first.
Okay. All right. I guess you have your 3 committees, Beth, Joe, and Sean.
So from what I'm getting, then I just want to make sure I'm clear. Sorry, Jennifer, did you have something?
I was just going to jump in and say, are you addressing multifaceted approach or just the funding? Because I still believe that there's not one solution to the issue.
Great clarification, and maybe Sean can speak to it, but my understanding about the subcommittee was to determine how we want to move forward with whether it's contracting or have our own department.
And well, I think we could see, depending, I mean, I'm obviously not in charge of the committee, but I was thinking it would be, you know, we look at a whole host of these things. And like I said, there's things, there are messages that need to go out at multiple levels. So things the individual can do, things the city can do, things businesses can do, things we can do with our current structure with the county and our prosecutor, and things we can do if we want to become an independent city. So I think one of the things maybe we can do on this committee is come up with those different options and then have the council come up with a determination of which path we want to go. But to get to Jennifer's point, I think it is there are multiple things that need to be done. So, you know, basically saying that not only on the public safety aspects, but also on the mental health and human services aspects too. So I think it would be part of that to say it's a yes and kind of answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sean. So I just wanted to clarify what I'm understanding is the 2 directives for staff right now to start working on are to help form the subcommittee. We'll have a couple of staff members join with Sean, Joe, and Beth. And then the other item is to develop a survey that we'll present to CETUS in the chamber to push out to our businesses on a potential B&O.
And I'm happy to come speak to the chamber board about it. That way it's coming from, since council was unanimous on bringing that to if you feel that would be, I'm happy to ask.
Yeah, if you'd like to, that'd be great.
I'd be happy to. Just let Dana know on the next chamber board meeting at the end of February, if you guys are still meeting at the end of the month.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to ask, I'm not going to use the phrase low-hanging fruit, but all of the council members, I think, Jennifer, you stayed silent on this. Joe, you were the only one to oppose the idea of the ballot measure in November. But I kind of interpreted your ballot, when you said no, to be a challenge to everyone. So is there another thing where the staff or working with some council members should be working on what would that specifically pay for? And if you could answer that question sometime this spring, then maybe all 7 of you would feel comfortable saying, let's proceed.
That would be a yes from me. I'm more in alignment with where Joe is. I am not comfortable ever asking for money unless it's very clear what we're doing with it. And that's for my own pocketbook as well.
So then is that a matter of like the staff takes the lead in developing something and bringing it back to all of you at some point this
Well,
spring
the
to say,
subcommittee, I feel like the subcommittee is honestly taking that piece on. If
the subcommittee would take on the B&O tax too?
Yeah, what I'm understanding is the subcommittee will develop the plan that the council's spoken about on how we want to move forward with policing and mental health and all the other things that are underneath that in Covington, and then present that to the council. And at that time, the council can choose whether or not they want to do a B&O tax, and they'll also have the survey back from the chamber and CEDAS at that point.
Okay, thanks. That was my original understanding, but okay, thank you very much for clarifying.
And I only mentioned B&O, but also whether or not to go out for a ballot measure, they can discuss.
Okay, yeah, good, okay. And I think under Sean's good idea about determining who could do what, whether it's city, business, or public, and then looking at current structure or other options. Under current structure, you probably have more information in the next 4 or 5 months regarding the hiring practices of the sheriff's office and whether they're being, more successful. They'll just give you that kind of information too. So, okay. We've got a few minutes up, but is there anything more you wanted to say in terms of I kind of come back to Carla's points about the public outreach and getting started now about public education? Or again, should that be part of the plan that this subcommittee would be working on along with Carla as your maybe lead staff person? So now we see Christina and Beth, you've got your hands up. Christina, yours was up first.
Quick. I don't think we have to wait for, a final from the committee. We always should be educating the public either way, but I think that is something we can get started on right away. Thank you.
Okay, and Beth, and then Sean.
Yeah, I think we do need to tread carefully about how we start, if we do start right away, because there are certain questions we want to perhaps get people's opinions on, but we don't want to set them up for making a decision one way or another since we haven't decided yet what that would look like and we don't have a lot of concrete information. So whether that's how that looks like without violating Public Meeting Act or Public Records Act, it's I think helpful to start just planting a rhetorical question for people so that they can start thinking about it, so that when we do start having further discussions, we can maybe get some different feedback. I'd like to say a survey. I know where everyone's surveyed out, but so maybe not an official survey, but letting people know what's coming down the pipeline and what we will be discussing and some decisions that will be made this year, one way or the other, could be the first step.
Well, is it even a matter of educating the public about the problem? I remember Christina saying that possibly some of these crime statistics should be put on the city's Facebook page or whatever, just trying to get the public thinking about this because maybe they aren't aware of it.
Exactly, and let them know that we did have this discussion and here's some things we're thinking about. We're viewing all the options. We want to make sure we do what's best, and that type of a scenario, and let them be aware of the process the path that we're on, I guess, but we don't know where it's going to end up yet.
Okay. Jeff and Sean, you had your hands up about the same time, so maybe
Sean first.
Go first. Okay, Sean.
Yeah, I think I don't think we should wait. I do like Beth's suggestion that we be clear in what we're saying, but there's no. I mean, we made a decision today to have a subcommittee, so I think we should put that out and say we're starting to address ways of how to respond to this new situation we're in, the rise in crime. The city takes us seriously. We formed a subcommittee that's going to come up with a plan that could include potential new revenue sources. So yeah, I don't think there's any reason to wait. We don't have a lot of time, so.
Okay, thank you. And Jeff.
That's a perfect lead in, Sean, because I was going to say, because there's not enough time, I would like to, within reason, to hear like updates either once a month or, at our once a month at a council meeting, or even if you have it each council meeting for updates from the subcommittee or from staff on this. But I don't want to rush it, but I also don't want to be pushing it off. So I want to be within reason with what Regan and Sean, what you both feel about bringing information back. But by bringing it back at a council meeting, that puts in the public's eye that we are doing something we've heard, and here's what we're working on so far.
Casey and then Jill.
I was just going to mention, I forgot to mention this, but we were talking about what may be some competing interests with other folks that may be having ballot measures, like the fire district and the school district. So just for information, the fire district doesn't have anything planned for the next 2 years. And then the school district said that they have a maintenance levy that's up in February. And then depending on how that shakes out, they may have something more, but that's just for information.
Thank you very much. And Jill.
Thank you. So I am making a slight detour in our conversation. We're talking about public safety, and as we all know, we are short-staffed, and we're about to get even more short-staffed because of Executive Constantine's vaccine mandate and his unwillingness to add a testing option. After hearing what Chief Roberts said on Tuesday night, I have been quite angry with King County, as some of my earlier comments may have suggested. And I have been racking my brain, and I would like us to see if we can't, I know individually we can do only so much, whereas a whole and regionally, we might be able to do more. So after speaking with Mayor Wagner and Beth a couple of times this week, I'm asking that we put together a letter that and send it to as many different cities as we can to get their sign on and their buy-in for regional support to ask Executive Constantine to end his vaccine mandate, but also to add a testing option, as we know the sheriff's office is for that, and many other contract cities are for that. Because as we've learned today, 20 to 25% of the sheriff's department will be missing within a month. That harms our public safety. So I'm asking if we can have a special meeting this week to get this letter out. I don't know if it's going to save any jobs in the next 2 weeks, but hopefully it saves jobs and gets the people that have lost their job back. So I'm just asking if we can get a special meeting this week. I have begun a letter, and I have willing to share prior to the meeting after some edits, because it's still a work in progress.
So Regan, and sorry, John. So if council wishes to do, if the majority of the council wishes to do a special meeting this next week for 15, 30 minutes, whatever it is, what's the process that you'd like to see done, and how would this letter need to be brought back to council?
So we would just need a majority of council to agree to a special meeting, and then we'll set it up. The agenda has to be posted at least 24 hours in advance. So as long as we can get it posted in time, we'll schedule the meeting based on when we can get it posted. It's sounds like one agenda item to determine if council supports this letter. And I think the letter would just be, sounds like coming from Joe and Beth, that they would share with the council.
So then do we need to pull everyone about this special meeting? I guess I see a couple of thumbs up from Jared and Jennifer.
Might be nice. Well, for the recording, Krista, if we're getting a vote here, do you want to do a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll call for a roll call vote, but I'll let Sean and then Christina speak. Sean?
Yeah, I'll support this meeting. I won't be able to attend. I'm out of town this next week, so.
Okay. Christina? Okay.
I'm gonna raise my hand in support.
Okay, so I'll just call for a roll call vote. So the vote would be to hold a special meeting this next week, date and time to be determined. I'm just gonna go across the screen here. Christina, yay or nay?
Yay.
Beth,
Yay.
Jennifer.
Yay or aye?
Okay. Joe,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
and Jared.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. So it is unanimous to hold a special meeting this next week. Date and time to be determined by Regan once we get the letter.
Can I just ask, would council, do they prefer the 7 o'clock time, or would you like something like a 5 or around there shortly after your work day?
Would it be a Tuesday? Or approximately, or no?
Krista, does Tuesday work? That should work.
I would prefer later. 7 would be good if
Yeah.
possible.
Likewise.
But as far as noticing, Krista, will Tuesday at 7 work?
I believe that we are only required to do a 24-hour notice for special meetings. Mark, can you confirm that?
That's accurate.
Okay. So yeah, if you wanted to do it Tuesday at 9 p.m., I think that should work.
7 p.m., not 9 p.m.
Did you just say 9?
I'm sorry.
No.
I will be on vacation and it will be 9 p.m. where I'm at. So it'll be 7 p.m. for you. But yes, that works. I apologize.
So you have a vote for whatever works, Regan, and I'm fine with whatever date and time. I'll make it work. So, but it sounds like council majority wants 7. Thank you all. I'll turn it back over to you, Jim. Sorry.
Okay, no, we wanted to wrap this up, so thank you. So it's 11:37. We said we would take 1/2 hour for lunch, which mean coming back around 12:07. Do you want to just make it 12:10 or 12:15, but just something like that? Well,
12:15. Well, I voted for 15, but okay.
Okay, I think that'll give us enough time. So 12:15, we'll be back, and then we'll launch into the discussion about transportation. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Joe.
Chris, I think that means you can turn on the recorder. Welcome back. Thank you for a very good morning. That really was a very interesting discussion. I felt privileged just as a citizen to watch you all in action and hear your good questions and all of the discussion you had with Regan and Casey and the chief. So that was very interesting. Now we're going to move to the subject of transportation, and we have basically the same types of questions, looking at what is being done today to address the transportation needs of the community. Why are you possibly falling short in terms of funding? What are the different options? What would be the benefits or the outcomes of using those different options? What are the pluses and minuses? And then again, asking you, how do you want to proceed? And we are, in this case as well as public safety, looking at the possibility of a ballot measure that being submitted to the citizens. But there are other options as well that we will talk about. I just wanted to make a technical note that we're running about 15 minutes behind our agenda, and I made some adjustments to the times through the rest of the day. I know some of you were calling me during lunch saying, please allow us to stay till 5:30 or 6, but I don't think we should do that today. You'll be working hard enough. So anyway, I just figured you wanted to hang around with me for a while since it's only a once a year occasion. But anyway, we'll make the adjustments and we'll still be out of here at 3:30 as we said we would be. And with that, I'm going to hand it to Regan and to Don. And Casey as well, I should say.
Yeah, we'll do it just like the last one. Don will do a presentation on needs and what's going on in the community. And then Casey can talk about possible funding options. So go ahead, Don.
Thank you. Had to get everything situated here now that Casey's presenting for me. You can go ahead and probably put it in.
I'm giving it a shot. For some reason, it's not doing it the same way it did it before. Okay, hold on. You guys told me to click on something. Display. There we go.
There you go.
Here you go, yes.
Perfect. Thanks, Casey. Thanks, council. And thank you, Jim, for doing this as well. We always appreciate that. So let's talk about transportation and street maintenance. So next. So our existing conditions, how are we doing to ensure we have a reliable transportation network? And so I want to kind of talk about two different aspects. One is the capacity projects, and then another piece is we'll talk about more of the preservation maintenance. And so this first piece, capacity projects, that's basically widening, includes motorized and non-motorized. Next. Then when we talk about funding of these pieces, it's really, there's a lot of grant opportunities for these types of projects. They're very expensive. We're talking, usually in the tens of millions for these projects. So very expensive for cities to cover those costs. So it's nice that there are multiple grant opportunities for those. That's also eligible for traffic mitigation fees, whereas maintenance and safety related projects are not eligible for traffic impact fees. Next. So as far as capital, our focus has been two main pieces, our Covington Connector project and the 516 corridor. There's obviously other projects that are around the city as well, but this is kind of the biggest focus and some of the relief for helping the so-called Covington crawl. So as far as where we're at with the Covington Connector, that's fully funded. Phase 1 is about 90% complete. And I'll just pause here too. I am trying to look at two different screens. I'm happy to you guys to ask questions along. So if Jim or someone can facilitate that, I'd appreciate it. I'll try to look every once in a while back and forth. But so we're about 90% complete with that 204th project. They're focusing on the signal installation and right now and finish up some of the concrete work. So we're excited that that's kind of in the winding down phase. The phase 2 for that project, SR 18 256 interchange, so the other end, that project just got started. They have set up their traffic control, they've done their clearing, that type of thing. So exciting that that project's going. Then phase 3 is kind of the project in between that links both of those. We're hoping that that gets done, gets started, I should say, this summer is the plan. Still a little bit, the delays with that had to do a little bit with the kind of drying out, so to speak, of that site. So looks like we're on track for that to happen. So we're hoping that that piece gets underway this summer. And then the 516 corridor, we have 1127 Jenkins Creek to 185th. That just re-advertised this last week. And so we're excited for that. We're obviously fingers crossed for the bids to come back on that project, which would be later on in February when we expect that, and planning to have that project under this spring. 1128 is has design and right-of-way funds on that, so that's underway. And then 192nd to 204th and 204th, the East City limits, are pending legislative funds. So I bring that up to say we're actually do pretty good in the category of funding transportation projects. I think these projects you're talking about all total, it's over $60 million. So that's, if we got, and majority of those funds are coming from grants or legislative appropriations and that type of thing. So that's huge numbers that we're talking about, and not funds that are easily or usually cannot be funded by cities because of just the large nature of that. Next. So the next piece is talking about more of the preservation, street maintenance. Those features, you're talking about asphalt overlays, pavement repair, panel replacement, grinding. So again, more of the maintenance aspect. Next. Funding for that is street fund. Very limited grant opportunities. Not a lot of people wanting to pay for maintenance. And it's not eligible for traffic mitigation fees. Next. So the focus that we've had on this has been mostly pothole patching and repair. We've had some crack sealing that we've been doing, and some sidewalk grinding. That's kind of with what our existing crews and what we've been able to do. It's kind of a little bit been more reactionary in that regards. Next. So what's kind of the long-term trends and forecasts? So kind of touching back on some of this information that you guys have seen before, we had a pavement condition assessment done by Transmap in 2020. The summary of that, there's 68 miles of roadway. Just the road only is about a $106 million asset. And we have 5.7 million of current maintenance needs just for the roadway, like asphalt aspect. And then our existing pavement condition index is 80. And hit the next slide, next, Casey. So what does that mean for 80? We're right now for a pavement condition index of, we're in the satisfactory range. At 80 is actually pretty good. You see we're in kind of the bright green. So that's good for an overall. So that's basically our average for the whole city. So that's really good in comparison to some. But we'll see here in a little bit what needs are there. Like I said, there is some deferred maintenance, and that can drive where that that decrease or decay in that PCI. Next. So a little bit as I was showing you is the pavement, asphalt pavement deterioration or that decay, basically just showing the cost of timely maintenance. So if you look at the bottom is years, we're kind of showing a 16-year life cycle for pavement. It can be longer, it can be shorter at times, but around there, a lot of times we say 20 years, but this gives you kind of an example. If you see the decay, the blue line, it starts if at say a 10 or 100 in the case when we're using the PCI. In the first 75% of its life, the first 12 years, you see that it shows a 40% drop, but the last 4 years or 25%, you'll see a 60% drop in that last, well, it's not to the end, it shows another 40% in 4 years versus 12 years. So you see that each dollar of renovation in that first cost is about 4 to 5 in when you have to repair later on and you're waiting. Next. So routine, basically what that comes down to, routine maintenance equals long-term savings. As I said, fair condition or worse, when you get down into those areas, then it's taking you 4 to 5 times more to repair the road than doing it earlier on in its life. Next. So coming out of that, and these are some of the pieces that you guys saw last year, coming out of that assessment, pavement condition assessment, there were some scenarios for what happens if we do nothing or don't put anything into pavement repair. And that's kind of what this graph is showing. It's showing, and I don't see the years at the bottom. It should be that first year where it says 76 on the graph down at the bottom. That should be 2021 as it's showing in the table up above it. So that's if we do nothing. You see that the PCI index just drops year to year. And then you have, and you can see that deferred maintenance, the green bar increasing each year, which is also reflective in the table above. Next. So we kind of looked at, well, what would be if you wanted to maintain your 80 PCI, like what would that take to do? And this program that kicks out this evaluates all of the, if you recall, just a reminder, it goes through and looks all the cracks. They have a algorithm that goes through and evaluates all the roadway. They drove all the roads in the city. So what would it take to maintain that PCI? It was 1.7 million annually to keep that PCI at that rate. So that's obviously a huge number to be able to do that. And you can see where that is in those table and in the graph below. It kind of shows you where how much work that you're doing each time and how you're keeping that that condition at that same around 80. So We obviously wanted to do some other pieces because we knew we couldn't go to 1.7 million. Like, what are some other options? What does that look like? So next. So we just kind of, I just did a quick graph of this, showing you what those scenarios were. The graphs on there, the orange line is the do nothing line that shows you the PCI decaying at a faster rate. And then the gray line at the top is the 1.7 that we just talked about. So then we just did two different ones of what the decay or the PCI would be at the blue line, which is 1.3 million a year, and then the yellow line, which is 866,000 a year. So obviously you see that any money going towards that's going to help decrease that decay in that pavement condition and help extend that, as we talked about in the benefits of doing that earlier on in its life. So next. So what is the city's kind of current strategy, or what are we doing to address this in the future? So one of the great things that we did, and I mentioned earlier, is that we allocated about 230,000 towards deferred street maintenance, and we administered those 3 small works projects. Spent about 100,000 in pavement repair. The actual sidewalk panel, I didn't get to adjust. This one is around 101,000 instead of 115, and then 8,000 for the sidewalk grinding. So with that was huge in that we've got a number of things that are on the list for the sidewalk panel, and then also some areas that we were constantly going out and fixing potholes on a regular basis. So that really helped us in those areas. There's still obviously more that we need to do, but that was super helpful in that regards to allow us to focus maintenance needs other places when we were able to do those contracts. We also had a street maintenance worker that was hired in late 2021. So that's also helping us to be able to react to particularly like potholes and things along those lines. Next. So a little bit of a strategy, how can we go about this? So seeing how beneficial the deferred maintenance work was and having kind of small contracts, I think that's one way we could go about this. I know that it was in trying to think of a strategy or whatever, I was trying to come up with what could we do moving forward, knowing that I think it's important that we invest into the pavement repair and those types of fixes if there's additional revenue, but kind of trying to do something that could be scalable, or at least give you kind of like, here's what options are out there. So one of the things that I said was, I think it's helpful to have these sidewalk panel replacements, 75,000 annually. And I think that as what we're seeing is as tree roots and things like that are coming in, a lot of times we can grind those and that's fine for a while, but then it gets to a point where you can't do that anymore and you have to replace that. I think there will be some pieces where we won't need to allocate that much for panel replacement, but I think that starting off annually, if we allocated that for panel replacement, I think that would be good. And like I said, you could move that to pavement, because you'll see that pavement is going to, it'll take up as much as we can give it pretty much. So next, I think the 5,000 towards sidewalk grinding. Again, I think that if we stay up on that, I think both those numbers would go down, and we could allocate again money towards pavement repair. But at least having some amount of money in that for grinding would be helpful. And next one. And here's the piece where I was like, okay, what could we do at a minimum? Because I think we, we need to put something towards there. Obviously the 1.7, I understand that's a big ask, but at least having, I had to come up, I feel like, with like, what would be like a minimum that we could still have some sort of payment program that we could still start working towards. And I thought that 400,000 at a minimum would be something that we could do to have a regular program. Obviously the PCI will decrease because we're not keeping it that 1.7 million a year. But we would prioritize the needs based on the best use of those funds. We would reevaluate those needs and funding in the future. And I think we continue to, that's some of the things we have been doing is lobbying to say that maintenance is a key portion that's difficult to get funding for. I think we continue to do that and try to get funding for that. I think that a little bit of the challenge that we've had that we've been successful in the past was through TIB grants. We were able to get some preservation funds, but because of our assessed value of the city, we're no longer eligible for that bucket of money. And so that's the reason why we haven't. The last one I think was the one on 192nd in Timberlane, 192nd, 194th around the clubhouse. That was the last one that we had in that regards for that funding. So we're trying to find other ways to get funding. So there is some, it's just at a lot reduced rate and a very competitive. So I think we would continue to try to do that, but having some funding in there that we could have a regular program. And that might mean that we have 400,000 annually. That could mean we'd bank it for 1 year and do an $800,000 overlay program. In every 2 years or something, we would evaluate those things. And that could also mean a lot of seal coats where we're not just chip sealing or crack sealing, where you see all the cracks all over the road, but more of a solid seal coat over the whole roadway, which is better and obviously will last a lot more and do a lot more benefit in those regards. So by having money into there, we could prioritize and come up with a program that's tiered to utilize those funds for the best strategy. Next is that, I think that's now into your category, Casey, but I was like going to pause. I don't know if anybody had any questions or anything at that point.
Yeah, does anybody have any questions of clarification on the things that Don just presented? Doesn't look like it. Looks like we could go right into the funding discussion then.
So Jim, I think,
I think there's a couple of them.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Okay, here they come. Okay, Beth, why don't you go and then Jared, please.
oh, thanks, Jim. So just to clarify, when the pavement assessment or the PCI report was done in 2020, our current need was $5.7 million, but that's been a few years, right? So do we know how much that's increased or has it?
Yeah, it's kind of a constant thing, right? It's constant in decay, right? As soon as you put something, it will start eroding and decaying. I don't have an exact number, but I think based on some of the projections that I saw, that delay pushes that to like closer to 7 million already in that timeline. So we're getting closer to that number is what I would say. I mean, I can definitely look into that and get back to you on a more specific number, but I would imagine that number's right around there.
Okay, that would be close enough. And then the TIB grants that we're no longer eligible for, can you reiterate again why?
So our assessed value, I think, Casey, you can help me on this. I think it's 3 billion or 3.5 billion that we went above. I don't know if you remember what our assessed value is. I could probably tell you, Casey, if you remember what it is, but that threshold, once that went to there, that was when we were no longer. So it basically says a city's assessed, if a city's above assessed value of, I think it's 3 billion or 3.5 billion, you're no longer eligible for these preservation funds.
So essentially, if we get too big, we can't do that.
Right.
Okay.
So that TIB bucket is kind of for smaller smaller cities, so to speak. So yeah, that's where that's sat. And we were close on the last one, and TIB kind of let us go through even on the last one, and we were technically at that limit, but they let us go through. So and fortunately we were selected for that too. So that was that 192nd I talked about there in Timberlane.
Great, thank you.
And Jared, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I was glad Beth asked that. Answered basically my main question. But the other one is, what the heck is sidewalk grinding?
Great question.
It seems counterintuitive.
So say you just have a lip. So every 8 feet or so, 10 feet, it doesn't matter. There's panels, right? So each sidewalk has a set length or whatever. Well, usually it's roots that's growing until it can lift that and lift the edge, and it creates a lip on the edge. And so you're just grinding that edge off to so it's not a tripping hazard. So that's what it is. So usually sidewalk panels are anywhere from 4 to 6 inches thick generally. And so if you get more than a few inches, then the integrity of that, you can't really grind it anymore. And that's when you get into kind of replacement. So just imagine kind of a raised lip on a sidewalk, and it's just coming in and shaving that off so you don't have that lip.
Okay, thank you.
And any other questions? Okay, so Casey, are you going to take over at this point and go through the Transportation Benefit District sales tax, the funding option?
I will here. Somehow it bumped me back to my original screen. So let me see, I might have to start over here. There's actually sun shining in my window, so I can't see, which is crazy.
What?
But I'll take it. All right, apologize. Let me get back to where we were. Okay, so this layout will probably look a little familiar, but so again, at the last summit that we had last year, we had kind of narrowed down our options again, and we wanted to move forward with the TBD sales tax. So this is just a little information on that, and then you'll see on the next slides the alternative funding sources that are basically exactly the same as they were for the public safety, except for one caveat that I'll show you. So for this one, you're allowed to do a sales tax up to 0.2%. The revenues are completely restricted and have to be used just for transportation. The maximum duration is 10 years unless we're using it to repay some debt. So if we took this money and bonded to do a big project, we could go beyond those 10 years. And we're also allowed to renew this once. So the only thing with this sales tax is it's got a maximum of 20 years. So we have 10 years, and then it's got to go out for a vote of the people again, and then we can do an additional 10 years, but that's it. So it can be used for construction, maintenance, and operation costs. It does require a voter approval, and this one's a little different. It can be done during any election, so special, primary, or general, and it can be approved by a simple majority. And a rate increase of the 0.2% would generate approximately $1,097,000 annually, and it would equate to about 20 cents on a $100 purchase. So again, I won't go back through all of these again. What I will touch on is the other one that's just restricted to street transportation. So again, we've got the emissions, business and occupation, the business head, levy lifts, and the utility tax increases. But what our other option also is we currently have the $20 TBD fee in place. What we are allowed to do councilmatically is to impose an additional $20. And after that has been in place for 24 months, we could impose an additional 10. So for each $20 we increase, it would be an additional $361,850. So we do have, that is just another option that we have if we don't do this TBD sales tax. So if we choose to put a ballot measure on, again, this looks really similar to the public safety, except we're also allowed to do the February special and the April special. we've, missed our opportunity for the February. The April special, we would have to give notice by the end of February of this year. So we're getting really close on that one. And then we've got the same deadlines that we had with the August and November. So with the August primary, we would need to notify the county by May. And then for the November, we would need to notify by August. And again, it's just the same kind of dollar amounts. If we were to move forward, it would cost us $40,000 during a general and $30,000 during a primary or special election. And this probably looks familiar too. This is the slide that Carla gave us for the public outreach. It probably changed a little bit depending on our strategy for putting forth transportation. I don't know if you want Carla to speak to that again, but those are just a couple of our options. So we have the sales tax that it could potentially bring in 1.1 million, or we could increase the TBD fees an additional 20, wait 2 years, and then an additional 10. So just a couple different options there.
Okay, thank you, Casey. Carla, do you want to add anything at all? I know this is a little bit similar, but maybe there's just a bit of a different angle that you want to mention regarding public outreach.
No, I mean, it all is very similar depending on, the topic and what we choose to do. At least with this, we do have a couple of past ballot measures to learn from in improving the communications. So other than that, but it's pretty similar.
Okay, thank you.
Just for a little history, I guess I can bring that up. So this, we brought this TBD. We've tried to pass this 3 times in 2013, 2015, and 2018. Of course, they failed, but so 4th time's a charm maybe, but that's just what's out there. And then there was one other revenue source I forgot to mention. I didn't have it on my slide, but because it's currently dedicated to our debt service, but our REIT funds that we have, the first quarter percent that we have, it's REIT 1, we call it, can be used for maintenance. It's we can use $100,000 or up to 25% of our available REIT funds. So for us in any given year, that might be between $100,000 and $125,000. But again, we're locked into our debt service payments until 2027. So not something that we could do right now, but in the future.
What are your comments or questions or thoughts, council members?
If I can add one more thing, Jim, too, really quick.
Yes, go ahead.
On the public outreach, I kind of mentioned this earlier. I think one of the things too, a lot of times when I hear, excuse me, fixed transportation, I think we just want to make sure with whatever direction we go is, I think, what is even shown on here, that saying transportation may be too general. Because a lot of them are talking about, hey, fix my actual movement or the delays that I'm experiencing in that sense of the Covington crawl and that type of thing. So I think sometimes when you hear people ask, and I'll usually probe a little bit more when they say, hey, fix transportation or whatever, I try to get a little bit more details of what that is, because is it, hey, I recognize the need for, maintaining roadways, or is it more so fixing delays? And a lot of times I feel like people are more so referring to the actual delays in traffic, although, right there close is those that say, no, I see the potholes and the different aspects of that. So I do think that that's sometimes a difficult message or whatever to try to get that and explain those pieces, but wanted to add that.
Good, thank you. Any other questions, or do you want to start providing some of your reactions or your thoughts about the direction forward and the different options? Joe, yes, sir.
So unlike the last ballot measure we talked about, this one, we have a plan for it because we can only do one thing with it. And that's transportation. I like that idea, but my feelings on it are, we've asked multiple times and we've gotten rejected multiple times. So my fear is we've improved the messaging on it each time. What more can we do to actually improve the messaging on? We all want better roads. We want better sidewalks. We need better lighting in certain areas of the city. And that's what this is all going to help pay for. But how do we present that message in a way we haven't before? And I'm always, when it comes to transportation, I'm always fearful of sending something to the voters because we have a very good history with putting taxes on a ballot. None of them have ever passed. And a lot of people are very happy to keep that streak going. They would like to keep batting 1,000 at the no on that. So how do we change the messaging on it this time? Because we all know we need overlays. We know we need new sidewalks. We know we need sidewalk grinding. We know we need better lights. What do we do? How's our messaging going to really work on this one? Because I've talked with people and they say, yes, we agree. We want these things, but we don't think you're going to actually use this funding for that. So how do we message that better? It's just my question.
Good. Beth, why don't you go ahead, please? Or Carla, just raise your hand about messaging. Did you want to get in here about messaging too, Beth, or should I let Carla go first?
You can let Carla go first. That's fine.
Okay, Carla, what was your kind of reaction?
Well, I was just gonna say, Joe, you're absolutely right. What does the fourth time around mean? But I think looking at the past, we were in a different place as far as messaging goes, and we were not very specific. We didn't provide specific examples of what projects would be addressed by the funding. We didn't we were very general before, and I think we were just trying to be a little safe as far as making sure we weren't saying too much, that it wasn't that the Public Disclosure Commission wouldn't like that, or I think we were just being too safe. But I think we have a lot of opportunities that we didn't really use before. Also, we didn't have a lot of personal interaction in the past. So, we didn't have council members going out specifically, you might have been talking to your constituents, your neighbors, that type of thing, but we didn't make a concerted effort to go out into the public and actually talk one-on-one. So people didn't get to hear those conversations that you mentioned, Joe, like when you actually talked to somebody and got to explain it, they were like, oh, I should have voted for that. I got that a lot. But in just the messaging we did at that time, I don't think people were really connecting the two. It was just, oh, you want more taxes for roads? Great. So those would be my suggestions.
Thank you, Carla. Beth, do you want to go ahead? And then Regan, I think you want to jump in too.
Yeah, I think what Carla said and what Joe had said are pretty spot on. I can say that some of the feedback that I had gotten back in the day was that our roads are just fine. We don't need to raise sales tax. And I think that also depended on where they landed on the political scale, to be quite honest, but that's fair comment. All of them are valid. And I'm wondering if having that outreach and looking at what our worst road is in the city and saying, if we don't do this, because it's kind of hard to go, oh, an overlay, oh, a repair, that doesn't necessarily resonate. I mean, they are processes and they're important. But if you want people to understand what direction we're headed, if we don't put more emphasis on our roads, that might be a good opportunity. Ask people to drive down X and X road and see what it feels like on your car when you've got bumps, and make it real. Okay, I think that's one option. Having the outreach is the second part, and I'm going to say it again. I think there is a concern from enough people that is there money in the fund? Is there money in the city right now that we can be using towards that end, so that the first go-to isn't let's raise taxes, right? So being very transparent about the budget, letting people see where the money's going. I know we have reserve funds, and I'm going to say it again because that's kind of been a thing. I know we need to save money for the future, but if there are some key mission critical things that need to happen now, do we need to reevaluate how we're saving our money and if we need to be spending money on certain things?
Good, thank you. Regan, do you want to jump in? And then I'll have Jennifer join.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just following up on Carla's comment. After our last transportation TBD ballot initiative we had, the council had a special meeting where we talked about kind of a debrief and what can we do to improve. And the message that came out of that from council is that council needs to be more involved in that process. I know only a few of you were there at that meeting, and it was really out of that we developed our public outreach plan. And so that's why we've got that engagement for council members to be in the community, to be discussing these kind of issues.
Good, thank you. Jennifer?
I did see in the third time around more of an effort to really convey that if it's a sales tax, it's on the people shopping in Covington. It's not just the residents, but I think we can really do a better job of really helping people visualize that this number of people is really not holding the weight of the transportation needs of the Covington. You know, it's obviously all the people coming in and utilizing the amazing services here. And I do think that there's a lot of opportunity and lots of way to message that and lots of way to plant seeds. Like, this is how many people live in Covington. This is how many people, you know, how many voters we have. This is how many people shop in Covington. These are things that are examples of things that are sales taxed. You know, it's not all your food and necessities. And then also just like a random thing to throw out there for Carla, because I was thinking when Beth was saying, comparing driving down one road to another, that'd be an awesome thing for Karma to do. You could totally make lots of fun social media posts with Karma as well to promote these types of things and educate our public, you know, Karma out on the move and Karma's experience dealing with things. So people love that. It gets them to watch it. Yeah, just fun stuff to make it a little more engaging. You know, people do this, like you said, overlays, grinding. Those aren't fun things for people to read and, you know, let me stop and look at this post. But Karma gets them to pay attention.
Thank you, Jennifer. Anybody else? What are you thinking about these options now? Go ahead, Christina.
I always thought it was important to be quirky about our messaging. And most of the time, in my experience, instead of when you really want to get a point across or educate someone, you start by asking a question that then leads them to think about that. So, I mean, quite literally, what we did for the steering committee for with Matthew Kehoe, like he made a sign and we just stood in public areas in the markets on Saturdays, and literally, if the sign said is $100 worth new roads to you, ask me how, or you know, 20, the math, we saw the math, it was 20 cents to the $100. You know, is this worth a smooth road to you? Ask me how. And you don't have to smack people over the face with it, but it's the marketing, right? I love marketing, but when it comes to that, and I'll leave it at that, but it's just about smart marketing. I love educating people. I think it's so important. They would see it. They're not foolish. They're our Covingtonians, and I believe that they would see it, but they have to get it without an iron fist. There's that.
Thanks. And Beth?
You know, Christina got me thinking about one of the other pieces to this, and I guess it depends on whether we would decide to remove the TBD, like that was how it was marketed the last time, in which case it is likely to reduce the amount of taxes that Covington residents pay. Right, so we'd have to decide that if that was going to be part of it, if we decided to move forward with it. So, you know, as a resident voting for an increase in sales tax personally, again, because you say it's not your essentials, it's not groceries, our household would pay less in taxes, because if the TBD was removed, you know, we would be paying less in this additional increase. And so I think that's another thing to either consider or think about if we were going to do it as an ad or in lieu of, or what that would look like, and marketing it as such.
Other thoughts?
Can I just one more thing? I don't disagree entirely with Beth about the reserve funds. Now, I'm not saying clear out our reserve account, but just some, and for the highest priority. Maybe it's a discussion worth having in the future. I don't know. I'm not certain, but I think it wouldn't hurt to discuss. That's it.
Jared, go ahead.
Yeah, I know previously some residents were concerned about, why we're putting money in reserves, but not properly funding transportation. So if we're going to put something like this out to the ballot, what are some ways that we as council members can address those concerns if we get asked that again this time around?
John, go ahead.
Okay. I think one of the things that I would say with that too, keeping in mind that, this is a big, I guess, for lack of a better term, elephant type thing. So, how do you take care of that? And I think a dedicated funding source that you can plan on and have for that is important to be able to plan for that, versus even if you have some set aside one-time funds, it's still, you can do, it's super beneficial, obviously, but keep in mind that even those improvements that you just did will start decaying immediately. So it's a constant piece. So even if you kind of, yes, a shot in the arm type thing, get us ahead, those are great. But if you don't have something there that's ongoing that you can plan on and then say, okay, let's bank this money, and okay, next year we'll do this and we'll do that, versus, well, I don't know if we'll have any more. Maybe it's better if this is the only pool of money we have, we put it over here and then we'll see what happens in a few years. So that's the only thing I would keep in mind with that, is having that dedicated source, whatever that amount is helpful in building a program.
And just to add on to that, our reserve funds are all one-time money, right? That's not a auto-generating fund. So we could do some things, but we'll be right here the next year saying, how do we fund ongoing maintenance of our roads?
If I may, I completely agree. I don't think that this is the answer. It might be just a very temporary, a very temporary solution. But I completely agree that we have to figure out an ongoing source. I don't think Beth disagrees either.
Beth?
Yeah, and I mean, just to tag on to that, like it needs to be marketed that way, I think, is part of the messaging. I would certainly never suggest emptying out all of our reserve funds to pay just for one thing. I mean, we need to have long-term, there needs to be some long-term stability. And to your point, Dawn, we need to have a regular revenue that can be planned on, because some projects take time to plan and you have to know you're gonna have the money to be able to do that. So that isn't what I was suggesting, but I think it helps to say, hey, maybe we need to move some money into move a little more into the road fund to help augment, because then it shows that we're trying to augment this. We understand the need and the desire, so we need to maybe put a little bit more into it initially just to jumpstart some of the projects.
So far, you are talking primarily about the marketing element. Does that mean that all of you or most of you or some of you are leaning towards supporting the idea of putting a ballot measure on before the voters and doing it this year? But then thinking about, again, based on experience that Carlos brought up and many of you brought up, like, really how you market it. So Jeff, go ahead, please.
I'm all for bringing this back to the voters as long as we have a good marketing plan, a good plan on how to do it. But one thing we have to take in consideration is, okay, if we bring this back, what about our public and safety that we just talked about? And then there's also what is going to be presented to us about the aquatic center. And I don't know, I mean, this is just me. I don't know if our residents would be palatable to 2 or 3 things coming back this year. So we would have to definitely talk about how we're going to market these, how we're going to get the information out, how we're going to participate, how we're going to give that positive messaging and not be out there telling people we need to give the facts and not talk about we don't need this, because we do need it. And however message we want to do, we need to work together as a team to get that messaging out. So I'm definitely open to taking this back to the voters with a good plan.
John.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar, that we need to look at how we prioritize these multiple asks to the to our citizens. We can't go out with all 3 of these, or multiple initiatives asking for additional funding. So I don't know what the right priority is, but yeah, I agree. It needs to go back out to the public. I just don't know when the right time is to do that. And again, if we don't have a strong commitment from city staff and from council members, we're likely to get the same result. So it's going to take a real heavy lift to pass this one for sure.
Can I just put a reminder in there onto Sean's comment? So staff are prohibited by law in participating in these type of things. We have in the last several had a lot of staff members volunteer after hours time to do these things. So that adds a little additional element onto how we move forward. And that's why I think council's involvement is so essential.
And Christina.
I think what it comes down to is we need the first one, absolutely safety and security. We absolutely need our roads. And then there's nothing wrong with families wanting to have a place for their children to grow and evolve and mature. I'm going to come back to it, but it's about appealing to all 3. And they're not evenly separated. I do have one question I want to clarify, because I actually think I got it wrong. Passing the 0.1%, doesn't matter. The public safety, criminal justice tax. Does the 480, and I think Jennifer, you clarified it, is that 85% of that entire sum, or is that the 1/3?
The 440,000 is the net that the city would receive. That's already taking out the 15% that goes to the county. And of that $440,000, we're required to spend at least 1/3 of that on criminal justice purposes.
Okay, so that's not much left for criminal, but then we don't know, we don't have a solid plan for criminal justice for those 1/3. I'm trying to think outside the box, you guys, and really address everybody. But if we maybe hit 2 birds with 1 stone on that, and maybe do like a 50-50, and that's nothing. That's a very small amount. I'm sorry, I'm brainstorming. I just saying if we could separate that, to where the 1/3, or even go up to 50%, and the rest goes to the street. That's still not enough. Never mind.
I don't know much about this. Maybe somebody else needs to step in here, but I thought the transportation funds that would come from a sales tax increase have to be for transportation only. And I think earlier when we were discussing public safety, most of you were saying, well, why wouldn't you spend 100% of it? It may be in different areas of criminal justice and public safety, but so I think that's what, just to clarify any confusion, if there isn't.
My brain is working 10 times faster than what I'm saying.
Okay.
some of you understand. So if we, yeah, we can split up the first one, the criminal justice, but we cannot split up the transportation. I was hoping to, split up the 0.1 and into both, but that's not enough funds, not even close. Moving on.
Well, Christina, you just gave, I'm not trying to advocate it. I'm just gonna throw something out. Could you conceivably have them on the same ballot as public safety and roads or something like that, but you would only do 1% for transportation, not the 2%? Or again, I think some of you were talking about like, how do you stagger them? And I was wondering if it's really fair to ask you this right now when you've already decided this morning to have a committee that would work a lot over the next few months on public safety and answer a whole bunch of the different questions about how would that money be spent, and looking at B&O versus the sales tax, and then also looking at different organizational structures, new police department, whatever. Is it kind of hard to say today about when you would put a ballot measure on the ballot for transportation when you've got all these questions that are still to be answered over the next few months regarding public safety? You all know better than, you're the elected officials. Maybe you know you can have the strategy today.
I was trying to maximize the amount of return and minimize the amount of tax.
Your microphone maybe it's a little bit quiet. I can't.
Oh, I'm
You're
sorry.
not muted, but it's quiet. Okay.
I was trying to maximum the amount of return on our investment and minimize the amount of ask from our citizens. So
A couple of you look like you're pondering, thinking carefully about this.
we need both, but we only have structure for one of them. A plan.
I'm coming back to Jeff's point for a moment. Do you need a marketing plan to be pretty well developed for a transportation sales tax increase before you could feel comfortable saying, yes, let's proceed that way? Or do you need to see the public safety plan develop more before you could think, okay, what's the timing of the two? Beth, go ahead, please.
I have a question. I've been looking back at the budget from last, that we just went over. Remind me again, Dawn, maybe this is a question for you, how much money we decided to allocate to the street fund in 2022?
380,000.
It was 380. So Dawn's suggestion was a minimum of 400 if we can, right?
Oh, I take that back. It was actually 440.
Okay, that's okay. I was making sure I was looking at the right number. So if we keep doing what we're doing, and we went with I guess the question is, was anyone thinking about reducing the TBD on this? It wasn't really presented as an option per se, but if we do, as I recall the numbers from before, even if we dropped the TBD and we did just the sales tax, it would end up going about what, $900,000. So we'd actually double what we'd have for our street fund without necessarily putting all of that burden on residents.
You would probably see about a net $700,000 increase-ish if we drop the $20. So if we implemented the 0.2% sales tax and then dropped the $20 TBD fee, you would still see a net increase of about 700, 715.
So in addition to the 440? Because that's what we're getting now, or well, no.
The 440 is pretty much just keeping them solvent. It's just keeping their fund balance above the required amount. So it's not allowing them to do anything extra, just to be able to maintain the current things that they do in that department. But the additional sales tax that would allow them to do the additional things, if that makes
So
sense.
that's the add of, it's an additional 700.
Yeah, if we were to drop $20.
On top of
On
the
top of.
440. Yeah, yeah. So
Correct,
really
correct.
they'd have about 1.4 million to do what needs to be done. So if we only did the 1%, like Christina suggested, they'd still have $350,000 more than the 440, which is almost double, right?
It is, but again, that $440,000 that's going in there is just keeping them at the status quo.
Okay,
Like,
got it. It's not the PCI anymore.
Yeah,
It's just, okay,
yeah.
I'm with you. All right, thanks for clarifying that. Yeah.
And Don, did you want to jump in?
I think Casey I just wanted to make sure that the 440 wasn't related to any of the overlay. It was just basically to bridge the gap of what's needed to make the street fund whole.
Okay, good, thank you. And Joe, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I want to bring up the elephant in the room. We're talking about funding, and one of our options is a ballot measure, which we talked about, 15 minutes ago. The question I really have is, do we think running 2 ballot measures for a grand total of a 30-cent raise in taxes for every 100 spent would be something we could pass to this year? Does anyone even, because historically, like I said earlier, we're batting 0, and everyone who votes no is batting 1,000 on sales tax increases. Do we really want to talk about which one do we think is more needed? Is the a public safety levy or TBD? And so my question really is, when we're talking about funding for this, do we want to prioritize which one of those we would rather see on a ballot this year? Because as much as I want to say we should run them both, or we could run them both, if we did, at least one of them's not passing. So I would say we need to talk about that and prioritize that as a further discussion right now.
Okay. Jared, are you gonna jump in on that, or did you want to add something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to what Joe was asking, if my math is right. So if we got rid of the $20, residents would have to spend about $6,600 to get back in tax wise, the 30 cents back to, that's just $20. So again, it kind of goes back to the marketing, how we market it. That doesn't sound too bad at all on my end, as long as if we get rid of the $20 fee. But I think we're seeing more now than ever that people are wanting a solution and wanting something. So if we can explain to them, here's a solution, I think that we have a much better chance of this passing this year than we've had previously before in the past.
Thank you. Regan?
So to Jared's comment, last time we did the same thing, the council agreed that they'd drop the $20 TV car tab if this was passed. And so we did some quick calculations. The average home was spending just over $40 a year on car tabs and would spend about $18 something on the sales tax. So it was by far a much better deal for Covington residents because they'd pay less and we'd have almost 2 times the amount of money coming in for our streets. I really think the issue was there literally was just a few of us out on the streets and visiting with organizations. It just wasn't a very good campaign to get the word out. Afterwards, after that ballot initiative failed and people started getting paying their car tabs, we got numerous calls into City Hall saying, I thought the council was going to drop these if that sales tax was approved. were like, it wasn't approved, and people were flabbergasted, like, how did that not pass? So, you'd think, looking at those numbers, that this thing would pass. It really is, like we've talked about, getting households to understand they'll be paying less and double the amount to the street fund.
Thank you. And the mayor's hand was up. So Jeff, you go and then Beth.
I think that we need to bring this back, put it on the November ballot, do heavy marketing, even if it coincides with doing a public safety ballot measure. We'll have to see what our subcommittee does and do heavy marketing plan for that as well, and get out there and start talking to people. Like Regan said, we need all of us as council members to be out there pushing this, and not just a few people and a few staff members after hours doing it. And I'm all in favor. I mean, I will be out there 100% doing what I can to help promote this, help educate people, and help pushing a positive message and telling people and showing them why we need to get this done, if the council approves it.
And Jeff, I'm just wondering, to complete the picture, do you also like the idea of dropping the TBD fee?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to ask that. Okay, thank you. So Beth, how about you?
You're on mute, Beth.
Thank you. One other thing that had come up that, again, it was mostly social media, but a few other folks had mentioned the potential lack of distrust that we would actually, or that the council at the time would actually drop the TBD. And I know that that's kind of a worst case scenario. I'm not saying that there was any, that I necessarily thought that at all, but it is a, there can be some distrust in government, and that has to also be part of the conversation. We have to be able to look our constituents in the eye and say, if that's what we decide to do, that is what is going to happen, because it might be just enough people to get over the 50% threshold. And I would also, I would suggest, if we decide we want to wait to make a final decision on this, is that we get out there with the budget. And again, it has to be transparent. It can't be like we're trying to push an agenda. It has to be us saying, these are the benefits of this. And let the voters decide. And also, what would be the cost if we don't do it? Again, what will happen to our roads, and how will they deteriorate, and what will that impact be on their daily lives if this doesn't move forward?
If you could achieve all that, plus dropping the TBD fee and really marketing that as one of the key strategies, do you like the idea? Do you support the idea of putting it on the ballot this November?
I could, because we're not even 100% sure we're going to do the safety one yet. I mean, and if we have to make a decision, and I maybe I misunderstood, because I've heard several different things over the last year, is that once we have filed it to put it on the ballot, I was under the impression that council was restricted in what they could say or how they could promote it. Is that not true? Or maybe Regan, you can clarify that?
There are rules governing that. Mark's got his hand raised, so maybe he's wanting to share that, or I can, but go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Regan. And you actually, and Councilmember Porter, thank you for bringing that up, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about, really make a comment on briefly. Two things to address your point. Council, once it's actually on the ballot and council has voted to put it on the November ballot, then the rule is that public facilities cannot be used to promote or oppose a ballot measure. And so what it means to use public facilities is using the dais, using city staff time, talking about it during public meetings. So it's, as an individual council member, the rules there's specific exceptions that allow you to continue to talk about it in your personal capacity, even as a council member, just out in the public, but you just can't use the public facilities and use the microphone of a council meeting to do that. And one other thing to keep in mind, and what I also wanted to discuss, was up until the point that it is actually placed on the ballot, staff can work and start marketing and can get messages out about this all the way up until that point that it's placed on the ballot. So I think that's important. While the most critical time really is that August to November stretch for any vote, staff can help lay groundwork very early on to make all of this work as well. So I hope that answers your question. I'd be happy to get into that further if I did not.
Yeah, so just to be clear, if we decided to make it on the November ballot, once we make that decision, if we did that today and say this is what our plan is, we have those restrictions. But as far as the staff using staff resources, now I feel like I'm getting mixed messages. You said up until it's placed on the ballot, which would be in August when we actually file it, right? So can you go over that one more time? Because I feel like there were.
So staff, and it's the exact same rules for using public facilities to support or oppose a ballot measure. They apply to staff in exactly the same way they apply to council members. So there isn't an exception for staff to do anything, but it's once council takes the vote and says, we want to put this on the ballot, and then that's where the cone of silence comes on for staff to no longer be able to use city resources to promote or oppose a ballot measure. Because essentially what they want to keep out of it, they don't want the government to be putting its finger on the scale of once something has made a decision to put it on the ballot. But up until that point, staff can discuss it. We can talk about it at public meetings. It could be a standing issue that's discussed and promoted as a great thing. But it's that actual filing. Once the last vote goes in to pass it, then that's when council and staff can no longer be as freewheeling with their discussions on those issues.
Mark, can you clarify though, we can't use facilities to support or oppose, but to get out the facts of what's happening, can you clarify that, Mark?
Yeah, so, and we can put out facts, and that's totally fine. It's just staff has to, and council have to tread a very fine line so it doesn't get into promotion or opposing. I'm just pulling up the statute right now. So even one of the big exceptions to not using public facilities is if there's a statement by an elected official of support or opposition to, if there is a press conference or response to a specific inquiry, and it also doesn't apply to the normal and regular conduct of the office or agency. So if we're putting out facts and we're just saying, these are the numbers of what this would do, this is how each individual household would be affected, that is totally fine. It's when you say, these numbers, here are the numbers, and we think it would be a really great idea for everyone to vote for this. Look at all the benefits you're going to get if you vote in favor of this. That's where we can get into trouble and get in trouble with the Public Disclosure Commission and the use of public facilities ban, essentially, the prohibition.
Good. Anything more on this? But because I do see a few other hands that came up before we started talking about this. Everybody got clarification here? Okay, thank you, Mark. Now, any other comments? I thought I saw Christina and Jared. I thought I saw your hands up a minute ago. No, they're not.
If we wanted to take the DVD off, is there only one time in the year that we can do that?
Did everyone hear that? I didn't quite catch it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what my computer's doing. Is there only one time in the year, a specific time during the year, that we can take the TBD funds off, remove the TBD, tax?
I believe we just had.
Council could choose to do that at any time.
At any time. Okay, if we wanted to step out in faith, prove ourselves trustworthy, would it be worth doing that before the ballot went out and saying, here, we trust you? If the most we'll lose is what, 357, 380?
It's about 30,000 a month.
Well, I don't know. It's an idea, but it might build some trust. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Anybody else who hasn't really had a chance to say anything about this? How are you all feeling? I mean, we've got a couple of people saying that they would be in favor of trying to put this on the ballot in November of 2022, recognizing that heavy marketing is needed and council will be needed to be involved during this time and probably through the campaign with the guidelines that Mark is mentioning. And then a couple of you have said that you would be willing to make as a key strategy or key marketing strategy the dropping of the TBD fee, because you'd still be left with a gain of about $700,000 if you drop that and put in the sales tax. So I think I've got like 2 or 3 of you have said you would be in favor of that. Jeff?
I'm in favor of doing that. I want point of clarification, Mark. If we were, I just want to know, if we were to vote on the first meeting on February 8th as a council that we wanted to put this on the ballot in November, but it doesn't get transmitted to King County till August, does that mean the clock starts ticking on February 8th, or the clock starts ticking in August of where we cannot use to communicate from city facilities and stuff about promotion of why we need to go out for a tax?
That's a great question, Mayor Wagner. And my understanding, and I'll confirm this, is that as soon as the vote is taken by council, it's not the transmission. It's because that's what places it on the ballot, even though it has to be sent later on. There's case law directly on point about this. I just can't recall it off the top of my head. So I'll follow up with you on that, because that does have major implications for when council would want to consider this as well.
It's 1:30, so we have about 5-10 more minutes with my little changes to the agenda. So I kind of want to push you a little bit to state your preferences. So Beth, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would like to see is a very quick sheet of, I mean, this is all really succinct with what we have here, of what it would look like putting the ballot, putting it on the ballot, the PCI report, if there's a way to make it succinct so that we can start marketing it, but we should probably hold off on taking any formal vote so that we have some time for that outreach without muddying the lines. And, you know, we have time to make a decision on it. We don't have to really decide until July, if I'm to make it official. But I think even then we can gauge what the public's appetite is for this too, if we're out there with engaging with the public on it. And maybe they'll give us some thoughts that we hadn't thought about that we can incorporate in.
Good. And Joe?
Yeah, I think we need some time, because I would like us to come back with a clear direction of, do we want to do one ballot measure for either public safety? Do we want to do a ballot measure, or do we want to do the ballot measure for the TBD, or do we want to do both? And I think we can't make that decision until we've had our the subcommittee that we just made comes back with information on the public safety ballot measure. And I'm still a firm proponent that if we were to put 2 tax increases on a ballot this year, at least one of them is not going to pass, and it's going to be the one that, and granted, we all want funding for roads, we want funding for public safety. One of them's not going to pass if we put 2 on there at the same time. It's my firm belief. And there's also a firm belief that neither will pass. So I think we need to prioritize which one's more important at this moment. So I think that's going to take us a little bit of time. So I'm more in favor of us taking that time, because we have it. We have 6 months to make this determination. So I figure let's squeeze every ounce of our energy into figuring that out.
Okay. And Jennifer?
I'm in favor of putting it on the November ballot. It needs to happen. We need to just persevere, be resilient, get it done. This is the correct way to fund roads. This is the correct way for shoppers and consumers and the users of the roads to pay for it, so it just doesn't rely on our residents. And we know what we're doing with it. I think this one is honestly a slam dunk. We just need to do it right.
Jeff?
I just want to correct something, Joe. We don't have 6 months to wait. If we're going to start marketing one, the other, or both, we need to start marketing now, and we need to start talking to our constituents. And we need to start getting the word out, whether we're going to take the vote to put it on a ballot or not. We need to start having those heavy conversations with our residents and businesses that we have roads that need to be fixed, and we have public safety issues. And so we need to start letting people know now that something may be coming down the pipeline, and we've got to start getting people so that they know, and they're not waiting till the last minute. Oh, something's on the ballot and we didn't have the chance to start talking about it because we wanted to wait.
This is a question from your facilitator who doesn't know all of that you all know. When you just said, Jeff, the idea about giving the public a heads up that something may be coming down the pike, do you have to do a little bit more work on the possibility of a transportation sales tax increase, because you would want to do the same thing you all said you want to do in public safety? Be really specific about how the money would be spent, or again, did I just fail to pick up on Don's messages was that you already have a plan. You've got these specific needs. There would be the money for street pavement improvements and things like that. So maybe you already have that plan. So it's not like still kind of hedging your bets a little bit until you get that all lined up. I think I hear Regan, or see Regan nodding yes.
We have kind of a plan, but we need a little bit more specifics on it to take it out to the public. But we do have a plan that we've used. We just need to get better information out there.
Okay, good. And then Beth, thank you for letting me ask that. So
No, that's okay. I guess when I was interpreting waiting, I think it was waiting to make an official vote, but that we could start working on the outreach now. That's kind of what I heard Joe say, and then I think I think we're all, it sounds like some of us are all in the same alignment.
And I think along with what you're saying, Beth, anything the council decides say shouldn't be to put it on the ballot, right? Because we don't want to start that clock. It's really that we want to move forward with the process kind of deal.
Right, and that could even be just, yeah, exactly, saying to residents, we're considering something, but we want to get your input, or we want to talk about the benefits and so forth, and we can go that route.
Yeah, we'll work with Carla. We'll get an outreach plan. We'll get things for the council to do and staff. Yep.
Can you live with that, Joe? I mean, it's just like I liked Regan's phrasing of like kind of
that was my whole when I said we have 6 months, it's 6 months to put it to a vote at the council. We need to start having these conversations, and these conversations are difficult to have because a lot of people don't want to part with their money for certain things. And so we want to have the conversation of which thing would you like to part with your money for? Would you want both? Would you vote for both? Would you vote for one or the other? Which way do we want to go? And I think that's the way we got to be studying to prioritize. So I think having this conversation with the residents, marketing both, talking about both with the residents is the way to go. But we have 6 months to decide which one, or if both, we want to put onto the ballot in November. And that's what when I say 6 months, that's what I mean.
Good. Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Sorry, I misunderstood.
And at the end of the public safety conversation, you all did say too, you need to be transparent. I mean, even starting with these meeting notes to kind of start to tell the public this is what we're thinking. But I think starting with Jeff's phrasing about something maybe coming down the pike, and now you'd be kind of just moving forward with the process. So Christina, why don't we let you speak, and then we'll see where we are, and maybe we can put this conversation to bed.
With the math that Regan put out there, it sounds like we can almost get both the safety and the transportation to cover the tabs, almost, because it was an average household of $40 or so. And this is about 18. Somehow I think we should use that in our marketing. That's it.
Okay, good. Okay. So my notes are going to really conclude at the headline that you've agreed in this case to move ahead with the process, which I think is also the case with public safety. And I don't need to put this in the notes, but it just dawns on me, I think from what I've learned from all of you, at some point like this summer, both of these issues will kind of be completed. And then you can look at, okay, what does this indicate in terms of putting them on the ballot together or staggering them or whatever, but you're moving ahead with the process in each case. Okay, should we take a break? We're scheduled to take a 10-minute break after this. That would get us to about 10 minutes to 2, and then we'd have from then till 3:30 to go through the other issues. Does that sound okay? Okay, let's do that. So come back at 1:50. We have about 5 issues left. I think there are still 2 big ones. The participation of Covington in SCIP, and also related to that, mental health issues. And then finally, the clean team. Then we've got a couple other issues to discuss as well. So we are running a little bit behind, but I have faith we'll be done still at 3:30. So I'll just say real quickly, when I spoke with each one of you, you were talking about, you seem to share an interest in making sure that the city of Covington's money is well invested, and that when you spending it on SCIP, and that that investment comes back to benefit the citizens of the community. And also a number of you raised this issue about mental health resources. Could SCIP be a path forward to get those resources within your community, or do you have to look for other means of providing those kinds of resources? So maybe I'll turn this to you, Regan. You're up on the list in the agenda too, to set the stage for us.
Thanks, Jim. And you set this one up very nicely, so I don't need to go into that, but really it's just an opportunity to discuss how we want to move forward with SCIP and mental health in Covington. And these have been discussions we've had for a little bit. Everyone is familiar with the South King Housing and Homelessness Partnership. There's several partners throughout King County that are part of it. It's governed by an executive board, of which we know Joe is our representative on that board. There's also a staff working group that Daphne works on and brings reports back on the staff level for that. SCIP is just recently established an advisory board, and they will inform the executive board on those issues you can see there on the screen to discuss institutionalized racism and disparities experienced by the BIPOC community. SCIP is also in the process of creating a funding guideline for 2022. As you know, when we first talked about joining SCIP a few years ago, it was really about providing housing for our residents in Covington and in South King County. And the big issue is, how's SCIP going to get the funds to do that, which obviously they've not been able to do yet, but it still is this regional partnership that's working towards that. I think the expectations, I tried to sum up there in that statement, the expectations that Covington has for SCIP that we discussed over the years. That's really to provide affordable housing for Covington residents in the greater South King County area. Joe, do you have a question?
No, just getting ready to say something, and I thought that's where we were going. I just forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, no worries. And so the funding that we've provided so far is just an annual membership fee of around $8,000 for 2022. You can see it's $8,625. As you also know, there's 2 state-approved funding sources that could be used for affordable housing. 1406, currently the city's putting 100% of that to Vine Maple Place to pay for rental assistance for Covington residents, and also 1590 funds. So in 2021, we collected $579,000, and we can use all of those towards construction, or split it up and use up to 40% of it on mental health services, and the remaining portion on construction of affordable housing. In 2022, we anticipate about $648,000 being received for those funds that we'll have available. Skip has asked for 1406 funds in the past. The city council decided at that point to put it into Vine Maple Place for rental assistance, but undoubtedly they'll need these funds, right? They'll need 1406 and 1590 funds from partnering cities if they're going to develop affordable housing for our communities. So that's really kind of trying to just get through some of those questions we've had about Skip. What have they done? What are their plans, and what is it costing us? And so next I want to talk a little bit about mental health, and then we can open it up for discussion and any questions. As the council is aware, we did approve in the 2022 budget a community care navigator. This person will be a mental health professional that will work full-time here in the city. There's several different options that we've gone back and forth, hiring an in-house person or contracting. And it seems like contracting with an agency that's providing these services seemed like a smart way to go around it. So we're right now working with King County to see how that would work, setting up a position where we contract with the county and they'd provide that mental health professional, the community care navigator, to work here in Covington. We've also talked a little bit about, I think the last time we had this discussion with council was at the budget workshop about mental health counseling. So above and beyond what the community care navigator will provide for. We reached out to Valley Cities, a mental health provider. We spoke to them about, is there any way we could get you to bring some mental health providers, some services to Covington? They said, if you can provide some space, we can bring people. So we worked out some potential spaces here at City Hall. We were trying to work out a larger, better space at the police department, but because of security reasons and whatnot, it was going to cost quite a bit to go in and retrofit that building to do that. So we found space here at City Hall. However, they just recently in the last couple of weeks reached out to us and said, because of some staffing shortages, they're just not able to do that. However, they do have a mental health mobile van, kind of a cool concept that they can drive around to different communities and provide those services. Each van has a psychiatrist, a counselor, and a case manager, and they drive around to where the people are and meet with them and provide those services. And so they've asked if they can begin using Covington for that and parking their van here at City Hall, which we've of course agreed to. We've also reached out to a couple other places, Vine Maple Place, about mental health services, and Kent Youth and Family Services. We're still kind of, we've offered the same thing that we offered to Valley Cities about, if we provide space, can you bring some professionals in? Still waiting to really hear back from them if that's going to be viable for them to do that. So that's really where we're at. And the question, I guess, then, is as council requested these items, is how would council like us to proceed? Is the city's funding being invested in a way that will provide the greatest benefit to Covington? Does council desire to stay with Skip? I know we've had some conversations around that. And then that agenda question that Jim put on there is, does the council want to create a nonprofit to provide mental health services? It sounds like that was something that was brought up. So I will stop sharing this so we can see each other, and then open it up to whatever council would like to discuss.
And I think Joe has had his hand up for a while. And so why don't you go first, sir?
Thank you. So I really like that mental health van, or whatever they're actually calling it. I think that's pretty cool because it allows for them to be able to go to the people. So I think that's really pretty cool. As far as Skip goes, like I said, we had our first meeting of the year yesterday, and unfortunately I spent most of my time on the phone with Regan during that, trying to figure a couple things out.
It wasn't my fault he was missing Skip. I just want to point
it wasn't your fault. I was the one making the phone calls, and they just happened to coincide with when this was happening and playing telephone tag. But I think my one thing with Skip is that we've been a part of them since just shortly after they began, and all we've done is created more bureaucracy when it comes to helping with affordable housing. It's just become more and more bureaucracy. All we've done is meetings. How would we like to do this in the future years? How would we like to do this in future years? It's not, how can we do something this year? It's been, and the creation of the advisory board just feels like we're kicking the can down even more. Granted, the executive board gets all the final say, but the executive board, none of us on the executive board know these people on the advisory committee because we didn't interview them. It was the staff working group that did, which I'm appreciative of the staff working group. But the executive board doesn't know any of them. And the one person who did know them was the former Burien city manager, who has since left Burien and is no longer on the board. So that being said, do I think Skip is going to do something good? Yes, I do. Do I think they're going to do something good this year and have projects that help with affordable housing? No, I don't.
Jared?
I just broke my microphone. I kind of wanted to go back to that the city creating a nonprofit. What would that look like, or how would that work out?
So I haven't looked into that much. I don't know for sure which council members asked for that to be on the agenda. But that would just have to be something that we explore. I'm assuming a 501c3 that we'd have to establish. Usually those require a board of directors that we'd have to find. And I'm assuming that 501c3 would then try to find funding sources to provide mental health services. And the city could put some of their funding into it, like the funding options we have, could put those into the 501c3 to provide those services. I hope I'm not going off track with what council wanted there, but that's what I see as that moving forward.
So basically, we'd be recreating Skip, but just for Covington?
Well, it would be for mental health services, not housing, as I think was the request.
Right.
Jared, are you done, or should I call on Jennifer? Did you want to add anything else? Keith, looks like you might. Okay. Jennifer, go ahead, please.
It was not me that suggested the nonprofit. So if someone wants to explain their reasoning there before I jump in with my questions, please feel free. Otherwise, I'm going to kind of shift it. Was it you, Beth? Okay.
I think I might have suggested that there was talk of seeing if we could get a nonprofit to come into Covington, not necessarily forming one from the city level. Maybe.
Yeah,
I might have miswritten on the agenda. Sorry.
And I would have expressed almost identical to that. So if that's the case, I definitely would have been someone that said we'd love to have a nonprofit. So that's what I was gonna go into. I know you guys have heard me say this before. I do think we need another organization that's already doing this work here. I am not particularly interested in the city managing mental health. If Reagan feels his team is ready to take on another thing, then please, let us know. But I do think, why recreate the wheel when there's already organizations out there doing the work that know what they're doing, that have experience doing it. There is a Valley Cities location out in Enumclaw that, I encourage you guys to stop in there and check it out. It's fantastic. Great looking place that offers a variety of services that is right in their downtown corridor, very convenient. So again, it doesn't have to be Valley, but any kind of organization that's already doing it, that has staff and the resources would be fabulous. My question is related to the funds that have to be used on new construction. If we didn't route those to Skip, what could we use those for here in Covington that would make a difference?
The construction dollars?
Yes, will we just save them up
Yeah,
or?
we can just keep saving them up until the city wanted to do a project. We could partner with King County. You know, King County has a group similar to Skip that King County runs that's working on affordable housing. At this point, we've not formulated what that would look like if we wanted to take on ourselves, but it would be many, many, many years of banking those funds.
Pooling, right. And that's, I mean, for me, that's the advantage of giving them to Skip. If there's another organization that's out there doing something similar that's able to leverage a small amount of money into something larger, because affordable housing is not affordable to build, I would be interested in that. I do agree, you know, Joe has more of a view of what's happening at Skip since he's on the board, but I mean, what he just said is exactly what my perception is. It's just another organization trying to do good, but just more bureaucracy. And I just don't know that it's the right place for our funds. And then I would love to keep the 40% here in Covington and use it for behavioral health and mental health services. There is so much opportunity there.
But if I can just mention something to Jennifer's, it is part of that 40% that we're using to pay for the community care navigator.
Oh, yes, correct.
Yep.
Hey, Jeff, was your hand up in a minute ago, or now I see Joe, so would you want to go?
I think he was talking to you, Jeff. Your hand was up and then went down. Okay, I did just want to add one more thing, and this is just an update that Skip does have a new community partner. Maple Valley has signed on to be with Skip. The executive board will be voting on that next month. So we are adding Maple Valley to the cause for affordable housing. But again, I don't think there's going to be no projects from Skip this year. I feel that's the case. There's a lot of going to or a lot of lobbying in Olympia for new affordable housing options and new things in the toolbox. But again, our money is going to be being spent on staff and not on funding affordable housing this year is where I see it.
Do I hear a future city council member speaking?
No, you heard my wife talking to the dog. That's what you heard.
Oh, okay, good. Joe, can I ask a question? And this is just neutral, but I'm trying to get some information out here. I understand your concern, but what about this last piece on the one slide that said the Skip is getting ready to create the guidelines for the 2022 Housing Capital Funds? Does that mean that they're starting to move toward allocating funding for projects?
We're starting to look at projects. We're starting to look at the different aspects out there, but allocating the funding and actually using the funding with Skip is two different things. It's, we're going to allocate X dollars that will be used towards Y project, but Y project won't take place for 1 or 2 years at this moment.
Okay, good. Beth?
Yeah, I know we've had presentations from Skip, from the executive director before, and the plans that they have are they're going in the right direction, but to Jennifer and Joe's point, it does add one more layer of having to muddle through to get to an actual conclusion or to get to some sort of action. And I'm wondering if, I think when it gets back down to what the council stated as our primary focus is to provide affordable housing to Covington residents. I guess maybe I feel like based on the climate, there are some people that are probably in Covington that would move to one of the other cities. I just don't think anything's going to get built here or built close enough that our residents are going to benefit from it. unless they want to move out of our city to go somewhere else, which I might be off base, but I like the idea of having some resources and mental health resources here in the city. And I guess I'm wondering too, if, we use some of this skip money to offset, and I don't know if we can. We have these new building developers coming in, and some of them are looking at getting exemptions from fire impact fees and school impact fees to create low income housing or affordable housing. Is there an opportunity for us to offset that with some of the skip funding so that people that are living in Covington have more choice? And I would be curious to hear some of those. And what is our need in Covington? I think this was a question that Jennifer asked, and we were all asking about some kind of data to figure out what really is the need in Covington so we can decide whether skip is the right way or if we need to do something different, which is not going to be talked about today, but I think that kind of information needs to be brought forward so that we can make decisions, better decisions.
Okay, Jeff, go ahead, please.
You brought up a good point, Beth. If we could use those dollars for skip for something here in Covington, because I agree, I don't know if anything will ever get built here. But the reason we started investing in skip is because our dollars will go farther, because they can bond against, like, our 5 cents will create several dollars to come back to those. And one thing about skip is, whether we're in skip or whichever organization, we want them to build these affordable housing close to services so that the residents have a place to go as they need the services. I love the idea of having that van come to Covington to help with mental services. It's great news, Joe, that you said Maple Valley is going to join SKIP now. That will definitely be a plus. And there's another organization, is the Maple Valley Community Center, that has services that are available to residents, and maybe they can start coming to Covington as well, because I know that several Auburn organizations are now going out to the Maple Valley Community Center. Maybe we can get them to start coming here to Covington as well. I personally have no problem staying in SKIP because it takes time to plant seeds to get things to grow. I mean, look at our town center. We're planting the seeds, Lake Point. It took a while to get that going, so it always takes time to get things to go. And unfortunately, and not any fault of our team, it just takes a long time for government to get things going because of all the public process and everything. And that was the hardest thing for me to learn when I got on the council. And it's just the way it is. So I personally have no problem staying involved with SKIP to see what they can do.
Okay. Selena has raised her hand. So why don't you come into this conversation, Selena? I think you could probably add some perspective to the discussion.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Jim. I just wanted to point out to the council, and this is something we'll be talking about in February in our joint council with the Planning Commission. But as we are required under GMA to move towards updating our comprehensive plan by 2024, one of our very first steps that Covington has to take in order to update our housing element, and also to meet what's going to be coming out of House Bill 1220, we have to do a needs assessment. Housing needs assessment. So that is something that many jurisdictions have already done, right? So they did these a while back. And as I told the Planning Commission, half jokingly, some of our procrastination for not doing that has actually benefited us, because now we have, and we will be getting clearer instruction about housing needs and requirements that are coming out of HB 1220, as well as what the comprehensive plan element updates are going to be requiring. So I just wanted to let you know that's something that CD is working on. I'm going to be putting together kind of a roadmap. I'm working with a consultant right now to kind of get a scope of work around what that would entail. But I wanted to mention that because it's important, because Councilmember Porter that's kind of what you were talking about, was this need to really understand what is the needs in the city, what is the needs in the region, and how do we play a part in that. So that is a to-do item for community development this year.
Good. Thank you, Selena. And Christina.
Yes, I wanted to ask, Joe, do you know off the top of your head, directly our neighboring cities, Auburn, Kent, specifically Auburn, Kent, because they're larger, are they part of SCIP as well?
Auburn and Kent are part of SCIP. Their mayors are the chair and vice chair of SCIP.
I know that. Okay, well, that answers my question then. Thank you so much.
I just put this up so you can see who they all are. It's Auburn, Burien, Covington, Des Moines, Federal Way, Kent, Normandy Park, Renton, Tukwila, King County, and now Maple Valley's been added.
Okay, where are you all in this discussion? There's a couple different pieces here. Like you've now learned, right? Maybe you knew this before, but I've learned. I see that some funds are being used for mental health services, and Regan has been talking to people about bringing mental health services into the city. One example is that mobile home or mobile health unit, and then the possibility of maybe getting Maple Valley Community Center to provide services and looking at other people who are other organizations. So there's the mental health. I don't know if you feel like more needs to be done, but we've got that. And then again, trying to gauge where you are in terms of the participation of your city in SCIP. Beth, do you still have your hand up or did you just put it back up?
Yeah, I did. I was going to answer your question and I keep going back and forth in my head with it because there's so many benefits and potential pitfalls of staying in SCIP. And I understand that it does take some time to get things moving and getting them off of the ground. And I'm not completely opposed to staying in it and seeing how it works, but I'm always critical of reevaluating and making sure that it is going to be the best thing for our residents. I do think that we should keep as much of this, and I know that we talked about setting aside a certain amount for SCIP, and then maybe keeping some of it in city so that we can continue to support residents in a more immediate need. I think we need to look at it through that approach, and I like that the idea of the van. One thing that I did. I attended the King County Behavioral Mental Health Forum back in December, and one of the folks that was in my breakout room actually is he's the chief medical officer for Valley Cities Health, and was talking about how they have a 40% vacancy rate in their workforce for clinical, and the pay rate and everything. Like it could be quite challenging to get people in to help with. Luckily, we're not a huge city that has a ton of need, but it could be a challenge to have that element because those folks don't get paid nearly enough for what they do, quite frankly. So it might be a challenge to get mental health services in our city, but I still think we should try to get some sort of immediate proximity need services available, even if it's a mobile. It'd be nice if they could come in a couple days a week instead of just one day a week.
Jennifer, how about you going ahead? I just want to point out too, it's 2:17. I had kind of revised this that we talk about this till 2:30. So I'm maybe trying to put a little pressure on us all to figure out where we are on this.
Yeah, so I guess I'm comfortable staying where we're at right now with the city exploring some other options for mental health. The van is great, but a consistent, safe place for people to go is honestly what we need. But a van is a great, definitely better than nothing. And then what I mean by kind of staying where we're at right now is not necessarily handing all the money over to SCIP, but staying aligned with SCIP, still paying our membership, and just status quo, I guess, with the city still exploring mental health options. It's where I stand.
I'm just throwing this out just as a facilitator, is it any help to send some kind of letter to give them a heads up that you want to see more action faster or something like that?
Well, I think our Representative Joe can relay that.
Jared, you had your hand up a second ago.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer your question. I'm kind of with Jennifer on this. I don't mind staying in for now with the ability to explore other options as well. I do like the van idea though, but if we could get it more frequent.
On that, okay, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, and I've
Let's-
just been listening, and it sounds to me like, you know, we have a commitment here and a desire to provide more services and more support to people that are in housing need and other mental health issues. We just don't know what the right venue is right now. I think some of these things we've talked about, providing, I think the mobile unit is a good start. Might be a way to engage the demand for this, but a place that's predictable for people to go to. Have we reached out to Multicare or whatever? Are they willing to provide some space or something like that could be available for community mental health? So I'm hesitant to pull the plug on our support for Skip, but I also think we need to see some real on the ground change too. So
I'm just going to focus on the mental health piece for a moment. Regan, do you feel like you have enough direction? The council is telling you they like the mobile unit. Jennifer, I think, summarized the feeling of a number of people by saying also looking for kind of a physical place that it would be safe for people to go to. So it sounds like you have been talking to different organizations about bringing services or offering services to the community. I mean, in some respects, is the council just kind of telling you to do more of that and come back and, you know, report on that, or I don't know, try harder or whatever to find the mental health providers and get them into the community? I didn't mean to sound mean to you because you sound like you're
We
doing-
will try harder, Jim. Fine.
Like he just said what I was thinking. Yes, try harder, please.
So yeah, what I've got, I mean, I think we're really making some great strides actually, from going from having nothing to this year. We'll have the mobile van, we'll have a community care navigator, and we've partnered with, or are trying with, 3 different mental health providers, Valley Cities, Kent Youth Family Services, and Vine Maple Place, to try to get them to come to Covington. We're offering free space for them. And so really it's on their end if they're able to. Unfortunately, Valley Cities was not able to, but what I'm getting from this is we'll continue to work for that. We'll continue to make sure the Valley Cities knows that they're welcome. The mobile van can come more often than once a week. That's what they said they could do at this point, but we'll make sure they know that we want more. And then what I'm also understanding is to keep our membership in Skip. But as far as construction dollars are concerned and other monies, we're just going to hold on to those for now.
Thank you for doing that summary. I just want to make sure council, everybody's okay with that, Beth?
Yeah, just a quick clarification. Didn't we commit a certain amount of our 1590 funds to Skip already, like for 5 years? I mean, we had this discussion like either last fall or the fall before, and or sometime in the last year.
So
And I
Casey,
know-
can maybe, sorry,
No, go ahead.
Casey can maybe correct me, but I think that was for 1406. And the council decided to put that into Vine Maple Place because Skip did not have a plan on how those dollars would be used. And Vine Maple Place was able to put it right away towards rental assistance. We have not committed 1590 funds other than for a community care navigator.
We have Regan in the reserves. We do have it listed as construction monies for SCIP, but we haven't technically, I don't think, restricted ourselves to giving those to them. I think just in our reserve. So what we currently have in our reserves is 50% of the 60% is being held in a reserve for potentially giving to SCIP. And then the remaining 10%, we were kind of holding back in case another entity like SCIP pops up and we want to fund them. That's probably that other piece that you're thinking of.
It is. Thank you, Casey. I thought we were already.
I don't think we formally have done anything. Am I correct, Regan?
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And maybe it's best to rename that to Affordable Housing Construction Fund. Mark?
Yeah, Mark.
Real quick, Regan, I'll have to go back and check the minutes from when we had this discussion, but I believe that the council had already decided to allocate that 50% to SCIP for the construction and affordable housing. I think formal action was taken, but I'll work with Krista and we can go back and find out exactly what happened at that meeting.
Well, Beth's proven over and over she's got a better memory than I do, so.
Better than me too.
Right.
So.
It's hit and miss. I mean, gosh, I can't remember where I put my keys.
Well, and that might make sense since we put that dollar amount in that fund. So we'll confirm that. And that would have been just for last year's dollars, right?
Yeah, I for some reason thought that the thought was that we would do it long term so that SCIP had some sort of some predictability about what we would be giving them to help in that. And I feel like it was 5 years. It was longer than I was asking for something a little bit smaller, but as a council, we did decide, and you might want to just double check on that, because if it looks like we're going to collect 648,000, but we need to give 40% of 60% of it to
we'll look at that. Like Casey said, and I was alluding to, I think even if council did that, I don't know that we're in any agreement with SCIP at this point to do that, though.
So as you said a moment ago, then, I mean, your feeling is what the council is saying, keep the SCIP membership, but holding out money for construction within the city of Covington. So
not necessarily holding it for construction in Covington, but just hold on to those dollars until council decides where they want to allocate.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So is that sufficient for today? Does that get us a little bit further in terms of clarification and the sentiment of the council? And especially, it sounds like on mental health, the council's interest is being advanced. Okay. Okay, are you ready to go on then to the next, which is the clean team? That's our next discussion here. So it's 2:27. We've got a little bit, like an hour and 3 minutes to go.
Jim, when you say clean team, you have to say it with more enthusiasm. Like this is really exciting here.
Hey, I'm trying to be neutral and calm.
Fair enough.
No.
So
but I did hear from all of the individual interviews I conducted, and I heard this from the leadership team, and when I was with Jeff and Sean together, I just heard that, you all do have a strong interest in making sure that the city looks as kind of as dynamic and strong and vibrant as you are working to make it from a policy standpoint. And you're proud of the natural beauty of the area, but I did hear from people saying, seems like more graffiti, more garbage, the garbage carts being left and everything like that. So everybody was kind of acknowledging that problem, and now I'll let you take it from there, because you have a specific proposal with the paper that I hope everybody had a chance to look at, the job description.
So I'll talk a little bit about what Covington is, and then what we don't want it to become and how we might be able to prevent that. So as I was going through this, I thought, we need to really address what we are, and we are a city of love. as you engage with the residents here, as we're involved in service activities, there really is just a ton of love for this community, and we love our mascot Karma. It really is just a wonderful community for that. We're a city of beauty, natural beauty, and we're working hard to provide beauty like our public art. We're a city of progress. There's a ton going on here. We continue to develop and progress as council has directed over the years. And a city of service. A lot of really wonderful people that are willing to volunteer their time and dig in and donate to keeping our community clean. And that's something we need to be really, really proud about and build upon. However, we're increasingly becoming something else, and that's unfortunate. And this is a thing that it's really easy to turn a blind eye to. It's really easy to just drive past it and skip it and not worry about it. But it is becoming more and more of a problem and something that we need to address. The shopping cart issues in the last couple of years have become a major strain on our maintenance team, and to the point to where we just can't spend all the time collecting them and returning them to local businesses anymore. Our bus stops are looking trashier and trashier. We're seeing drug paraphernalia around our sidewalks and our downtown core as you walk around. That bottom left photo with all the yellow garbage bags, that's just from like a 2-block stretch of road in our downtown core, all that garbage. And then of course, graffiti has become a major issue and something that is really hard to stay on top of and work towards. And these are all issues that are developing on top of everything that our maintenance team and other people are working on. And so the question is, well, what can we do about it? Because nobody wants that, right? But the problem really is bigger than our volunteer projects that we organize and the wonderful groups that are willing to come in and adopt a street and community service projects on the day of service. And it's just more, like I mentioned, than what our current staff is able to have to manage. So what I like to propose is that we need a clean team, even if it's just a 1-member team at this point. And I'm not married to that name. We can call it whatever we want, but it's catchy. And I wanted to say first that we're not the first to think about this idea. It was in 1757 that Benjamin Franklin came up with the first street cleaning operation. He started paying people to clean up the dirty streets in Philly. So I just think we're in good company in considering this. So as we've kind of put this together, I worked with Noreen, and there's not a lot of really great job comparisons out there from other cities, but this is what she was really able to put together. We hired one FTE. The person could coordinate our Adopt a Street program, which we've been working to get more people adopted. We almost have that completed, all of our available streets adopted. And it's time to add some additional streets, which is time, and there's paperwork and things that go along with it, and coordinating all of those Adopt a Street programs or service projects as well. They'd help coordinate service things, events and projects that we do throughout the community. In our downtown core, walk around and pick up litter, help run and coordinate our shopping cart program, manage and remove graffiti, and just keep our troubled areas like our bus stops clean and looking nice. The position would report to our operations and maintenance manager, and the salary range that we could look for this is between around 47 and 56,000 a year, and that's just base salary. So that's really kind of it. Our thought is we need to do something. There may be some really great other ideas out there. And so that's what we'd like to discuss now. Is this a position council would like to consider, or are there some really other better ideas or just different ideas? I will say, I mentioned this, I'm part of the Clean, Safe, and Welcoming subcommittee of the chamber. I'm in charge of the clean side of that. And so we're doing different things. I was sharing that at one of our meetings a week or two ago, and I got an email from someone who was there, and she said, that sounds like my dream job, walking around, picking up garbage and keeping our community clean. That's awesome. I said, hit me up in a few weeks. So anyway, any conversation council would like to have or discussion?
Well, here I see a couple hands. I see Jennifer's and Jeff's. So maybe the two of you could go in that order.
I love this. I think it's a great idea, Regan. It's something that would have immediate impact, and it is unfortunately really necessary. The fact that we have a shopping cart program is ridiculous. I do have a question. Why just the downtown core is mentioned here? I personally avoid driving down that road because of traffic, and I see all of the other areas that I'm driving around that need attention. So why is that? I mean, would the position solely focus on King Kangley, or would they be elsewhere?
So it's not exclusive to just our downtown core. I put that there because that's where a lot of the work and energy we're focusing on right now is at, and what they could do in the downtown core. But it definitely would need to, as I envisioned it, it would start in that nucleus kind of our core and work its way out. So yeah, absolutely. I'd love this to eventually become a community-wide thing.
Yeah,
but
I think, once graffiti and trash start, they just perpetuate because people become more careless. So I can see that this, honestly, as it gets going, we could actually cover a lot more area because it's going to stay cleaner, because people tend to abuse areas that look like trash as it is. But, I'm thinking about some of our residences that live behind Walmart, that whole path, around Jenkins Creek and that retail area. I mean, there's just a lot of opportunity here. This is great. I totally support it.
Hey, Jeff.
I love it. It's a great idea. Other cities have things similar to that, especially having somebody manage the Adopt a Street program, because that is a very time-consuming program. So having this position, this person managing that and helping and setting examples, Justin and the team from the chamber can't get it all done by themselves. So I think having somebody there to help coordinate all this, I love it. I think it's a great idea.
Okay, Sean, and then Beth and Christina.
Yeah, I like the idea as well, and look forward to hearing a little bit more on the position. I do also, though, want to make sure that we're partnering with groups and organizations that can help and have some responsibility. So King County is responsible, I think, for those bus stops. And it'd be nice if they kicked in some funds or took care of their bus stops. Also the businesses, we've so far been returning those carts for free. If their carts are walking away, it's got to be, you think they'd want to go back and get their carts. There's an investment, so if they want to go around and collect them themselves, but I'd be working or talking to them as well to kick in if this is a benefit for them. And then, coordinating with HOAs and service clubs and anyone else that's got some investment in this community to help support this clean team. So yeah, so support it, but I think we need to get these partners that have responsibilities as well to pay their fair share.
If I can just address two of those. I think reaching out to Metro is a great idea, and seeing what they can do to help with the bus stops. The whole shopping cart issue, it's a whole kind of thing, kind of nationwide, that a lot of these large retailers just write them off, right? And the communities that have been successful are the communities that adopt an ordinance, which we will be bringing to council soon, that assesses fines for shopping carts that they don't pick up. So if we collect them and have to dispose of them, we'll be assessing fines to those businesses for that to manage. And that's what this person would manage.
And then the other thing you mentioned, the King County, the bus stops, we need to reach out to them about maintaining their property in our city as well. So I talked to you about that the other day, and that mattress is still there. So just FYI. So.
Beth and then Christina.
Yeah, it would be in full support of this, particularly as it does relate, being in one of the service clubs. I think it's helpful to be able to manage projects and schedule projects so that it's a collaborative effort and we're making the most impact with people who are volunteering their time to make our city beautiful. And I feel for the businesses because quite frankly, they're not the ones putting their carts out, right? And so how can we make it less, are there options for us to help support businesses so that they see less cart theft? They're having a hard enough time with shoplifting. I feel like it's kind of rubbing salt in the wound when we say, hey, I get why we have to recoup our costs for them to come and collect if they don't collect their shopping carts, but I also have to feel for them that, they're already emotionally and mentally stressed out. A lot of the workers are, and knowing that people are stealing their product in a shopping cart and then dumping the cart, like that can be a hard thing. And I don't want to comment on something that might become an ordinance any more than that. However, it might be an opportunity if they're able to do like wheel locks or something like that. I know that Mike and I were doing a cleanup at one of the parks here in Cedar Creek Park, and it was a Fred Meyer shopping cart. How they got it from Fred Meyer all the way to I don't know. And it even had one of these wheel lock things on it that said that the wheels will stop if they get out so far. So there might be other opportunities to help prevent carts from going outside of a parking lot area. I know that's not maybe necessarily this person's role, but maybe they can help facilitate some of that too, which would benefit businesses as well, and hopefully prevent that from being a problem.
Good. Sean, did you want to add something just now to what Beth was saying?
You're muted, Sean.
Yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, I thought I was, I must have been unmuted and then I muted it. Sorry, Christina, just jumping in. It made me think of the airport, and they have those little cards and that you have to put in, a token or some amount of money to get the card, but then you get it back when you put the cart back. So something to that effect. And then I guess if people, that's a kind of a technology thing that the supermarkets would have to implement. But could you put a deposit on, carts so that there is a, if they return them, they get, $5. So for these ones that are out in the middle of nowhere, there's a $5 bounty on returning those cards. So you actually see people collecting them and taking them back possibly. I don't know. But then again, you could see people stealing them and then bringing them back. So I don't know. Anyway. Yeah.
If I might, the conversation is kind of going towards shopping carts, which this really isn't about.
Yeah, right.
We will bring that back to council
Yeah.
and let a council
Great.
meeting,
Yeah.
all that discussion.
Thanks.
Christina.
Thank you. I really like that position. I hope that this person, whoever it is, that they are loud about their cleaning days, that they are cheerleaders, that they can incorporate the community and obviously not carry this burden on themselves. But because it sounds like, sorry, I have to go back to the shopping cart, but if they're going to go collect shopping carts, they better have a lift gate on a cart, because if whoever it is, especially if it's a female, that's something that should be thought about. But I really like the position. I think we need it, unfortunately, and I hope we get someone on that soon. And I hope that stores don't stop putting their names on the shopping carts if we pass one.
Jared and Joe, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I would just say I support it. My only question would be if something like this gets approved, how long is it until we see that position filled and then them doing their duties?
It just depends on how quickly we can hire. Usually you want to advertise. We do have a job description already put together pretty much, but you advertise for a few weeks of interview, then they start a month later.
Okay. So fairly quick. That's exciting.
I'd say the next couple months.
Yeah.
So you should go back to the chamber and find her.
Jared, I think Regan does need you to say that you love the idea the way everybody else has said it.
I'm not a fan of the name, but I guess we can iron that out.
Okay. Oh, I guess that was a statement of love. Okay. Jill, let's hear from you since you haven't had a chance to say anything yet.
I hate to say this, but I had to step away for the majority of this presentation. So I did miss this part, hence why I've been quiet.
All you have to say is I love it, and then we'll move on.
I can't say that though. I'm not gonna lie to these people.
Well, you'll learn to.
Maybe Jared will lie too, but that's it.
Okay. Well, the rest of you have endorsed the idea by saying that you love it, and you've got the job description. So I think you're giving Regan the authorization to proceed. So I think we can move on. Okay. And we are moving on to now a couple miscellaneous items. One of them is the Welcome to Covington sign. You've got some information here in the summit packet. So I hope you had a chance to look at that. And I'm gonna go back to you, Regan.
Thanks. I am turning this one over to Carla.
Krista, can you promote me as a panelist on my laptop? Thanks. Hopefully I'll figure it out.
You should receive notification now.
Sorry, just trying to figure this out.
Carla, we're receiving feedback, so I think I'm gonna suggest that you mute on at least one of your devices.
Is that better?
Possibly.
Okay. Okay, does that look good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all might recall that some time ago, we talked about Welcome Gateway sign in the city. We had initially looked at the property on the corner of 156 and 272nd. We put up a temporary banner there and gave everybody a chance to kind of drive by a few times, see if they liked it. So that's what that picture is there. So I'm just gonna give you a couple of options because there are some new options that have come about recently for welcome sign to see if you're still interested in having one, where you'd be interested in having it. And then, obviously spending money on that. So, so this lot here is owned by Sioux Creek Water and Sewer. You did approve the budget for the city to purchase the land sometime this year. And then King County has expressed interest in using a portion of it as a trailhead. So we could develop the rest of the property, including a welcome sign. And the little rendering on the right, the lower right, kind of gives an idea of just the basic of what they've considered they could do on the site at this time. And then also as a reminder, we had talked about making the signs similar, different but complementary to the entry signs at Covington Community Park, just to kind of keep it consistent with the brand, but it would be different but complementary. So this is the first option we had discussed. And then a new option that's come about is the potential for a roundabout at 272nd and Covington Way. So this is something currently being looked at, and WashDOT is doing a corridor study to evaluate whether that's a feasible idea to have the roundabout there. And they should probably make a decision in June or July. And then if it proceeds, there is right-of-way funding at this point, but no construction funding. So it could be 4 or more years until it would even come to completion. But the roundabout might be the perfect place for a welcome sign, obviously, that could be worked into the design if it moves forward. And then another idea that had come about is the median. I don't know why the star is supposed to be down a little further, but the median on 272nd, that's just in front of Wendy's and the corner of the Covington Place complex. And we can consider placing a low profile sign in that space, or if not a sign, some kind of branded landscaping. You might have seen like some cities will do like their logo or the letter of their city in plants or different colorful flowers, things like that. And it would just have to be obviously approved by WashDOT. So not knowing, I talked to Don a little bit, and WashDOT's more of the type of folks that they want you to come to them with a plan, and then they'll kind of be like yes or no. So we haven't obviously gotten to that point yet. But I'm also of the mind that I think regardless of where the welcome sign is, if it's in the roundabout or on the corner of 156th, I think we should still do something here anyways, because it's right off the off ramp, kind of you're entering that downtown core, and it can be complementary and a lot smaller. So so that's the 3 options that we have right now. And Dawn can help me answer questions, hopefully. And that we're open to any questions if you have any, or just to discuss what you guys think.
Thank you, Carla. Yeah, what do people think here?
So before we became a city, we used to have welcome to Covington signs right when you got off of Highway 18 heading east, and when you got off going westbound. It was before we were a city, and everybody loved them. I love the idea of having a gateway signage because in the very beginning, Chief Roberts also said to how people are going to Bellevue more than downtown Seattle because differentiating themselves. I think this is the first step, along with the clean team that we just spoke about. I personally would like to start with option 1 because it's 4 years plus down the road before we get that roundabout. And then also Don and his team had already started planting the letter C there in that planter strip right when you get off of Highway 18. I would love to see that. So I would love to go with options 1 and 3 right now. And then we can always look at option 2 as that roundabout takes progress.
Okay, Beth?
Yeah, I like the idea of option 1. Although I safe to say to me, a gateway sign is something that should be big and large and still have some branding that ties into the rest of the city, of course. But I think of something like heading up the hill to Bonnie Lake, where it's a big welcome to, like, and that corner would provide that, or the roundabout at some juncture. I think maybe in the meantime, I'm wondering if there's an option, because I do like the idea of the roundabout because that is more of a central, it's right in front of everybody's faces as they're driving in. I'm wondering if there's an option for us to temporarily paint something on the bridge as people are going under the bridge, the Highway 18 overpass. Like, is there a way that we could put welcome to Covington or love the Cov or something there temporarily? Can we get WSDOT approval on that? It'd be inexpensive. It'd be a great way to at least get the ball rolling, provide some color, provide a sense of place. And it doesn't have to be super expensive until we can get something else done.
But Beth, I'm sorry, do you like the option 1 and even option 3, but what you were just suggesting would be temporary to
Not
get toward option 2?
Oh, yeah, I like option 1, and if we could at some point maybe do option 2, but I don't think we need 2 big ones. If we're going to do a big one on the, if people want the roundabout, then I would say let's just do something small at option 1.
Okay.
But option 3 for me, as much as I like that, I mean, there are so many people coming and going and changing lanes. I think some people might see it and some people may not. I don't know. I mean, I'm more on 1 or 2, I guess, or maybe a temporary something else.
Okay. Good. Jared. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Joe.
I don't know if I should be offended by that one, Jim.
He's your colleague and friend. I'm sorry.
I mean, but ouch. Okay. Anyways, no, I like option 1. Don't get me wrong, option 3 would be great, I think. But option 1 is my favorite because it's right there. It's right at the entrance to the city, and it's letting people know you have now crossed that border into Covington. You're no longer in Kent, and welcome to what is Covington, and you're gonna tell you're in a different spot, and after you get even further, you're noticing that change even more. It's like, all right, we've changed into Covington, and now we're seeing that change as we go further. So I'm in favor of option 1.
And Sean?
Yeah, I'm supporting that too, probably option 1. I'd love to see the roundabout. So I think when that becomes feasible, that, yeah, we should put that. I don't know if everyone's seen Kent's new roundabout. They've got one, it's beautiful. So if we can get something similar like that, that would be outstanding. But in the interim, yeah, option 1, putting it at with Friendship Park. And Beth, I was just looking at Google Map and looking at that overpass, and there's a big Highway 18 sign right there that's hanging from the bridge. So I'm not sure how that would work, and I don't know if the state would let us, but anyway, there's already a sign hanging from it right now. So
A good point.
And just to move you along, since it's almost 3 o'clock, I see that Jennifer has her hand up, and I think we also want to hear from Christina and Jared too. So Jennifer, why don't you go next?
Option 1, we've already got a plan in place to move forward with. The roundabout sounds amazing, but it's going to be 4 years is like 40 years. Let's be honest. If it happens in 4 years, I honestly would be shocked. So yeah, option 1, and it really is the gateway. That is the spot. That's right where people start to slow down in the crawl. It's perfect. Yeah, thank you for bringing this to attention.
Good. Now, Don, I saw your hand go up. Maybe you wanted to add something, and then I'll call upon Christine and Jared.
I just wanted to speak to Councilmember Porter's about the underpass. A number of years ago, we talked, even before we had the banners that we placed a little bit closer to Applebee's. That was some of the discussions, and WashDOT was pretty hesitant about hanging anything on their structure. That area in between at the 18 interchange is considered what WashDOT considers limited access. And so there's definitely a higher rules and things like that in that area. So it just would be pretty challenging from what I've heard. I'm not to say that even in the median for option 3 is technically in their limited access, but I think there's some things that we could potentially do based on that. They've just had a little bit bigger heartburn, I guess, for banners hanging on their structures, but definitely something we can consider if that's something that we want to do.
And Christine and Jared, how are you feeling about this?
I guess I'll just start. I like the idea of option 1, absolutely. And then with the potential to revisit the roundabout discussion when it is near finished and can be discussed.
Okay. And Jared?
Yeah, I agree. Option 1. I really do like Beth's idea, even if it's just painted on there or something, not necessarily a banner. But I figured that WashDOT would be very hesitant about it. But yeah, I think for now, option one's a great idea.
Well, then you're all unanimous. You all like option one. I think you're almost unanimous in being attracted to the idea of the roundabout, but recognizing that is sometime into the future. Carla made the comment that at some point she and Don would probably put together something to get that just even in the hopper for the roundabout. But I think you've got unanimity on option one. And I am going to put into the notes some of the other ideas, including the idea about temporarily painting on the bridge too. So, okay.
So
Any-
something
oh,
to,
oh, Carla, go
something,
ahead.
yeah, for option one, Ethan, if you're on the call, still maybe talk about what the next step would be. I think one of the thoughts was to hire a landscape architect to be able to work out that space and the site and what the sign would look like. Might be like $4,000 to $6,000 for that.
Yeah, I can share a couple things. One, we don't own the site yet. So I think that's kind of step one, is that the city has to proceed with the acquisition of that parcel. And I have a meeting later this month with Sue's Creek Water and Sewer to discuss how we move forward with that. And then as far as just, any kind of design for the sign, I think hiring a landscape architect or some sort of A&E company to help us with the design and a cost estimate would kind of be the first step.
Thank you, Carla and Ethan. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go on to the flagpole issue. And you had some good materials in the packet about this, and I think you're going to hear from both Mark and Regan because there's some legal issues in here too. Or property
So
issues.
it won't let me share. Oh, there we go. Someone stopped sharing. So now I can share. So I will go through this. There's a lot of information in here that Mark helped put together. So thank you, Mark. And Council, you have this in your packet. But I'll go through kind of quickly so that you can kind of get to a decision on how you'd like to proceed. And as you recall, it was you asked us to bring this back to you to determine if creating a third-party flag policy of hanging on our poles. After that, I met with our landlord and he's like, well, I don't think the city owns those poles. We looked through the contract and indeed we do not own the flag poles. The landlord has exclusive rights to those. And so any policy that we would come up with, the landlord would have veto right over any of that. And may not even want to consider us hanging flags there. I talked to him about it. He said, I'm willing to look at it, but I'm going to maintain that right to hang what I'd like to in front of this business building. The other option that the council can consider is to have us, and I'm going to go through this kind of quickly, but per state law, there's several options that we have to do. The few flags that we have to wave are the US, the state, and the POW MIA flags. We can kind of hang those where we'd like. And there are some protocols as to their positioning in relation to each other. But you as a council do have broad discretion in determining flag policy and how you'd like to do it. If you do create a policy, and that's something we work through, you need the who, what, when, where, and why of how we're doing that. And one thing I wanted to make sure that we're aware of is to display those third-party flags on the poles would be at council's sole discretion. So these are some of the options to look at. The city could attempt then to negotiate an amendment essentially to our existing lease that would give us control to the poles. So it would cost more, but it's something we could work through. I don't know that that's something he'd be willing to do or not, or we could attempt to procure the rights to that actual property where those are, but I don't think that will work either, as the loan is tied up. The whole mortgage is tied up with the whole property, and I don't think you'd be able to split off a piece of it. So council could adopt a policy displaying third-party flags if it won't work on the poles anywhere within the space that we lease. So within council chambers, for example. Obviously, that doesn't have the same public exposure that our outside poles do, but it is something within your control to do. So really for what's for consideration is if we develop a policy, and that's something council would like to do, who would have that authority to determine which flags are flown? I think that should lie squarely with the council, as this would be a policy decision. But should you decide to fly third-party flags, another thought is, should it be tied to the proclamations? As you know, per our current council rules, the mayor has authority to initiate and execute those proclamations. They're not statement of policies and unanimous acts that the council does. If the council wanted flags, third-party flags to be tied to a proclamation, we would need to refine our policy a little bit. So the guidelines that should exist, if this is something you choose to do, is how long would we want the flags to be flown for? What happens to those flags when required flags are flown at half-mast? Will the city purchase those flags, or does the third party need to lend them to us? And or would the council like us to approach the landlord to attempt to negotiate a separate agreement with him for those flags? So there's a lot of information I know I went through quickly, but it really comes down to the council can hang them in the council chambers or any of our lease space really easily. We could develop a policy for that. If we want to hang them on the flag poles, then we obviously would need a policy, but also need to be able to negotiate that with our landlord.
Regan, when you mentioned guidelines, is that partly, does the council have to adopt some criteria to determine what flags would be flown?
Well, unless the policy was all flags that are requested, there would need to be a policy approved by the council dictating what type of flags and when the who, what, when, where, and why could be flown.
Okay, I see. Thanks you. Okay, well, and Mark, do you want to say something first before the council members chime in?
Yes, just briefly. While this has been typically called government speech and flying flags, the council does have broad discretion. It's expressing council's view on something. This may be changing in the next few months because there's a case that was just argued in front of the United States Supreme Court where some of the justices expressed skepticism at a city's decision not to fly a Christian flag under their flag policy. And that was litigated all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. So there's a lot of that. The law may be more clear upcoming, but it's also whenever you're making decisions to fly or not fly something, it has potential for litigation and controversy.
Okay, thank you. So Sean, why don't you go ahead first, and then I see Jennifer and Joe.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Mark, for that. I was going to ask exactly that. No matter what guidance we put down, we could always get sued, especially if we deny flying a specific flag. So, you know, I'm all for free speech, and I want to be as inclusive as possible on this. But I think it's a huge can of worms if we start going down saying we'll start flying all kinds of flags, because we basically would, I don't think we'd be able to deny any flag from going up the state flag or the city flagpole. And so we may agree with one flag going up, but it's very quickly that groups would find out about it and they want their flag going up too. And I just think that's a can of worms we don't want to open. So,
Okay, thank you. Jennifer?
Can the landlord fly any flag that he wants in front of the city of Covington City Hall?
Yes.
So I would like staff to negotiate that as we're it's fine with me if he approves what we fly, but I'm not necessarily comfortable with him being able to fly whatever he wants in front of our city hall, if that makes sense. Because if we're talking about flags and, you know, the perception that it's the government, that it's the city flying them, then it's the exact same thing. If he, you know, puts up whatever flag he wants, then we're right here, like the exact same place. So I think that would be something important to discuss. And I don't think he would have a problem with that. He's not currently using the flagpoles, right? And I do agree with Sean opening it up to other flags, but I think the reason that this was brought up is because we don't have a policy at all. So I do want staff to move forward with a policy. I think it would be important to address, are other cities flying flags, and, you know, what do those policies look like? Is it possible to have something that's clear and dry, not opening up a can of worms, like Sean said? It kind of sounds like it would be a can of worms, but in either respect, we don't fly anything, and it needs to be written in stone. Because, you know, the reason I asked this to be brought up is we have had a resident turn down, and they were offended by that denial, or at least that was the perception from their public comment. And that's not okay. I mean, that's the issue that I am not comfortable with.
And if I could just add to that, Jennifer, I don't know, because we don't own the flags, that's our statement, is we don't control those. So drafting a policy for something that we don't have control over. So if the council wanted to not hang flags in the council chambers or hang them, then we can do a policy for that. But as far as on the flagpoles at this point, without negotiating something with our landlord, we don't have that right anyway.
So the flags right now are not ours.
They are ours, and they've been hung there since we moved into City Hall. The city has had basically exclusive rights, but any of the, as Justin told me, any of the tenants in this building could hang a flag there. They've never asked and never wanted to.
Right, well, then Justin could too. That's my concern. Like, I didn't even think about this whole other issue until you started talking about this. And then I'm like, wait a minute, that really anything could be hung out there. And it's like the picture you have in the slides, that says City of Covington, part of the beautiful picture.
Right.
I'm going to go back to Mark for a moment.
Just briefly, thank you for letting me jump back in. And Councilmember Harder-Hausen, what I think you raised a good point. Considering that the landlord does control the flags, it kind of limits what we can and can't do. But one thing staff could approach the landlord about is it would be, because basically every lease would have to be amended for every single tenant for there to be any kind of changes, because right now everyone has a common interest in the common areas. And we could approach the landlord and say, we would like it to be in the lease that just those 3 flags are flown according to state law, and go on from there and basically maintain the status quo so the other flags wouldn't be flown. But I have no idea whether the landlord would even be amenable to that, because I think he has expressed, and Regan can correct me if I'm wrong, he's expressed some interest in having control of that and having and making sure that, and he hasn't had any problems with the city flying everything, our normal flags as they stand, but he might have issues with other flags or limiting himself in the future.
Okay. Jill, go ahead, please.
Hold on, my son decides he wants to be loud real quick. I'll let Christina go first.
Okay, Christina.
There it is. Now I'm cued in. Yeah, so I think that what we're doing right now is unleashing a small can of worms if we want to re-amend everybody's lease. Not sure that's necessary because it hasn't been an issue. Might be, who knows? But I completely agree. We are just opening ourselves up to something that I don't think we can handle. I don't know if we want to handle that, but whether it's a lawsuit, whether it would have to be every flag. I mean, there's no way we could discriminate. And then do we have the space for that? Because what if they all want to be flown, or a few at the same time? That person that complained, I believe, was not a Covington resident, from my understanding. He was actually completely from the out. He wasn't from Covington. He made that very clear, or they made that very clear. And I would love to see us continue on in a peaceful manner. We haven't had any issues. But I agree with you, Jennifer, to establish some kind of policy that clearly states that we can point to, that say, hey, either we fly all or we fly nothing, so that there's no emotion that doesn't need to be there. Yeah, thank you. That's me.
Okay, and Jeff.
I agree with Sean. We should stay status quo, and since we don't own the flagpoles, but I agree with Jennifer, we don't want Justin now starting to hang things up that go against our policy, because if we fly one person, one groups, all of them should have the right to be flown. And yes, Christina, the gentleman or the person that spoke was from Redmond.
Good. Okay, Beth and Joe, and then I think Jared hasn't spoken yet either, so.
This is Joe,
Yeah.
are you ready? You were first, next. Okay, yeah, so I agree. I think I'm glad that we're talking about it. It was brought up in a time with everything going on. I think I like the status quo the way it is as well. I think it's very neutral and professional. It would be nice to have that solidified some form of fashion, so that, again, I can't imagine that Justin would want to change anything, but it would be nice to know that we will have those 3 flags per state law, nothing more, nothing less. And if that hopefully could be done without messing up everybody's leases and causing a lot of a heavy lift on anyone's part, I think that would be great. And if that's something that could be done, I think that would be my preference.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm in agreement with everything that's been said so far. Is that I'd like us to create a policy, because it's at some point we're going to be in a different city hall that we own. So getting on top of this before we move over there would be good. So I'd like us to create some policy that would also include what's inside of City Hall behind the dais, but also working with Justin to make sure that we keep that status quo. I think that would be a good thing, because it's been said, and I'll reiterate it, we open it up to one, we open it to all. And the moment we say no, Mark gets a lot busier and he doesn't like us anymore. And we don't need a city attorney who doesn't like us anymore, because we created a lot more work for him. So I think we need to just stick with the status quo and come up with a policy that we can stick with, especially for behind the dais, and that will be active when we move into the city-owned City Hall.
Okay, all 7 of you have spoken. Let me try to summarize that. I mean, Mark did not use words like negotiate or develop a policy. He did talk about perhaps like Regan and him approaching Jared, your landlord, to discuss even possibly amending the leases to ensure that only the 3 flags that are currently flown would be flown. Or maybe there's something else that you just reach some understanding. We haven't really talked about within the city council, did all of lighting, or it sounds like maybe you don't. You're saying no, don't open a can of worms. So you wouldn't even in the city hall allow for different flags to be flown. But I guess I'm a little bit concerned about the last comment from Jared about developing a policy for the future, when Regan had said, you know, you don't really have control over the current flag poles, and you don't know when you're moving to a new city hall, which is my addition. So I don't know about developing a policy. So Mark, we'll turn to you for a moment, looking for your help.
Just briefly, as it stands right now, we don't need a flag policy. If the council would like one, it would be very simple, and I could draft something up that follows along with council sentiments here, which would really say behind the dais or any flag poles that the city controls or otherwise has agreement to use, that the city only flies the flags as required by state law. And that's a very simple thing to do. And it would cover both behind the dais, and it would cover anything we do work out with the landlord or not. So if he's amenable to flying exclusively city things or not, then it will cover that as well. So whatever flags are flown by the city.
Okay, and I saw a couple people go like that, raising their fingers. So I think you said that, you summarized that very nicely and captured the sentiment of the council. Okay, good. Well, at 3:19, I'm going to move you to the next topic, which is the council policies and procedures. Again, I'm going to turn this back to Mark, Regan and Mark. You have the proposed new language in your packet. I don't know if we'll put it up here on the screen, but Regan, Mark, I'll let you take that too.
Sure, I'll jump in here and I'll keep this very brief because these are just a recommended change, because in public comment, the public still has First Amendment rights when they come to speak at council meetings. And that comes with the right to be critical and to say really what they want, so long as they're not creating an actual disruption of the council meeting. So this clarifies where the state of the law is right now, which is saying if someone is speaking and creating that disruption that prevents or delays council from getting its business done, that's when that kind of action or disturbances are prohibited. So this would be saying thing like encouraging the crowd to participate, everyone stand up, clapping, cheering, because that can also chill other people from wanting to speak up in an opposing view, talking over people, yelling at council during the council meetings, asking for raised hands, not relinquishing the podium. So this is trying to just address an issue that isn't a problem right now, but could be if we decide to step in with the way the council rules are currently written, because they say they can't make any personal or slanderous remarks. And they have the First Amendment right to say a lot of things, even if it's mean to council or staff. But if it's doing something that is riling up the crowd, and like if someone started using a bunch of profanity and it's made an outcry, then there would be the ability for the chair to step in and remove at the worst case scenario would be having to remove someone from a council meeting. But this is just trying to clean that up a little bit, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you would like to discuss.
Anybody? Jeff?
Mark, thank you for bringing this forward. This is kind of like unspoken, what we do now. But I like the fact that it's put in writing, so I'm all for it.
And I think that makes a lot of sense, Mayor, because it's just whenever someone is saying something, and this goes back to what our policy was with the flag discussion as well. It's nice to have it in writing so we have something we can point to when we do have these issues. And I've seen them come up in other jurisdictions, and it can be very, very contentious. And I like having something that you as whoever is the chairperson can say, here's the rule, you can point to me, I can talk about it, and then we can go through that with a disorderly person or disruptive person.
Hey, Jeff, why don't you go next? Or Joe, will you go next? And then Beth.
I'm just going to say that's the third or second different name you've called me today. I've been Jared a few times, and now I'm Jeff. But
I'm looking at the screen. Excuse me, I wasn't even looking at you. So
it's fine. It's fine. I'm just giving you a hard time. So I think my only issue is that there are some times that the applause from the audience is just a natural thing to be an encouragement with the with what the speaker has said. But I think, sorry, my phone started ringing now. But I think also that when it is natural like that, we should be okay with it and not immediately go to enforcing rules on it. And I also just want to make sure that we're not too liberal in enforcing those those rules, or too conservative in enforcing those rules, that we understand when some of those are just a natural occurrence because of what's been said.
Good. I think Mark has a response.
Yes, I do. So thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Simomo. In my opinion, this is just another tool in our toolbox that we can rely upon if we need to. And I would caution council about allowing clapping after a public comment is made. And the reason why I say that is because if someone is expressing their view, they think the city should hire more police officers, and everyone claps and cheers, that may dissuade someone else who doesn't want to hire more cops and maybe wants to build more roads from wanting to speak at the council meeting because they're afraid that the large group is going to be mad at them. So that's why the public displays of whether it's clapping, hooting and hollering, stomping their feet or otherwise are strongly discouraged, because we want everyone to feel comfortable speaking at council meetings and being able to express their opinions on city business without being afraid of how other people are going to react or that they're going to be shunned as part of the group. So that's just something to keep in mind, is this is again just a tool, another tool in the toolkit.
And Beth.
You know, in reading the words that are in front of me, some of them make complete sense. You know, not making personal, impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks and all of that. But demonstrations, that seems pretty, you know, extreme when I think of what a demonstration is. Applause, I don't know. I just, some of this seems like it could be misinterpreted, and I would hate for our residents to look at this and go, they don't want us to be able to state our opinions. So for example, we might have a whole group of people that believe something. One person gets up and talks, the rest of them don't talk. They could certainly get up, and we could have 10 people in a row get up and say something. And if I'm the person that is going to say something different, I might still be offended, or not offended, but afraid to get up and say my piece when 10 other people have said something exactly opposite. Where do you draw the line? I want to be very cautious about how we roll this out. And the whole thing about 4 minutes, the way it's written, I mean, and currently if somebody goes over, we're generally fairly generous because it's very easy to go over 4 minutes. You can have a completely one-page thing written out and say it, and then you're over 4 minutes. And so I want to me, I feel like when it's in writing, I get the idea that it's a tool, and but we have to be very careful, because if it's a tool and we apply it sometimes and we don't apply it others, then you run the risk of somebody thinking that there's an impression of unfairness because we allowed one person to do it and not the other. And I think there might need to be some additional, like for the 4 minute part, maybe we have a clock up front so people can see, or we give them a 30-second ding so they know that they're about to come up on their time, so they're not just completely cut off from speaking. Because again, if we let somebody go over and not somebody else, it might be seen as being unfair or favoritism. So I am concerned at the moment about some of the verbiage that's in here. I understand the reasoning behind it, but if we can't handle a few people clapping, then we should have thick enough skin to be able to carry on after that. It's my opinion.
But is there any specific language you want to I mean, I guess you just did cite, for example, the part under 510(3) about the 4 minute thing, but there you did say if it's just applied consistently, and maybe you need a timer or something to give people a heads up that their time is about to be over. But I don't know if there's any specific language you want to propose to change this, or go back to just what you have now, or
how do we determine if it's permitted by the presiding officer? I mean, I guess is that when they're told they're at their 4 minutes and the presiding officer says, okay, you need to wrap it up, you have 30 seconds or something like that. And if we're applying that consistently to everybody, then I get that. I don't consider it disruptive. I just consider it somebody talking and not realizing what time it is. I mean, I understand that it can upset the timeline, especially when we have these really long meetings, but if they need 30 extra seconds to say what they need to say, then it's hard for me to discourage that. I'm glad people are up there saying something rather than crickets.
okay. I know Christina wants to have her hand up. I see Mark again. Christina, why don't you go, and then I'll ask Mark and Jeff to.
So I put my
Yeah.
hand down, but I think I understand where this is stemming from. I don't know if you guys are all aware, there was that big public hearing on Instagram. It was a man singing the song. I think that's what was it the word expression that Beth, you mentioned? But it made sense to me, but only if you've seen the video. So I don't want to elaborate on it, but it's the few that make it hard for the majority. We probably won't run into it, but if we do, well, that's probably where it came from.
Beth?
Yeah, I guess the scenario that's popping up in my head is that a few years ago, before I was on council, I made a public comment about Arbor Day. And as soon as I got done speaking, there was a lady that I had no idea who she was, never saw her face, got up and clapped, and then sat back down. She was done clapping before I got to my seat. I would hate to see somebody like that get hauled out because she clapped, right? That's the example I'm talking about. And the way it's written, it really doesn't seem to differentiate one or the other, where you have somebody doing something really extreme or somebody that's just getting up and, I don't know. It's not the same. And I guess we'd have to me, in my opinion, we'd have to be careful. And it's not the first time I've seen that, but I don't think anyone has ever really gotten, at least in the meetings that I've ever been to in the last 6 years, has gotten, either vulgar or, they're passionate about what they say, and that's fine. And that could be off-putting to somebody else that wants to speak, but everybody has a different communication style. And as long as they're not being rude or disrespectful or threatening, we all have a voice to hear.
I'm going to ask Jeff, because you are currently the presiding officer, and so you have your hand up. What are your
I'll let
thoughts?
Mark go first.
Okay.
Just briefly, and Councilmember Porter, thank you for discussing the verbiage. I think that brings up an important point. The way this is drafted is specifically from culling some language from Ninth Circuit case law, where it's tying everything to a true disruption. And removing someone from a meeting is the nuclear option that we want to avoid at almost any case. And if someone claps, we want to say that that's not okay. But if someone claps their hands and then they're done, there's a lot of discretion for the chair and the presiding officer to control the meeting. And there are different spots in here as well. If there's something that if the presiding officer makes a ruling and wants someone to be removed, council has the ability to override that as well. So I think there are checks and balances that are placed into the rule as it's written. And it's really looking at those times. And this is something that Mayor Wagner and I could discuss, or anyone who's the presiding officer in the future, is what does this look like? Because each time something happens, we have to evaluate it on those individual facts, because there is no paintbrush that will work for everything here. And there is no perfect black and white rule that we can apply. We just have to be able to as you pointed out, be consistent with how we're doing things and make sure that people are able to express their opinions and their First Amendment rights without having any kind of an issue. And I think that's part of the reason why I brought this forward too, is because this is a better protection of First Amendment rights than what we currently have in our rules. Because previously it was just, you couldn't make slanderous or personal remarks, which that's a violation of First Amendment rights. So this is actually giving a greater protection to the speakers as well.
Jeff?
So as far as the 4 minutes, most cities allow 3 minutes, but we allow 4 minutes. And at the end of 4 minutes, when the 4 minutes are up, I usually remind people that their 4 minutes are up and to please wrap up. I don't cut them off. Margaret didn't cut them off either. And it's just common courtesy for all those others that want to speak, and for the common courtesy of us as council members to have people wrap up. As far as the rest of this stuff, it's like Mark said, it's only if it becomes disruptive. If one or two people clap and sit down, that's not disruptive. It's when an entire group, when the person that's speaking is engaging the crowd to create disruption in the meetings. that's what this language is for, is to help protect us and staff as, during our meetings.
Any more discussion? Can you live with this? Beth, do you still want to have, like, take the time or something? Okay, great, okay, thank you. Okay,
Jim, could I jump in for one last second here on this? I know that
Yeah.
this is taking up more time. One thing, and I'm going to refine this further for presentation to council. It'll come back to you via resolution. And I may, especially in that 4-minute section, Councilmember Porter, I'll take that into account. And there may be things, instead of having it say shall, it could be may be considered disruptive. It may, the clerk or designee may turn off the microphone, and the presiding officer may do that. So it gives it a little more flexibility there. We would still need to be consistent, but it's removing some of that mandatory language and softening that section. So yeah, I appreciate your comments, because that helps me refine the direction to present this to council.
thank you, Mark, good. Well, that's it for our business of the 2022 summit. I do like the idea, even though we're running a couple of minutes late, of just asking you quickly, what are you taking away from today? And I want to ask that of all of you on the council, as well as Regan and the staff too. So maybe just to go quickly, but I really want to give you an opportunity to just kind of comment on the day. I think that's important. It's helpful to me even as a facilitator, but it's more, I think, helpful to all of you. So let's stick with that part of our agenda.
The main thing, oh, go ahead, Sean.
I was just I'll just say I am encouraged and grateful that there are a number of committed people that want to spend their Saturday making Covington better and coming up with ideas on how to do that. And I am in awe and honored to work with all of you to make this the best place it can be to live, work, and play. So thank you.
Christina.
Jeff, can you please go? I don't want to cut in front of you.
Sean took almost word for word what I was going to say, so I can't top that. So thank you, Sean.
Well, I just want to say my heart is full. It's so evident that each person doesn't just govern Covington, but they care for Covington. They govern like they live here. That should be a slogan too for our marketing. We live here too. But I'm also honored, and thank you for this very effective, and the staff. Everybody's so brilliant. Any question coming out of left field is answered in seconds flat. So just thank you to everyone for, once again, another smooth summit.
Good. Let's go next. Joe.
So I wanted to say I'll take away the lively conversations we had and how we came to a great consensus, and we all agreed to just be looking at this. And even if we didn't agree with what we're looking at, we agreed that it's a good idea that we should be looking into this. So I'm going to take away the way we work together is just an amazing thing, because we've all worked with people that we just can't stand, but I can honestly say I enjoy working with each and every one of you. And I mean, yeah, there's other things I want to do on a Saturday, but working with you guys on a Saturday is still in the top 10 things. Might be number 10, but it's still in the top 10.
Jennifer.
I look forward to this event every year. I love it. I make sure, I am an introvert by nature, so I always make sure I plan nothing for the rest of the day, because all of this conversation, you guys are so great with all of the questions and all of the information that staff provides and agrees to do our bidding for us. I really, really, really appreciate it. My brain still hurts from Chief Roberts' presentation, and I just look forward to this year. It's going to be another great year.
Beth or Jared?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. kind of just echoing what everyone else is saying. It's great to work with, you guys, even though we may not always agree on everything, but we agree to figure out a solution that works best for the community, and that's always great. Yeah, I think one of the biggest takeaways is just Chief Roberts' presentation. It's like, holy smokes. But I feel confident that, the council that we have can create a solution that will help keep our community safe. And apparently, thanks to you, Jim, I learned today that I acquired new land. So you confused me with Justin. I don't want to be a landlord.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Such robust conversation about some things that are super important to our residents and to each one of us. And again, reiterating the fact that we do have a fantastic staff that's willing to put forth all of this effort. And I think for one of the takeaways from me, when I look at our role as city council or as staff, we have what we do outside of our communities and how we engage, I'm going to just say higher up the food chain on different levels, but we also have what we need to do within within the borders of our city and the action items that we're committed to for this year. Especially getting our residents even more engaged in the issues that we have coming down the pipeline in a positive way and not in just a social media way. I think that's going to make a huge impact on everybody in a positive way, and hopefully support our staff as well, so they don't feel like they're the only ones having to go out there and do all of this work. So teamwork makes the dream work.
Christina?
Can I just say I have one more takeaway? I had no idea Jennifer is an introvert. What?
I hide it well.
Good. I know we're running a little bit behind, but I want to give the staff, the leadership team members, a chance to say anything, if any of you would like to, about your takeaways from the day.
I'll start off. I took away, and I think staff did too, that we've got a lot of work ahead of us this year. But that's awesome. Really though, this was, I think, one of the meatier summit agendas we've had. And I just think the conversation and deliberations by council and the decisions that were made were really well thought out and exceptional. So I'm really excited about it. It's a lot of work, but putting all of our efforts together is going to be great. And I'm excited about this year. So thank you, council.
Good. Thank you, Regan. Ethan?
Yeah, hi. Thank you. I just wanted to say, one, I appreciate all the thoughtful discussion. Certainly, there's some big issues kind of on the front burner, and I thought it was a great discussion that you all had. I did want to take a couple minutes to also bring something else up to the council that wasn't on the agenda, and I know it's getting late, so I'll try to be brief on this. But with our SoCo Park, there were a couple properties that were listed and just went on the market immediately adjacent to the properties that the city owns. And I just wanted to, it may not be in the cards for the city to purchase those properties, but I feel like we should be deliberate as far as knowing that they are being listed. And if the council did want to provide direction for the city to look into expanding the park boundary, this would be the time to do it. And I'm just going to share my screen real quickly to give a visual.
So Ethan, I need to interrupt you for 1 second. We can't have council take any action or consensus giving direction on something that's not on the agenda at a special meeting. We're just restricted under state law for what we can and can't do. Fine to show them the picture, but council, I would appreciate if you did not provide direction on this until we get to our next regular meeting. Sorry to interrupt you, Ethan.
Sure. I will not ask for direction. Thanks for the clarification, Mark. Yeah, so these two properties that are highlighted in yellow, they're single family unit homes that are just to kind of, I guess, would be to the northeast, I guess, of the properties we own. Currently, we own just about 5 acres with SoCo Park. This would add about another 1.7 acres. I will say that our park CIP funds are largely tied up in other projects right now, so the funding would have to come from somewhere else. But there are, there are possibilities to make that work. So anyway, I guess I'm not asking for direction, but I'm sharing some awareness about this, and then we can bring that back up with the council at your next meeting, perhaps. So that would be it.
Casey?
I just want to say, excuse me, I appreciate the direction and that council has given us. These are exciting projects. I was texting with Regan and said they gave us a lot of work. So he said I could say it, but it's exciting stuff. Like, I feel like we're really at, I don't want to say a tipping point, but like kind of a defining moment on the look and feel of our city with possible police departments and the transportation. And it's just really exciting stuff. And I'm excited to be a part of it and to have your guys' support with that. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mark?
My apologies that you're listening to the attorney more. I think you've heard enough from me today. I just want to close the loop on 2 things. One, when we were talking about the ballot measure earlier and when the timing of that went into effect, it really is when the resolution is passed is when you can no longer use public funds or public facilities. So I would suggest if council does want to pursue something, putting something on the ballot, that they wait till later on and wait till they're closer to the deadline. And the second thing is, Chris is going to confirm this, but for those HB 1590 funds, I did find that it was at 50% was allocated to the October 24th budget meeting in 2020. And it's just and Chris is going to confirm the exact language that was used in the recording, but we'll be able to get that to you soon. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Don?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo, similar sentiments that others have said. I just always appreciate the thoughtfulness and also the kind words and support from council. I always appreciate that, and also just the working together and know that we're going to come up with a solution. So thank you.
Great. Anybody else? Okay, looks like we are done for the day, but I really want to turn it back to you, Jeff, for a minute for closing remarks.
I don't know if I have much more to add, but I just want to thank everybody for everything they've done and working together through all these topics that we brought forward today. And I just appreciate everybody's input and the fact that everybody's willing to work together to come up with a solution for what's best for our city. So thank you. It's an honor and a pleasure to work with each of you on the council and to work with each of the staff to get things done. So thank you.
Okay, good. And thank you all for being patient and willing to stay a little bit longer. So we are done for the day. That's a wrap for the 2022 City Council Summit.